The Soviet Air Force became a separate combat arm in 1932. According to the book Fundamental Tactics of the Air Force by Brigade Commander B. Teplinsky, Voyenizdat, 1940, the main task of the aircraft was to provide assistance to the ground forces during the military operations. General Dwett's book, Il Dominio dell'Aria, which was very popular in those years, prophetically discussed the potential power of air forces, but it did not find a response among the Soviet militarists. The Soviet aircraft was not considered an independent military unit that could seriously turn the scale in case of war. It had to cooperate with the ground forces and could only be used in their interests. Although Sturmovix became the backbone of Soviet air power during World War II and replaced the front bomber aircraft to a great extent, there was no ground attack section of the Soviet Air Force until the late 30s. After the Spanish Civil War, the Soviet military theorists considered that there was no need for special ground attack aircraft because their functions could be performed by multi-purpose planes, such as the short-range bomber Sukhoi Su-2 and fighters with air-cooled engine systems. These planes had the best chance of survival in an attack from light-caliber machine guns and ground-based anti-aircraft guns. The Soviet Air Force, therefore, developed with N.N. Polikarpov the R-5 reconnaissance aircraft and its variants, the R-5SH, the R-5SSS, and the R-Z. These planes were equipped with up to 4 7.62mm machine guns directing forward fire and 2 7.6mm twin machine guns on the turret for rear defense. Their bomb load was up to 500 kilograms, and their maximum near-ground speed was about 200 kilometers per hour. The outdated fighters I-15 BIS and I-153 were also used as attack aircraft. They were equipped with 4 7.62mm SHKAS machine guns and later with 4 12mm BS machine guns or 2 20mm SHVAK machine guns and missiles. They could carry 200 kilograms of bombs and develop a speed of up to 360 kilometers per hour. Thus, the Soviet Air Force did not have a single-purpose ground attack aircraft until the beginning of World War II. Designers S.A. Kochergin, N.N. Polikarpov, and A.N. Tupolev made attempts to create such a plane, but the lack of high-powered engines and construction materials with the required weight and strength characteristics did not allow them to accomplish their projects. Nevertheless, in 1937, military engineers from the Air Force Research Institute demanded the urgent construction of a single-purpose ground attack aircraft, which could operate at a low altitude, had the highest powered engine, and was equipped with powerful offensive and defensive weapons. In January 1938, bomber designer S.V. Ilyushin volunteered to construct an armored attack aircraft, a flying tank. Ilyushin promised to design an aircraft that would have all the essential parts, crew, engine, lubrication and fuel systems, and bombs, protected by armor. The plane was to travel at up to 385 to 400 kilometers per hour and had an operational range of 750 to 800 kilometers. It was supposed to be equipped with 4 wing SHKAS machine guns and 1 SHKAS machine gun on the ring mount for the navigator gunner. It would carry up to 250 kilograms of bombs. In May 1938, the government of the USSR approved the plan for the construction for 2 years. It included the construction of a twin-seater single-engine armored attack aircraft, the BSH-2. Ilyushin was authorized to carry out the project and provide 3 flight-ready planes by the end of 1938 or the beginning of 1939. The designing process and the production of a pilot model took more than a year. The main difficulties were connected with the production of aircraft armor with double curvature and a new engine, the AM-35. This engine replaced the previous model AM-34 FRN, which was not powerful enough at low altitudes. On 2 October 1939, V. Kokinakia performed the first flight test on BSH-2. The flight lasted no more than 10 minutes because the engine was overheating and the plane was banking to the left. The development process went on until March 1940. The designers had serious problems with cooling the engine because the water and oil radiators were situated inside the armored shell. The chief engine designer, A. Mikulin, noted that the design of the new attack aircraft did not at all correspond to the optimal operating conditions for the AIM-35, and the recommendations of the engine designers had been flagrantly ignored. "There is not a single hole in this iron body through which the engine could cool down. What performance do you expect from it then?" exclaimed Mikulin. After numerous alterations and improvements, the aircraft finally passed all the factory tests on 26 March 1940. It performed 14 test flights with a total duration of 4 hours and 46 minutes. The flight characteristics of the plane were checked only in 4 flights. On 31 March, the BSH-2 was subjected to status tests, which lasted for 3 weeks. The report of the Engineering Council of the Air Force Research Institute dated 11 May admitted that the aircraft was easy to operate, but it failed to correspond to the directional stability and control capability requirements and did not provide enough forward view for the pilot. The report also noted that despite a year and 3 months delay in producing the prototype, the performance characteristics of the aircraft were still not satisfactory. For example, the plane's range was only 618 kilometers instead of 800 kilometers, and its maximum near-ground speed was only 362 kilometers per hour. To improve the speed characteristics of the aircraft, the Council recommended replacing the AIM-35 engine with the more powerful AIM-38, which had the same weight and dimensions. The Council also recommended replacing 2 of the SHKAS machine guns. The Council made a motion to construct 65 BSH-2 aircraft for battle tests, which had to show the advantage of the new aircraft in combat. The tests could also help to bring out the possible defects and eliminate them. It should be noted that a new engine model, AIM-38, was constructed specially for Ilyushin's aircraft. That was unprecedented. The AIM-38's critical altitude was only 2,800 meters, and it did not fit any other aircraft at that time. This fact shows that Ilyushin was influential and had important connections among the higher authorities. In his letter to the head of the Defense Committee dated May 1940, People's Commissar Timoshenko expressed his opinion that it would be inexpedient to construct as many as 65 planes for identifying defects. He considered 10 to 15 planes enough for that purpose. In the same letter, he mentioned a new variant of the attack aircraft, which was being designed at the time by designer Sukhoi and looked better than Ilyushin's model. Nevertheless, on 24 May 1940, the head of the Air Force, Y.A.V. Smushkevich, addressed People's Commissar for the Aircraft Industry, A.I. Shahurin. In his letter, he wrote, "It's been 30 days since Ilyushin's aircraft passed the status tests, and he gained the permission from the Engineering Council to introduce the model into production. I consider that the Air Force needs this plane urgently. I ask you to speed up the process of making the final decision on putting the armored attack aircraft designed by Comrade Ilyushin into production." The letter stated that Ilyushin had given guarantees that he would improve the plane's flight characteristics, install 2 20mm or 23mm guns, and provide the means for aimed bombing and shooting during the dive. This letter presents a solid testimony to the fact that Ilyushin had patrons among the highest command. The designer had given a guarantee to eliminate defects. It seems that he was ready to do anything to put his aircraft into mass production. It should be noted, however, that the designer would fail to fulfill his promises. His attack aircraft was not capable of dropping bombs during the dive. The majority of the defects were left unimproved until the end of the war, when a new attack aircraft, model IL-10, was produced. The letter of the head of the Air Force had its effect. On 16 August, the plane was exposed to a new series of status tests in the Air Force Research Institute. These tests failed owing to the malfunction of the engine, and on 23 August 1940, the aircraft was transferred to Factory 39 for the replacement of the AIM-35 engine with the AIM-38. This date also marks the point when the twin-seat aircraft was altered into a single-seater. Designer Ilyushin failed to improve his plane's design in the two-seater model. The more powerful engine increased the plane's flight characteristics remarkably, but the fuel consumption was so high that the range decreased even more. Ilyushin solved the problem by sacrificing one of the cockpits. It should be noted that the original design of the BSH-2 intended that the aircraft would be used as a bomber attack aircraft. The second member of the crew not only guarded the rear part of the aircraft from fighter attack, but also performed the role of navigator and gunner. With the elimination of the second cockpit, the designer of the aircraft simply made aimed bombing from his plane impossible. In the second half of the war, Ilyushin's attack aircraft was equipped with the second cockpit for the gunner, but the real value of this was not in defending the aircraft, but rather in providing information to the pilot. Until the very end of the war, the only force that could really protect the attack aircraft from enemy fighters was the accompanying group of friendly fighters. On 12 October 1940, a single-seat attack aircraft named the TSKB-57, piloted by V.K. Kokanakia, made its first flight. Since the 23mm guns were still not ready, the TSKB-57 was only equipped with machine guns. The plane's maximum speed was 423 kilometers per hour near the ground and 437 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 2,800 meters. It could climb up to 5,000 meters in 10 minutes, but the performance of the AM-38 engine was very unreliable. The 50-hour tests could not be completed in the autumn of 1940, and further improvement of the model went on in the next year. Despite this, the engine went into mass production. On 9 December, People's Commissar Shahurin signed an order to rename the BSH-2 or TSKB-57 as the IL-2, Ilyushin 2. Soon the aircraft was put into production at factories 18, 381, and 380. Neither the engine nor the armament were ready. The aircraft was not tested in combat conditions. The only tests it had passed were the factory ones. Nevertheless, it was put into mass production. Ilyushin's recent time at Stalin's summer residence might have some bearing on this. The first IL-2s, June 1941. It was a single-seat cantilever monoplane with the main landing gear retracting inside the nacelles in the wing. The nose and middle parts of the fuselage formed a solid armored shell protecting the pilot, the engine, the radiators, the lubrication, and fuel systems. The armored shell consisted of plates of iron armor AB1 4 mm thick at the cowling, 5 to 6 mm thick at the bottom and sides, and 12 mm thick at the rear armored plate. The fuselage rear and the keel were made as a veneered semi-monocoque reinforced with wood stringers and veneered frames. The rear part of the fuselage was connected to the armored body with a metal belt with rivets. The wings and stabilizer had an all-metal structure. The rudders had duralumin framing and linen casing. The transparent parts of the cockpit were made of specially constructed T4 armor. The aircraft was equipped with a water-cooled engine, the AM-38, of 1,575 horsepower. The plane was armed with two wing 20mm SHVAK guns, two 7.62mm SHKAS machine guns, 8 RS-82 and 4 RS-132 rockets, and carried 400 kilograms of bombs, 420 shells, and 1,500 cartridges. Carrying 400 kilos of bombs, the plane could attain up to 419 kilometers per hour near the ground and up to 451 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 2,500 meters. Carrying two FAB-250 bombs, it could speed up to 380 kilometers per hour near the ground and up to 419 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 2,500 meters. For the RS-132, the corresponding numbers were 378 kilometers per hour and 423 kilometers per hour. The flight range was 638 kilometers. The range of the RSI-3 wireless station installed at the aircraft was 60 kilometers at an altitude of 200 meters and 65 kilometers at an altitude of 1,000 meters. It was certainly not enough. Besides, the audibility was extremely poor. As the author of this book, Vasily Emelianenko, put it, the noise in the headphones resembled the sound of lard frizzling on a frying pan. The plane was equipped with a PBP-16 sight that could be used both for the shooting and bombing. Thus, there was nothing peculiar in the performance characteristics of the aircraft except for the extra armor. However, this armor could not protect the plane from shells or even from large-caliber machine guns. Besides, the rear part of the fuselage was actually made of wood. The war would show that the speed characteristics and the ability to maneuver were far more important for the aircraft than the extra armor. Vasily Emelianenko made a vivid remark about the performance characteristics of the IL-2. "I always admired the German Junkers 87. You should have seen them diving. They swooped down one by one and shot exactly to the point. IL-2 could do nothing like that. Its best performance was to fly at an angle of 30 degrees, and it was shaking like mad. The aircraft was heavy, and you could not make it fly faster no matter how hard you were trying." But an aircraft itself is only a machine. It would have been nothing without a pilot. It was the pilots who made the mediocre Sturmovik a legend. It was they who flew missions without fighters covering, who dived into the very blaze of anti-aircraft fire, who attacked enemy troops. The Germans had a very high opinion of the Soviet pilots. As Schwabedissen wrote, "The Soviet ground attack staff was characterized as aggressive, courageous, and stubborn. Their attacks were amazingly cool-headed. An average Soviet Sturmovik pilot was a fearless rival. The weak sides of the Russian character showed up in the Sturmovik pilots to a much lesser degree than they did in the fighter pilots." Schwabedissen claimed openly, "The ground attack aircraft was the best organized unit among the Soviet Air Force. The role of the Soviet ground attack aircraft increased constantly until it became the backbone of the Soviet Air Force." Such were the pilots who fought in the 7th Guards Ground Attack Regiment, which is described in the book by Vasily Borisovich Emelianenko. The history of the 7th Guards Regiment began on 27 April 1938. On that day, men from the 8th Reconnaissance Squadron, the 9th Long-Range Reconnaissance Squadron, the 10th and 11th Army Reconnaissance Squadrons were assigned to form the 4th Bomber Regiment equipped with RZ planes. The 4th Bomber Regiment took part in the Finnish War, being a part of the 13th Army Air Force since January 1940. The regiment performed 1,416 operational flights in a month, including 453 night flights, and dropped 101,146 bombs on enemy infantry, artillery, and railway junctions. The decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, dated 7 April 1940, awarded medals and orders to 105 members of the staff. Having done its part of the work at the Finnish War, the regiment returned to the airfield in Kharkov. On 5 May 1941, the commander of Kharkov Military District issued an order to rename the 4th Bomber Regiment as the 4th Ground Attack Regiment. The regiment was equipped with single-seater Sturmovik IL-2s. The Great Patriotic War began on 22 June 1941. 3 days later, the air crew was put into action. By that time, the regiment had received all of the 63 planes. The pilots had just begun to master the new equipment when on 26 June the regiment was ordered to fly to the front. At the beginning of the war, the operating units actually had no instructions on the use of the IL-2. The pilots had not launched a single missile and had no idea about aimed bombing. They did not know how to defend against enemy fighters or how to avoid anti-aircraft fire. They had to pass a survival test facing not an instructor of a flying school, but an experienced and strong enemy. The 4th Ground Attack Regiment, led by Major Getman, began operations from the Stary Bychov airfield. It attacked tanks and mechanized units of the enemy near Bobruisk, Zlobin, Roslavl, and Metislavl, destroying the crossings over the Berezina, Dnieper, and Sozh. It also attacked the enemy aircraft at the Bobruisk airfield. The regiment flew to bomb the crossings without the fighters covering and had to operate under the heavy fire from the enemy anti-aircraft guns. For destroying 9 crossings over the Berezina on 2 July, the regiment got a citation from the commander of the Western Front Marshal of the Soviet Union, S.K. Timoshenko. But it had to pay a high price for the citation. 13 pilots were lost in 3 days, and 9 more pilots were shot down but survived. The regiment flew to attack the Bobruisk airfield 3 times and claimed 23 Ju-88 and 47 Bf-109 destroyed. But this official score seems to be rather exaggerated. The analysis of the military operation of the IL-2 performed by special commissions of the Air Force Front Headquarters, Air Armies, and the Air Force Research Institute showed that in 3 attacks the 4th Ground Attack Regiment could not destroy more than 30 Luftwaffe planes. By 10 July, there were only 10 Sturmovix and 18 pilots left in the regiment. On 20 August, the regiment handed over the only 3 IL-2s left to the 215th Ground Attack Regiment and flew to Voronezh for reformation. On October 4, 1941, the regiment was awarded the Order of Lenin for the excellent performance of the missions at the Western Front and for the courage and bravery demonstrated in the struggle against the German invaders. The regiment commander, Major Getman, was made Hero of the Soviet Union. On October 7, 1941, 32 pilots and mechanics were awarded medals and orders of the Soviet Union. The regiment was reformed in Voronezh by 4 September, but now it consisted of 2 squadrons instead of 5. It received new Sturmovix armed with 23mm wing guns designed by Volkov and Yartsev. The new guns were more reliable and powerful than the previous 20mm SHVAK models. During a short break in the military actions, the pilots were trained to hold the formation in the air, to arrange in a defensive circle, to launch attacks, and to bomb the airfields. The squadron leader, Major Hushper, was entrusted to carry out test bombing at the training ground and study the IL-2's abilities to bomb in the dive. With the help of other experienced pilots, Major Hushper managed to achieve very good results in the accuracy of the strikes and devised an instruction on the dive bombing, which became the basic manual for all the pilots in the 230th Ground Attack Division. Nobody provided the pilots with ready directions. They had to study the operating characteristics of the Sturmovik in aerial engagements and to set all the rules themselves. On 18 September 1941, the 4th Order of Lenin Ground Attack Regiment was transferred to the Southern Front and joined the 5th Reserve Air Grouping. From 19 September, the reformed regiment began its mission bombing the enemy units in Dnepropetrovsk, Novomoskovsk, Sinyalnikovo, Nikopol, and Kakhovka. Until the end of 1941, the regiment performed more than 500 operational flights and destroyed or damaged up to 100 enemy tanks, 400 cars, 40 artillery guns, and 10 armored cars. More than 5,000 German soldiers and officers were killed in the attacks. The regiment records of that period show that the effectiveness of its actions was often reduced owing to the inadequate work of the service battalions that failed to provide the necessary ammunition, fuel, and other important materials on time. The major losses were caused by the enemy anti-aircraft guns. No armor could protect the Sturmovix from the 20mm shells. The losses from the enemy fighters were not really high. It is noteworthy that the regiment command did not ask to equip the IL-2 with the second cockpit for an aerial gunner at that time. What they did ask for was an extra fighter squadron that could guard the Sturmovix. Perhaps for that reason, the aircraft designer Ilyushin wrote to People's Commissar Shahurin, "I don't consider it necessary to include the second person into the aircrew of IL-2. The experience of the aircraft regiments proved that they do not suffer any casualties from the enemy planes." Meanwhile, mechanics in many regiments installed 1,200 self-made machine gun mounts on Sturmovix to protect the rear hemisphere from the fighters' attacks. From 18 January 1942, the regiment took part in the Barfinkovska-Izyumovskaya operation, being the only attack aircraft regiment in the 57th Army. It attacked the front line of the enemy defense along the Sefiersky Donets River, pursuing the retreating enemy as far as Krasnoarmeysk. In the spring of 1942, the Germans transferred a considerable part of the aircraft units to the Donetsk region airfields. The 4th Regiment was ordered to attack the enemy airfields in Stalyino, Makyayevka, Artyomovsk. Squadrons led by the regiment aces Captain Zub, Senior Lieutenant Mospanov, and Captain Yelyisyev managed to fly to the enemy positions at dusk or in bad weather conditions and destroyed 6 Ju-88, 16 Bf-109, and 3 He-126. The Order of the Supreme Headquarters, dated 7 March 1942, reformed the 4th Order of Lenin Ground Attack Regiment into the 7th Guards Ground Attack Regiment. On 20 May 1942, the 7th Guards Regiment joined the 230th Ground Attack Division. In May and June of 1942, the regiment took active part in the Kharkov offensive. Several freshmen arrived at the regiment at that period. Among them was the author of this book, Lieutenant Vasily Borisovich Emelianenko. It did not take him long to change from a graduate of a flying school into an experienced ground attack pilot. In winter of the same year, the regiment's record of service noted that, despite the intensive military operations, Senior Lieutenant Emelianenko managed to retrain 9 pilots in 15 days and thus allowed to bring them into action without any delay. Emelianenko launched 90 attacks and performed all kinds of military missions, including reconnaissance flights, attacks on the enemy airfields, and free pursuit. He managed to set on fire and damage 23 enemy aircraft. He destroyed dozens of tanks and cars and killed hundreds of German soldiers and officers. Emelianenko was awarded the Order of the Red Banner, the Order of the Red Star, and the Order of the Patriotic War of the Second Degree. On 13 April 1944, Emelianenko was made Hero of the Soviet Union for the courage and bravery he had shown. In 1943, the 7th Guards Regiment fought as part of the 230th Ground Attack Division. One of the most impressive episodes of that period was the attack on the Malorossiskaya railway station on 26 January 1943. The pilots managed to set on fire 4 trains, 2 of which contained ammunition, 1 was carrying fuel, and 1 was carrying tanks. The railway lines were so severely damaged that railway traffic was blocked for 4 days. In 1943, the regiment was equipped with twin-seat Sturmovix. An extra cockpit for the gunner was situated outside the armored shell behind the armored baffle of the rear fuel tank. A 6mm armored baffle protected the gunner from the rear side. The gunner was armed with a UTB machine gun and had 150 cartridges at his disposal. The pilot and the gunner could communicate through an SPU-2 interphone system. The new model of the aircraft had an augmented engine AM-38PH. As the battle experience showed, the UTB machine gun could not provide enough angle of firing. The gunner was unable to repel the enemy fighters' attacks from above and from the sides at high angles. His ability to shoot at the fighters attacking from beneath or at the ground targets was also very limited. Besides, the UTB machine gun was rather unreliable itself. But the worst thing was that the aircraft became more inert. It became more difficult to maneuver and the plane could now carry less load. The speed of the twin-seater IL-2 was 388 km per hour near the ground and 400 km per hour at an altitude of 1,320 meters. The flight range was 685 kilometers. The gunner could not provide as much protection for his aircraft as the friendly fighters did. By the end of the war, the coordination between the attack aircraft and fighter squadrons was well developed, and there was actually no need for a gunner. Nevertheless, the gunners were kept even on the new model of Sturmovik that replaced IL-2 in 1945. In 1943, the pilots of the 7th Guards Regiment pursued the barges in the Straits of Kerch and attacked the enemy defense Blue Line. From the beginning of 1944, the German forces were defending their positions on the Kerch Peninsula, offering stubborn resistance to the Soviet troops. The Red Army managed to break the Blue Line only in April 1944. The regiment took active part in the struggle for Kerch and for the Crimea. In summer 1944, the 7th Guards Regiment was transferred to Byelorussia and took part in the Bagration operation. Later, it supported the ground forces in the eastern Prussia. At the end of February 1945, the aircraft operating personnel went to Kuibyshev to study and master the new Sturmovik IL-10. The remaining personnel and the staff of the regiment stayed within the 230th Division. By the end of the war, designer Ilyushin constructed a much more reliable Sturmovik IL-10 equipped with the AM-42 engine. Taking into account the war experience, Ilyushin considerably improved the flight characteristics of the aircraft and made a more efficient use of the armor. He managed to improve the speed characteristics of the new Sturmovik and its ability to maneuver. From March until Victory Day, the personnel of the regiment was attached to the 103rd and 43rd Ground Attack Regiments and took part in military operations near Graudenz, Stettin, and Danzig. On 28 April 1945, the regiment moved to the Chekhovsk airfield in Moscow and was getting ready for the May Parade. Thus, the 7th Guards Order of Lenin Ground Attack Regiment met the end of the Great Patriotic War. 1. Before the war. At the beginning of June 1941, I had an unexpected piece of luck. I was an Audiobook pilot at the time. The Aero Club chief, Alexei G. Barsky, led me into his office, asked me to sit down, and clapped on my knee. "Here's a ticket and reservation for you. You may go." I stared at him in amazement. It was the very height of the flying season, and he was sending me on vacation. It seemed quite contrary to the aircraft saying, "Autumn cold and puddles are deep, time for pilots to go on leave." "It's a special offer," he explained. "We can't miss such an opportunity." I looked at the reservation. A mysterious, romantic name, Bonjour Nous, was written on it in bold embossed letters. The place was in the Crimea, at the Black Sea. I'd never been there, and the bathing season was right at its height. The packing did not take long. I picked up my trunk and went to the railway station. The train was carrying me further and further away from the green town of Nikolaev and the Vodopoy airfield. What we called an airfield was in fact just a flat green field with a row of several large wooden boxes padded with roofing felt on the inside. We usually received the planes in such boxes and used them later for equipment storage or as airfield dwellings. One of the boxes was a permanent home for Uncle Yasha, a watchman, and his sheepdog. He had a rare last name, Yaschik, and we made a lot of jokes about it. The name airfield was something of an exaggeration. Nevertheless, U-2 training biplanes were buzzing, coming up and down, circling around the green field from dawn to dusk. That year, the flying was really intensive. Instructors never left the cockpit. We even ate our sandwiches in the air. Only during refueling did we jump out, stand for a while by the tail, our back to the students, and then go a few meters further off to have a smoke. Everyone wanted his log to show the longest flying time so that his name come first in Startovka, a daily paper published on the airfield. We competed on the quality of training and the number of students who passed their exams successfully. Our aero clubs were already established. The work now was really easy compared with the time of the Second Pyatylyetka, when almost all investment went into industry development. At that time, students in aero clubs did not stop working for the period of study, and the aero clubs were funded only from subscriptions made by the so-called physical and legal members of the voluntary society Audiobook. The former were individuals who entered the society and the latter corporate members. It often happened that there was no money on the aero club current account, so salaries were paid in parts once in several months. In 1934 through 1937, the situation was the same in the Nalchik Aero Club, where I worked after graduating from a Moscow school of pilot instructors. Our first chief, Kucheryev, looked like a village carrier with his field bag always on his shoulder and his boots covered with dust and worn out. He had to walk round the town all day long trying to get legal subscriptions from the heads of enterprises. He had to walk on foot because there was only one regular transport unit in the airfield, a sorrel horse led by a barefoot coachman who carted pilots to the flights. Kucheryev was seldom seen in the airfield. When he came, he would take a payroll out of his bag. "Here's an advance," he would say as he gave 10 rubles to each pilot and 5 rubles to each mechanic. But still none of the instructors could imagine life without flights. After experiencing the thrilling excitement of flying, I didn't regret that I had given up studying in the Moscow Conservatoire in the lean winter of 1932. There was a slogan at that time, "Komsomolets to the aircraft," and to be a pilot was at those times an honor no less than to be an astronaut nowadays. When the first aero clubs appeared, students had a hard time there. Now a shop superintendent would deny a lad or a girl the night shift so that he or she could go to the flights in the morning. Now a foreman would detain a person up at the plant. He had to keep pace with the plan. But it was not only the plants that had a plan. The aero clubs had their plan as well. To train 150,000 pilots for the country. That was the slogan. And thus about 200 aero clubs were training Komsomol members, working youth, collective farmers, and students, all of them true devotees of flying. By 1940, students were no longer required to work while they were studying. They lived in dormitories and were provided with food, shoes, and clothes. Instructors got their salaries regularly. I remember one occasion when I did not have to send down a single student for poor studying and also trained an extra student. That time I won in the competition. The extra student, the 13th, was our Aero Club coachman Pashka Sazonov. I began to teach him secretly. He often came to my place and stayed until late at night, even spending some nights there. I taught him flying theory, helped him to study the engine and the aircraft. Every morning I seated him in the cockpit instead of my mechanical engineer, Sayenko, who was supposed to sit in the second cockpit during the so-called test flight by the instructor according to the rules. When Sazonov was almost a competent pilot, I took an extra step for him, which became public in the Aero Club. The authorities didn't want to recognize the coachman as a pilot at first, so they brought up his inadequate education. Nevertheless, Sazonov passed an exam on theory and made a successful flight with the representative of a state entrance examination commission. Later, he served for many years in the Air Force and took part in the war at the Caucasus. The further our train was from the airfield at Vodopoy, the less I thought about the Aero Club. And when I first saw the sea from a bus window on an awful mountain road, I forgot everything. In the sanatorium, I breathed the smell of the sea, which for me was at that time like the smell of a watermelon from Kamushin near Astrakhan. My neighbor at the table was a bomber pilot, a junior lieutenant, Petya. I don't remember his last name. Together we spent evenings at dance parties. On the 5th day of the vacation, we were going up the steep road from the beach to Bujur-Nus when we saw our Masavik Zachenik running towards us. He was gesticulating like a madman, shouting, "Comrades, the war!" We began to laugh, taking it for a joke, but Kolya swore by God that it was true, and we believed him. Hearing Molotov's speech, I thought, now I'll become a military pilot at last. I had graduated from Saratov Osoaviakum Pilot School in 1933, but I didn't have an opportunity to enter a military school. My instructor, Panfilov, did write in my graduation report, "Can be sent to an aerial reconnaissance unit," but I was ordered to go to the Central Flying Training School of the Osoaviakum in Moscow. I graduated from it and got stuck in the aero clubs, in Nalchik, in Chernigov, in Nikolaev. How long was I going to crawl in the air around the airfield in a U-2 biplane? I wanted to fly on a real warplane. Of course, I wrote many requests to our military commissar Kondarov, but he refused. Only in 1937 was I sent to serve in Novocherkassk. There was a school of junior aircraft specialists, SJAS, there, and it had a flying subunit, but I did not get a chance to fly there. After our hair was cut close to the skin, there came time for drilling and learning service regulations. It was a young soldier training course. Everyone was equal there, both the conscripts and the pilots who had served as instructors for a long time. It appeared that during our first year at SJAS, we were to study theoretical subjects only. After that, we could start our flying lessons on U-2s. It meant that I would be taught what I had actually been teaching others. I had to wire a telegram of almost 100 words. I put the form into a window at the telegraph office. A young telegraphist read it for a long time, looking at me from time to time. The telegram was addressed to Voroshilov personally. She finally took the telegram, and soon there came an order to send me back to the Aero Club. The war found me in Gurzuf, near Yalta. I had to get to Nikolaev as soon as possible. There I intended to press for being taken into the military unit, where I could learn to navigate a warplane in no time. But it appeared that it was not easy to get even as far as Simferopol. All transport was mobilized on the first day of the war. They had just started to move the military officers according to seniority. How long would a reserve junior lieutenant have to wait for his turn? Petya and I decided to try hitchhiking. After dinner, we took our trunks and climbed up to the highway. Overloaded lorries and buses were sweeping past us like hell. Nobody paid any attention to us. We went for more than 20 kilometers along the highway and by night came to Alushta. A driver felt sorry for us and let us ride in the back of his lorry, which was heaped up with sacks. Several times we had to help the driver to mend broken parts. When we finally reached Simferopol, it was already late at night. The city was blacked out. The railway station was overcrowded. People were sitting on their trunks and packs, children whimpering, men cursing. People were scurrying about in the dark, stepping carefully over those sleeping. The entrance to the ticket office was blocked by a crowd. There was no chance of getting tickets. A voice said, "Let the general pass." But people were reluctant to move. Everybody wanted to get to their unit as soon as possible. Petya and I decided to stow away. We were going the same way. He wanted to get into Kirovograd, and I was going a bit further. We wandered along the sleepers near the trains for quite a time. The cars were locked, and there were no conductors. Finally, we found an open door. It seemed that the car was empty. I lit a match. From every berth and corner, people began hushing. We had broken the blackout. The car was jammed, but there was no noise. Only whispers could be heard. We departed. Men smoked on the platform, hiding their cigarettes in their fists. Flares flashed above the step. Passengers stared at the windows. "It's the Germans. They are signaling to their aircraft." Nikolaev was crowded. It was a holiday. A loudspeaker near the cinema was transmitting a popular song at full volume. The matinee had just finished, and people were coming out of the cinema dressed up for a holiday. Something flapped high in the sky as if somebody was beating the dust out of a carpet. Everyone looked up in curiosity. There were puffs of black smoke in the sky, and above them a dark twin-engined plane. A white trail was stretching behind it. It was a German plane. I could not identify the model. The plane vanished. Only two white melting lines drifted eastwards. On that day, the Sovietskaya Street was most crowded. Hundreds of people were greeting a cavalry column. Hooves clattered on the pavement, which was covered with flowers thrown by the crowd. Ahead of the column, a scrawny man was riding a sorrel horse. I knew him. He was Major Zhmozhnik, the chairman of our Ossoviakum Regional Council. He had taken part in the Civil War and had been a frequent guest at the Vodopoy airfield. Two bearded men were following him, holding a red banner. The inscription was thrilling. "To Berlin." Reaching the Nikolaev military commissar was no easier than getting a ticket in Simferopol. His eyelids were red. He told me in a dull, tired voice, "You know that you are reserved. Mind your own business. They can manage without you at the front. If we need you, we'll send for you." But I could not agree to that. My thoughts were, just let me go and I'll start thrashing the fascists in heaps. I must catch up with Major Zhmozhnik and his cavalrymen. It took me a week to persuade the military commissar. With an order in my pocket, I was flying to my aero club with the speed of a young deer. I ran upstairs, jumping over 3 steps at once. Barsky, the head of the aero club, was looking for something inside his safe. He had become rather absent-minded and hot-tempered in recent days. Despite the reserve, the aero club was slowly falling apart. The head of the flying unit, Mikhail Vorozhbiev, and instructors Bogza, Zalyubovsky, and Onishuk had already gone to the front, and now I turned up with the surprise. I hesitated for several seconds and then put the order on the table. "What's that?" he asked. "To the front." Barsky turned to face me. He stared at me with his big gray eyes, turning purple with rage, and when he began to speak, his voice trembled like a stretched string that was going to snap. "Does the head of the training flying unit expect me to replace the instructors with the chief accountant Kursky and the manager of the household Goldman?" he stammered. I felt sorry for my chief, but what could I say to console him? We stood facing each other for a long time, and I was the first to break the silence. "May I go, sir?" "Go!" he screamed. I turned round and went out. When I was closing the door, I heard an insulting word which Barsky threw at my back like a stone. But I was not upset. Running downstairs, I kept thinking about Major Zhmozhnik on his horse and a warplane like a distant mirage waiting for me in Kirovograd. That's where I was ordered to go. The train was slowly passing Zamenka station. Most of the windows had no glass in. Burnt freight cars were lying along the railway embankment. When I reached Kirovograd, I had to spend a long time trying to find out where my unit was. I finally reached the airfield somehow. I saw about 150 Ossoviakum pilots near the barracks. Someone called me. I saw Misha Vorozbiev and Anatoly Bogza running towards me. An unexpected meeting indeed. "What are you flying?" I asked them. "A cock horse," answered my Aero Club fellows. "Nobody knows when or on what models we're going to start flying." "What are you doing then?" "Morning checkups, report on political issues, evening checkups, learning to march to the canteen, mastering gas masks, rifles, learning to shoot." So, there was no plane waiting for me in Kirovograd. We could only watch DB-3 bombers and I-16 Ishak fighters as they pursued the reconnaissance aircraft. People were fighting. Meanwhile, we were sorted into groups of about 50 men. I was enrolled into a group named the 48th Independent Spotter Squadron, ISS, and was at once appointed the staff head under a cadre commander, Captain Gart. I was in this position until evening drill. During drill, I didn't notice that the commander, who came up from behind me, had not reported in time. He was downgraded to squad commander. I would take my squad and go to a shooting range. We were bad at shooting. Rifles recoiled too hard and our right shoulders swelled. Our collarbones ached. On one occasion, we were lying opposite the targets, watching 9 bombers flying northwest in wedge formation. They were going to bomb tanks near Berdichev and Belaya Tsirkov, about 250 kilometers away. We felt jealous. They were flying as if on a parade. It was really beautiful. We kept looking at our watches, waiting for them to return. Finally, we saw smoke on the horizon and then dark spots in the sky. There were only 5 of them. The one that smoked fell behind the others. It looked strange. There was no transparent glass canopy at the fuselage forward section. The bomber glided directly to the airfield, landed and rolled as an injured bird with one wing hanging. We rushed to the airfield with our rifles and gas masks, but the guards did not let us come closer. The plane stopped just a few meters from the hangar wall. The place where the canopy had been hit by a shell was stained with red drops. The rubber on one wheel was torn to shreds. There were shell holes everywhere, in the propeller blade, in the mutilated wings and the fuselage. These were the traces of anti-aircraft guns and fighters. An ambulance car arrived. The pilot slowly got out of the cockpit. His face was black from oil. In silence, he looked at the nurse and the driver. They put the gunner's body on the stretcher and placed it in the car. The nurse came up to the pilot, took him by the elbow, and pointed at the car. He drew her hand aside and plodded across the airfield without looking at anybody. When he took his helmet off, I recognized him. It was my friend from Bujurnus. I dashed to catch him up, but a guard blocked my way with a rifle. "Halt!" We were not a real unit yet. We were only recruits. We could not go there. At night, Mikhail Vorozhbiev and I were off duty. Life is strange. We had served together in the same Aero Club in Nikolaev. We had lived in the same house, and now we were walking together in clumsy greatcoats with our rifles and gas masks slipping down all the time. We walked in silence. I was recalling my last talk with Natasha, Vorozhbiev's wife, who remained in Nikolaev with little Edek and Lara. When I was leaving for Kirovograd, I dropped in on her for a minute. Bidding me goodbye, Natasha had said, "Misha convinced me that 2 months wouldn't pass before he came back in victory. You know, I believed him. It's true, isn't it?" "Of course it's true," I answered without the slightest hesitation. Vorozhbiev and I were walking side by side. The searchlight rays were crossing the black sky. An enemy aircraft was howling closer and closer. Soon something whizzed above our heads. We leaped into a trench. A blinding flash came immediately. Air beat our faces. The ground beneath us heaved. Sand poured from the parapet. Raids went on until the morning. Every now and then we had to jump into a trench. Privately, we cursed our rifles and gas masks, which were a real burden in slit trenches. Some days later, a tractor dragged a twin-engine bomber to the airfield. The plane was labeled with crosses and swastikas. It was a Heinkel 111. We'd heard a lot about it already. They said that our fighters forced it to land. It was brand new, without a scratch. The cockpit still smelled of paint. Each of us longed to sit on the pilot seat, to hold the control stick. We began to study the aircraft spontaneously. One of us found out how to black out the transparent canopy. One just had to pull a cord, and a light, tight curtain covered the plexiglass. It grew dusky inside. Pulled the cord again, and the curtain rolled up. It was a bright day again. That was the anti-searchlight protection. Junior Lieutenant Berezonsky, who knew German, was practically forced into the cockpit, read what's written on the instruments, and translate. For fighter pilots, the Heinkel was a real treasure. They revolved its machine guns, defined the arcs of fire, searched the dead sectors, those not exposed to fire, and looked for the best attack directions. A stocky lieutenant from a fighter aircraft unit was one of the most excited. They said that he had vast experience in pursuing reconnaissance aircraft in the Ishak. "Why don't these bastards burn?" he kept asking. Before that, we used to think that the aircraft had some special armor. Now the legend was dispelled. There was nothing peculiar in the armored back with a cap. The armored bubble of the lower gunner was also familiar. The wing fuel tanks appeared to be covered with ordinary crude rubber protectors. Could it possibly protect the aircraft from fire? Our fighter pilots concluded that if the Ishak were to be equipped with heavy cannons instead of machine guns and fly 30 kilometers an hour faster, Heinkels would not escape so easily. Next day, we watched an air fight. Our Ishak was pursuing a German reconnaissance aircraft. The fighter flew higher. It gained extra speed while descending and was rapidly approaching the German plane. This was already spitting out blue tracer shells, but our pilot was not firing yet. We were wondering if the weapons broke down. The Ishak was already very close when we saw a black track following the German aircraft, and then it caught fire. Soon we saw 2 white canopies in the air, and our Hawk flashed in sunlight, dived steeply, and hoiked himself up again triumphantly. Incidentally, the pilot was the guy who had been so interested in the captured Heinkel. The parachutists drifted to the wheat field. They landed behind the forest near the trackman's sentry box. A lorry full of soldiers went there and was soon back with the captured German pilots and a soldier who was hit in the stomach by a stray bullet during the encircling maneuver. We were ordered not to spend the night in the barracks, so we dozed in trenches. In the middle of the night, there came an order: "Battle alarm! Fall in with the luggage!" We fussed about in the dark passages, grabbing the wrong bags. Then we followed our attendant along the field in single file. We stopped by a row of lorries and were ordered to load bombs. We stacked our trunks and started loading. Later, we set off in the same lorries, sitting on the bombs packed in boxes. "Where are we going?" we asked the driver. "If they don't turn off anywhere, we'll come to Dnipropetrovsk." I was sitting next to Vorozhbiev. In silence, we looked at the flashes of distant blazes. It was difficult to concentrate. What kinds of troubles are waiting for us? What are we going to fly at? Fighters, bombers, reconnaissance, or attack aircraft? I was wondering. On that disturbed night, I was thinking about Nikolaev and our airfield, Vodopoy. The front line was approaching them. For the first time, I remembered the insulting word of the airfield chief Barsky. The word he had shouted after me in a fit of temper as I was leaving was deserter. 2. A merchant. The airfield dried out and turned green. Summer weather set in. Everything was in perfect order. White and red flags were fluttering in straight rows, dividing takeoff, landing, and neutral strips. Landing panels were set strictly upwind. 5 Su-2s were standing wing to wing, their wheels along the rows of flags. The takeoff detail, the flight duty officer, the starter, the finisher, and the timekeeper, were wearing red armbands and holding red and white signal flags. A duty lorry was standing at its place. Flights were forbidden if it was not present. There was supposed to be an ambulance car, but we did not have one. In general, everything looked exactly like the scheme in flying instructions. Training flights were to start soon, and the squadron leader, Major Afanasyev, was repeating familiar instructions to a rank of pilots. That was the routine. He was in proper uniform, a dark blue flying suit, a wide belt, a map case on a long strap, and, of course, a helmet with goggles. The squadron leader was talking in a low, burring voice. He did not hurry. We had enough time. The first plane was to take off right on time according to the flight schedule. Afanasyev was a perfect pilot, calm and accurate. He had tried to join a military unit but failed. Now he was in the ideal place, in TC, the training center of the Southern Front. At that time, the front required not only planes but also pilots. Before the war, pilots were trained in military flying schools and aero clubs. Now additional aircraft brigades and flying centers were organized. They were attached to the front VVS, Air Force. Our TC trained pilots before sending them to the front. Progress was slow. There were too few planes, not enough fuel, and not enough spare parts. I was tired of the TC already. After Kinovograd, I was sent to the outskirts of Dnipropetrovsk. Our airfield was granted a silvery twin-engine aircraft, an SB. Though it was a 1933 year model, we still called it a high-speed bomber. It was a fighting machine all the same. But even that single plane was taken away. I had to spend winter in Kotelnikov near Stalingrad. From time to time I flew SBs or Su-2s. By spring, our TC moved to Milerovo. The graduates were assigned to the Southern Front Reserve. But on that bright day, from that very moment on, the course of events in the Milerovo airfield began to change with incredible speed. The squadron leader was still talking when one of the pilots whispered to his neighbor. He nudged the next person in the line, and so it spread all over the rank. Nobody was listening to the squadron leader any longer. Everybody was looking in the same direction, just above the hangar roof. A dark, sharp-formed aircraft was rapidly approaching the airfield, making no noise. It turned round the building, came closer to the ground, and whizzed so low above the T that the finisher fell down in fright. Then it pulled up sharply and climbed, roaring. The air blast blew off the landing flaps. The Sturmovik banked, circled the airfield, and did a perfect three-point landing in the right place. It was quite a show. Such an intrusion was an audacious challenge to the airfield rules. First, the aircraft landed unexpectedly without a prior request. Second, in no time the pilot managed to break a dozen landing rules. Even now he was not taxiing to the dispersal area at a brisk walking pace, but he rushed at the speed of an automobile. The pilot slammed on the brakes beside the row of Su-2s, wheeled around, covered the rank of pilots with dust, and stood in a line with other planes in perfect symmetry. The unknown pilot impressed everybody by his boldness and accuracy. Afanasyev grew noticeably pale. We were all wondering how the squadron leader was going to tear a strip off the uninvited guest. The situation developed rapidly. We hardly had time to follow the train of events. As soon as the propeller made its last revolution and stopped, a dirty-faced mechanic in an oily suit jumped out of the fuselage hatch behind the cockpit. It was a single-seat plane, but there were two men inside. A new violation. The mechanic immediately began to deal with the engine. The pilot jumped out of the cockpit onto the wing. He was rather short, lean, and not particularly young. He threw off the parachute, pulled off his helmet, and threw it roughly on the parachute. Then he took out a cap, pulled it onto his grizzled head almost down to his ears, smoothed down the creases under his belt, and tidied his soldier's blouse. There was an Order of Lenin on his breast, a big parachute instructor badge with a pendant, and two rectangles in the tabs. So he was one of the same rank as our squadron leader. Forces were equal. Afanasyev was standing at the same place, waiting. He was holding red and white flags, the symbol of authority of the flight dispatcher. Everyone must obey him at the airfield. There could be no exceptions. The pilot jumped down from the wing and walked quickly towards Afanasyev. "Who is the senior officer?" he asked severely as he moved. "Flight dispatcher Major Afanasyev," answered the squadron leader, his hand by his helmet. The major with the Order of Lenin did not return the salute, but simply shook hands with Afanasyev. Our squadron leader pretended not to notice the familiarity. "May I ask your name and purpose of arriving, sir?" he asked in official manner. "From the front, Kolobayev," drawled the guest. "And my purpose I will discuss at your headquarters with the head of the TC." Before Afanasyev could open his mouth, the major added insistently, "I need a car urgently to go to the town." "We only have a duty car, but the flights are to start soon." "I'll take it. Don't worry, it won't take long." Without waiting for approval, he waved his hand confidently to the driver. The driver started the engine, the car rode up, the major jumped inside, slammed the door, and the vehicle was gone as if a hurricane swept past us. The flights could not start until the duty car came back. Meanwhile, the pilots surrounded the Sturmovik. The mechanic, named Kozhin, was eagerly answering numerous questions. Did this plane take part in military operations? Why, of course. There was even an article in Pravda devoted to it. Have you read it? No. What was the occasion? Everybody was interested. This is the only aircraft in our regiment that exhausted its engine life in military operations. And what about the rest? They didn't have time. This one also returned with holes in it many times. We patched it up, and it flew again. They mentioned its number in the article. 0422. Kojin pronounced the number as if it were the name of a celebrity. He spoke of the plane as if it were an intelligent being. This one is from an anti-aircraft gun. He showed us a big duralumin patch on the wing, and the dent in the bonnet is from a splinter, and that one in the tail, Peck's from Messerschmitt's. And who piloted it? Different pilots did, but I've been its only mechanic. We are now going to drive it into the repair shop and change the engine. It overheats and shows metal filings in the oil filter. A warplane, military injuries. How many pilots pulled the triggers in this cockpit? How many Fritzes could it kill? How many tanks and cars could it burn down? A warplane. And next to it stood clean, paunchy, blunt-nosed Su-2s without a scratch. How could we possibly call them short-range bombers or attack aircraft? They had no armor. They burnt like matches. There were only 4 machine guns inside. On that day, I flew with my navigator on an Su-2 to practice bombardment. We used cement bombs. The navigator did something wrong with the sight, and the bombs burst way beyond the target, a white circle with the cross in the middle. We had missed. The TC pilots lived in private apartments. Usually after the flights were over, everybody went home. But on that day, men lounged about the headquarters until late at night. A rumor spread that a merchant had arrived. Merchant was a name for those who came from frontline units to recruit pilots. It was unlikely that that was Major Kolobayev's aim. There were no Sturmoviks in the TC. Nobody could pilot them. But soon the Bush Telegraph reported the major was sitting by the human resource officer reading personnel files. By the time Kolobayev had finished with the files, it was late at night. He went straight to the pilots. "Are Boyko and Artemov here by any chance?" The pilots exchanged glances in the dark, and he added, "What about Zangiev?" "They've just left," somebody answered. "What's your name?" He addressed me. "Junior Lieutenant Emelianenko." "Great. I was looking for you. Where do you live?" "In a private apartment, Comrade Major." "Is there enough room for a guardsman to spend the night? Would it be okay with your landlady? I've had a quarrel with your command, so I don't want to ask them." "There is, Comrade Major." I felt uneasy. An honored commander had come from the front and was looking for a place to spend the night. We arrived at my apartment and had a drink. The landlady made a bed on the floor because there was only one proper bed in the room. Kolobayev looked jealously at the feather bed and snow-white pillow and said, "The one with the senior rank will sleep in bed, and the subordinate will sleep on the floor. I'm tired of sleeping on the ground in dugouts." In a second, he fell asleep. I lay awake for a long time thinking of that word, subordinate. What could that mean? Why did he mention several names near the headquarters? Could he have chosen the men already? I wished I could become his subordinate. He seemed to be a simple man who didn't brag. At 6 a.m., the pilots selected by Kolobayev were standing by the Sturmovik. The major said, "I only know you by your personnel record so far. I was interested in those who have vast flying experience. There are Aussie vehicle instructors among you and experienced pilots. But I cannot know a man's soul through documents. I warn you, there are going to be no feather beds at the front. It's not easy to get a decoration. If any of you does not want to pilot a Sturmovik, tell me honestly. I won't take offense. We have a hell of a job. It's not as smooth as what they write about us suggests." He did not need to warn us about feather beds and decorations. The pilots were looking at his order with great respect. We understood that he had not received it for having blue eyes. But I guess each of us was thinking, am I in a dream? Am I really going to pilot a Sturmovik? Kolobayev explained what he intended to do. As he was talking, the pilots were exchanging bewildered looks. In one day, we were to study the cockpit, learn to start the engine, and pass a test. And what did it mean to pass a test? It meant that we must remember all taps, switches, levers, instruments, and their normal readings. We got into the cockpit by turns. Kojin explained everything to the one who was inside, and the rest stood on the wing listening. The learning process was going rather fast. When the heat of the day subsided, we began to practice starting the engine. Kolobayev was standing on the center section getting a firm grip on the cockpit side. It was a miracle that he was not blown away by the hurricane air blast from the propeller. The engine was roaring deafeningly, and Kolobayev was bending into the cockpit and shouting in your ear, "More throttle!" It was difficult to believe he demanded more throttle. It already seemed that nearly 2,000 horsepower raging inside the engine would smash him into pieces. After each attempt, the water in the engine started to boil, and we had to wait until it cooled down. The day passed in a flash. Pilots were glad to have studied a new plane in such a short time. Kolobayev did not expect us to remember unnecessary numbers like the wingspan or the keel height, fortunately. When Boyka asked out of pure curiosity what was the length of the mean aerodynamic chord of the wing, Kolobayev asked him in return, "Have you ever seen this mean aerodynamic chord?" "No." "Well, forget this rubbish." In the evening, he declared, "Tomorrow we'll try the flights. At dawn, everyone must be here. We must use the cool hours." And what we were going to use those cool hours for, that he did not tell. In the morning, Kolobayev called me up and ordered, "Put a parachute on, fasten the belts, and taxi out for the takeoff. I'll be there." "Yes, sir," I said, and thought to myself, I'll taxi out, and then he will start explaining the details of the flight on a Sturmovik. He has mentioned the parachute and the belts as a formality. So I taxied up to the takeoff line and was going to stop the engine, but Kolobayev said, "You hold down the brakes, step hard on the gas to lance the plugs, and then release the brakes and go. Just before the takeoff, you reduce speed, slow down until you stop, and taxi in. Don't take off. Did you get that?" I did everything that he told me, taxied back, and was going to leave the cockpit, but Kolobayev jumped up on the wing again. "Now fly round in a circle. Imagine that you are piloting an Su-2. It will seem even smoother. You'll see. Go." I made a flight round in a circle as if in a dream. Only after I had landed accurately on the tee did I realize that I was sitting in an Ilyushin. I taxied in. Kolobayev crossed his arms above his head, stopped the engine. "It's boiling," Kozhin explained to the pilots. The TC pilots surrounded me. "How was it?" "It was fine," I answered, trying to look totally calm. In my mind, I was thinking over the two training systems, Kolobayev's and the one in the TC. In a week, Kolobayev had managed to train 5 pilots whom he had selected, and he trained us on a Sturmovik with an exhausted engine which boiled after each circuit. We also studied battle operation. We blew up real bombs, launched the RSs, fired cannons and machine guns. For the first time, we were allowed to use as much ammunition as we needed. Perhaps that's why all the targets that had served the TC for so long were smashed to pieces. The white circle that we had missed with my navigator grew noticeably brown. A day came when Major Kolobayev said, "Now you will be assigned to the 7th Guards Regiment." The 7th Order of Lenin Guards Regiment. That was the name given to the 4th Ground Attack Aircraft Regiment on 7 March 1942. The order to rename the regiment read, "For the courage shown in fights with the enemy, for the steadfastness, fortitude, discipline, and excellent organization, for the heroism demonstrated by the personnel." Now the regiment would become my home. 3. 1941. I joined the regiment in 1942. But when I began to write this book, several pilots who had entered the war in 1941 were still alive. I thought it would be right to write down their stories about that period of the war and the tasks they had to carry out. It was a terrible time. The regiment had no experience of modern ways of fighting. The pilots did not have time to master the new aircraft. After the defeat of the first weeks of the war, our troops did not have enough fighters and anti-aircraft guns left. Consequently, squadrons flew to attack their targets without any cover. German aircraft had complete superiority in the air. Soviet military pilots had to pay tremendous prices, and very few of those who began the war in summer 1941 lasted until victory came. Most of those who managed to survive occupied command posts. As for the rest, they were lost on missions. During the war years, the regiment was reinforced with fresh men many times. It fought until the end of the war, but it paid with several hundred lives of its pilots, mechanics, and gunners. In May 1941, the 4th Ground Attack Aircraft Regiment based at Bogoduhov Airfield near Kharkov was equipped with new aircraft. Before that, the regiment had taken part in the Finnish War flying RZ planes. Now it was the first regiment among the Air Force to be re-equipped with the brand-new plane called N. The pilots had to master the plane and evaluate its operation and its tactical abilities. The most experienced pilots went to the factory to get the planes, and the rest studied tangled wiring schemes, systems of fuel and oil feeding, water cooling, and the hydraulics that released the landing gear. Men learned lots of numbers, including the piston stroke, the diameter of the propeller, the wingspan, the length of the mean aerodynamic chord, the width of the landing gear tread, the tail height, the instrument readings, and numerous warnings to the pilot starting with the words, "in case of malfunction." At the factory, the pilots sat in the cockpits for a long time studying the instruments, remembering the takeoff position of the engine cowling against the horizon line, and learning to release the landing gear. But studying was useless without training flights. They needed a dual-control plane of the same kind with the second cockpit for an instructor, but such a plane had not yet been constructed. The only thing to do was to train pilots on an Su-2 dual-control bomber that had takeoff and landing speeds similar to the Sturmovik. Soon the pilots could fly without an instructor, and by the beginning of June 17, new aircraft were ferried to Bogoduhov. In the evening, the planes were covered with tarpaulin covers. A special unit of soldiers arrived to guard the planes since they were top secret. But instead of 65 planes, the regiment had received only 17. The rest of the planes arrived in the second half of June. The vicinity of Bogoduhov now roared with engines from dawn until night. The command was hurriedly retraining pilots. The process advanced very slowly because of the lack of dual-control Sturmoviks. The first flights were successful, but then one of the engines stalled. The pilot managed to land without damaging the aircraft, fortunately. Soon one more forced landing took place because the landing gear failed to come out. According to the temporary instruction of that time, a pilot was to bail out in such cases. Men were afraid that the Sturmovik could turn over, which would cause a fire, and the pilot would not be able to get out from the cockpit. When Junior Lieutenant Grigory Chukhnov could not release the landing gear, instead of bailing out, he landed on the fuselage. The Sturmovik crawled along the field, creating a cloud of dust. To everybody's surprise, the plane neither turned over nor was it seriously damaged. After that incident, the instruction to bail out was canceled. The person to blame for the forced landing was a mechanic who had left his overalls inside the landing gear body. He got off with a sharp reprimand. If it had not been for his absent-mindedness, many planes would have been lost. Some defects found during the test flights had to be eliminated in the following aircraft series. Several pilots and the aircraft's designer Ilyushin were soon to arrive at Bogoduhov from the factory. The flights were well underway, but on one long-awaited Saturday, many pilots were going to visit their families in Kharkov and Bolchansk. The regiment was drawn up earlier than usual. "We'll get home before dark," many people thought. But unexpectedly, Major Kuzhahovsky announced, "All leave is canceled. The designer and the pilots will arrive tomorrow. If the weather allows, we will fly. Fall out." The pilots still hoped that they would be dismissed in the morning, since the sky was cloudy and rain was pattering on the tents. But in the morning, they woke up at the get-up command. In a few minutes, there came a thunderous order from Kuzhahovsky. "Fall in, quickly!" Is it possible that the constructor and the pilots could have arrived so early in such dreadful weather? People were guessing. Everybody ran out of their tents looking for their place in the formation in the dark, and Kuzhahovsky was already declaring, "First squadron, remove the tents, gather personal stuff and bedding, and put it in the barn. Second, third, and fourth squadron, station the planes along the edge of the airfield. Fifth squadron, take shovels and dig trenches for the personnel. Do everything as if there is a real emergency. People from the district headquarters are coming to inspect us. Get started." The pilots moved the 6-ton Sturmoviks by hand. For some reason, Kuzhahovsky forbade starting the engines. 3 men lifted the heavy tails on their shoulders, and about 10 men pushed the planes by the wing edges. The tents were removed, wet bedding and heavy trunks were carried to the farmyard. The 5th Squadron were digging wide trenches near the wind turbine. Kuzhahovsky came to have a look and rejected the work. Are you making a cellar? Make it narrow. Only one person should be able to squeeze through." People worked without a break until 11 a.m. Then, for some reason, everybody was summoned to the wind turbine under a loudspeaker. The regiment commissar, Ryabov, was walking to and fro with his hands behind his back. At 12 p.m. sharp, the regiment heard him say, "Without declaring war, fascist hordes intruded into our country in the middle of the night." Command held a meeting in the drizzling rain. War. For the rest of the day, the regiment continued the training flights. On the 5th day of the war, there came an order: "Fly to the front today." Most of the men had not expected to be sent to the front so early. They had neither learned to fly in formation nor had they ever fired the guns. Nobody had ever seen the missiles that were supposed to be suspended from the underside of the wings. Nobody had any clue about targeted bombing. The cockpits were equipped with optical sight tubes, and the men guessed that they could help to release bombs over the target. The pilots from the factory were supposed to know how to operate them, but they never arrived from Voronezh. The 4th Ground Attack Regiment could not fly to the front on the same day. The delay was caused by unexpected minor problems. For example, when mechanics began to insert small bomb holders into the bomb bays, they found out that the holders did not fit. The mechanics and armorers, led by the regiment engineer Boris Mitin, slaved over the holders for the rest of the day and the whole night. It took them a long time to understand that the holders were not all the same. Each had its own number and had to be inserted into a certain bay only. As for the pilots, they had to prepare maps for the flight urgently. The regiment staff did not have the necessary sheets of paper, and the only place where they could get them was Kharkov. To send a car to Kharkov meant losing a day, and to send an airplane was impossible because Kharkov could not accept planes owing to a storm. Ignoring the advice of the meteorological service not to fly, the regiment commander sent an experienced pilot, Vladimir Vasilyenko, together with Lieutenant Yakov Kvaktung, to fly through the storm at his own risk. They got into a heavy rainstorm and lost their way trying to escape. Fortunately, they found a railroad and it led them to Kharkov. In the evening, the men began to stick together the sheets for a 500-kilometer route. When the huge maps were finally made and folded, they would not fit into the map cases. They had to be divided into sections. The flight was not going to be easy. The first landing was in Karachev, near Bryansk. The calculations showed that there would be hardly enough fuel to reach the place. If anything went wrong at the airfield, it would be risky to make even one extra circuit, and that was not the only problem. It appeared that the flight duration of 7 of the planes was estimated to be several minutes less than that of the rest. The youngest pilots in the regiment, Smerugov and Shahov, were among those who received the special planes. On that day, the division commander, Colonel Puchukhin, was rushing about the airfield trying to speed up the process and telling everybody off. By the evening, he lost his voice and could only speak hoarsely and throw furious glances. This went on until late at night. Men fell down to sleep in the hayloft without making beds. Before going to sleep, they took the most essential equipment from their trunks: soap, towels, razors, toothbrushes. That was all they were going to take to the front. Smerugov thought of taking a sweater but changed his mind. The war will be over before it gets colder, he thought. On 26 June, 5 squadrons lined up along the edge of the airfield, evenly spaced. The pilots were sitting in the cockpits waiting for the refuelers to fill the tanks up to the top. When everything was ready, the squadrons took off one after another and headed to the northwest. The formation broke immediately and the planes flew in a disorderly swarm. Many pilots had not yet got used to the instruments in the cockpit and had to find the switch they needed by reading the labels. It took a lot of time, and as a result, planes often came too close to their neighbors. The neighbor would dash aside, interfering with other planes, and so it was a complete mess that lasted for about half the journey. None of the wingmen used the huge maps because they were too busy watching out for the other planes. Few of the pilots knew where they were flying. All hope rested with the leaders, and fortunately they did their job all right. The squadrons landed at Karachev. Some planes had to be towed away from the runway because there was no fuel left in the tanks. Some planes had to land before they reached Karachev. The deputy regiment commander was among the ones whose planes failed to get there. Bad luck for him. The command started to search for the missing aircraft, and at the same time people were getting ready for the next part of the flight. The The pilots refueled the planes, the mechanics had not yet arrived, and planned the route to Minsk. The canteen was overcrowded, and pilots had to stand in a long queue. Once more they went to sleep late at night, their heads aching. It seemed that they woke before they could really close their eyes. There was a real storm outside, but the regiment commander had a strict order to wait by the planes until the weather improved. Each minute was precious. The front was waiting. The pilots ran to the dispersal areas in heavy rain and in pitch darkness. The planes' numbers could only be seen during the bolts of lightning. Some men hid from the rain inside the cockpits, some squatted under the wings, smoking. The clouds were slowly crawling to the west. Finally, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up to the east. A green flare shot up, giving the sign to start the engines. The squadrons took off. The command intended to make an intermediate flight stop in Stary Bychov. Halfway there, the unit encountered a heavy rainstorm. Trying not to lose the leader, the wingman flew in close formation without any order. That time, nobody got lost. Hundreds of people were swarming over the airfield with shovels and stretchers, building a concrete runway. Piles of road metal and sand towered in the middle of the field. The airfield was a landing point not only for the attack aircraft, but also for fighters and bombers. The planes landed to the right of the runway under construction and took off to the left of it. The squadron leaders had to spend much time waiting for Major Getman and the battalion commander Ryabov, who were making inquiries about further flights by other units. Those units were the remnants of the regiments that had been attacked in the first hours of the war. Getman and Ryabov talked to a tired-looking lieutenant colonel. The 4th Ground Attack Aircraft Regiment had an order to join the Western Front Air Forces, so Getman asked the lieutenant colonel, "Can I contact the Air Force headquarters through you?" "No." "Where is it now? In Minsk?" Getman asked. He thought that if he could not call up headquarters, he probably had to fly there and report on arrival. Time was precious. "Minsk is occupied by German tanks," the lieutenant colonel said. "Is that just provocative rumor?" Ryabov asked, but the lieutenant colonel confirmed that he had seen it with his own eyes. He appeared to be the commander of a unit which had been based in the border area and lost the majority of its planes in the bombardment at dawn on 22 June. "So where is the front line now?" Getman asked. He took out the map case ready to mark the new data. "There is no certain information yet. What we have seen with our own eyes looked like a pie with many pieces. To the west of Minsk, our forces were fighting, while to the east of Minsk, the German motorized columns were continuing to advance. Only the pilots arrived at Stary Bychov by air. The rest of the personnel, and that was about 500 people, were to arrive to the front in 16 trains. About 50 men were to fly in 2 transport aircraft. They came later than they were expected, but finally the regiment was ready to go further and to take part in operations. 4. Reconnaissance in force. A U-2 flew low above the Stary Bychov airfield and landed near the Sturmovix. Could it be Naumenko? Before the war, Nikolai Fedorovich Naumenko had been General Kopyet's deputy. Long before the fascist invasion, the smell of powder was in the air in the border regions. In June, German aircraft were flying across the frontier pretty often. General Kopyets addressed the Imperious District Commander Colonel General Pavlov and asked him to let the frontier forces to teach the Germans a lesson. Pavlov categorically forbade sending fighters to intercept the German planes, referring to the TASS report of 14 June, which read that the rumors that Germany is going to break the pact and attack the USSR are absolutely groundless. "Don't succumb to any provocation," Pavlov snapped back. When it became obvious that the enemy had amassed large forces directly on our borders and the German reconnaissance aircraft were openly flying over the Soviet aircraft bases, Kopyets and Naumenko made a second attempt to persuade the commander. "Let us station the aircraft at the reserve airfields." "You are short-sighted," he answered. "Don't give any cause for provocation. Follow my directions and get ready for the exercise. Devote your efforts to serious business." A large-scale exercise was going to take place at the Brest training ground on 22 June. After the first massive attack by the fascist aircraft, General Kopyets got into a plane and flew over all his airfields. Wherever he went, he saw planes burning. The losses were enormous. The general returned to the headquarters and shot himself in his office. Few people knew about that tragedy. Now Colonel Naumenko headed the aircraft forces of the Western Front. His difficult job was to assemble the remnants of the aircraft units and organize their operation. The lines of communication had been destroyed by German saboteurs, and it was not easy to command the units. Naumenko had to fly on a U-2 from one place to another, giving tasks to the regiments. He also had to maintain communication with the headquarters of the Western Front and the armies and coordinate the role of the aircraft with infantry operations. The headquarters changed their locations all the time, and it was not easy to find them. Naumenko had to land near the roads and ask the troops on the move. The usual job in those days was given as reconnaissance in force, which meant actually find the enemy and destroy him. On 28 June, Naumenko was seeking the front headquarters and decided to fly along the road that led from Stary Bykov along the Dnieper. Approaching Mogilev, he noticed a car moving along a country road. It turned and disappeared inside the forest. The colonel circled above the place and saw a few tents and cars in the thicket. He landed on a meadow and went to the car that was standing at the edge of the forest. The driver seemed familiar to him. "Whom did you bring?" he asked him. "I brought Sandalov, Comrade Colonel." "Oh, really?" Naumenko was very glad. Quite unexpectedly, he found the head of the 4th Army headquarters, Sandalov. Just before the war broke out, Naumenko had discussed a plan for a might-have-been exercise with Sandalov. Naumenko went further into the forest and saw the commander-in-chief of the front, D.G. Pavlov. The commander-in-chief looked haggard and did not at all remind the imperious person whom Naumenko had seen in Minsk. He was commanding Sandalov in a quiet voice. "Recapture Bobruisk. You may go." Pavlov was surrounded by staff officers with maps and documents. Everybody was waiting for marshals of the Soviet Union Voroshilov and Shaposhnikov. They were to arrive from Moscow any moment now. The commander-in-chief of the front noticed Naumenko, who was standing nearby, but immediately turned an indifferent glance in another direction. He began to sign the papers without really looking at them. The Air Force does not seem to bother him now, Naumenko thought as he hurried to catch up with Sandalov. "Where are you located now?" Naumenko asked him. "Behind the Berezina, 3 kilometers to the west from Bobruisk. We fly to attack the crossings. Is that right?" "Perfect. Go on like that." "And where is your right-hand neighbor?" Naumenko asked, meaning the 13th Army. "They are fighting somewhere near Minsk. Come to visit us, we'll talk," Sandalov said, closing the door of his car. "Watch the sky as you move. Messerschmitts are patrolling all the roads," Naumenko advised him at parting. He tried to get more specific information about the location of the 13th Army headquarters from the staff officers, but nobody knew that for sure. Signal officers were sent there on a U-2 with an order from the commander-in-chief of the front to hold the Minsk fortified area at any price. Naumenko took off and headed to Stary Bykov. He flew low. The tops of the trees were just below his wings. He looked up from time to time, following his own advice. The sky was cloudless, and the sun was shining. As he was approaching Stary Bykov, he noticed 4 Messerschmitts. For a second, Naumenko thought they had not seen him, but at the next moment all 4 fighters dived, aiming at his aircraft. There was only one thing he could do: land immediately. So he did. He got out of the cockpit, ran away, and hid in the bushes. A burst, a new one, and the aircraft caught fire. In an instant, the flame spread along the linen wings and the wind scattered the burning fragments. Naumenko had to hitchhike to the regiment. He returned to Getman's command post, dust-laden and unshaven. Soon there came an order to load the bombs on the planes and to arm the cannons and submachine guns. There were not enough technical personnel in the regiment, and 1 mechanic and 1 armorer had to deal with 5 planes at a time. They unpacked big red boxes that had just arrived from Moscow on a transport aircraft. The boxes contained the missiles. It was the first time the mechanics had had a chance to fix them in the planes. A factory engineer was supervising the work. Someone forgot to turn off the electrical current of the aircraft, and one of the missiles whizzed like a comet and disappeared in the forest. The difficult day was already coming to an end when the commander of the 1st Squadron, Captain Spitsin, and his deputies, Senior Politruk Filipov and Captain Kolobayev, were summoned urgently to the regiment commander. They introduced themselves to Colonel Naumenko, who looked really stern with his 2 orders of the Red Banner and a huge Mauser in a wooden holster. Naumenko instructed the pilots. "The 3 of you will fly to scout the Bobruisk region. Don't attack anything to the east of the Berezina River, but destroy whatever you see to the west of it. Got it?" The task for the first operational flight was formulated in 2 short sentences. The commander must have known that Spitsin and Filipov had taken part in the Finnish War, and Kolobayev also had enough experience. As no questions followed, Naumenko said, "Carry on." The pilots saluted and hurried to their aircraft. Too late, questions were coming to their minds one by one. What were they supposed to do, actually? What targets must they attack, and with what weapons? How far to the west should they fly? What route should they choose, and at what altitude should they fly? They had to find the answers by themselves. First of all, they set the route. They drew a line on the map which crossed the Berezina to the north of Bobruisk and then turned left, heading to the Slutsk Highway. The rest was simple. They decided to fly at an altitude of 20 to 30 meters with Kolobayev to the left and Filipov to the right. Time to go. 8 missiles were suspended from the underside of Kolobayev's aircraft. The pilot hastily fastened the parachute straps, got inside the cockpit, and tried to remember in what position he should set the electrical switch to launch the missiles and drop bombs. He looked round and noticed the regimental armament engineer, Captain Dremlyuk. Kolobayev waved to him, and Dremlyuk ran up to the aircraft. "How should I set the electrical switch on the bombing? Are you going to drop the bombs in train, in salvo, or one by one?" "How on earth should I know? It will depend on the situation." "Then we'll set it at a one-by-one position." Dremlyuk turned the handle to the right position. "What about the switch for the missiles?" Dremlyuk turned the handle to the right, then to the left. Then he scratched his head and said, "Listen, Comrade Captain, will you wait for a second? I'll go and bring the factory engineer. He can tell you everything." And he disappeared. But there was no time to wait. Spitsin and Filipov were already taxiing. Kolobayev started the engine, throttled up, and taxied to the runway. He looked back and saw Dremlyuk running after the plane with the factory engineer. They climbed up the center section when the aircraft was already on the starting strip, clutched at the cockpit from both sides, bent over the pilot, and began to explain something in both his ears. Kolobayev managed to ask the factory engineer how he should aim when he wanted to launch a missile. "Set the crosshairs on the target and launch." "Right. Jump down quickly. I'm taking off." One by one, the pilots raised their hands, giving the signal, ready to take off. Though the Sturmoviks were equipped with radio transmitters, nobody used them now. Pilots had made an attempt to tune the transmitters already in Bogoduhov, but there was nothing except the permanent loud bang in the headphones. The noise did not allow the pilots to control the engine by ear, so they gave up on wireless communication. The planes took off, set the course, and noted the time. The pilots were wondering how they would distinguish the enemy. There was no front line on the map, and the situation was not clear. The pilots worried about the possibility of hitting their own forces. Nobody was thinking about anti-aircraft guns. Kolobayev believed in the Sturmovik's armor. Before he flew to the front, his son had run up to him at the airfield. When he learned that his father was going to the front, he began to cry. "Won't they kill you, Daddy?" "Kill me? In such a plane? Look." Kolobayev had taken out his pistol and shot the side of the cockpit. Then he found a tiny trace from the bullet on the fresh paint and showed it to his son. There was not even a dent. Of course, the real reason for this test was not to calm the boy, but to calm down himself and his friends. Since that time, Kolobayev was so sure of the plane's armor that he did not think about the danger that could be waiting for him in Bobruisk. The engine was working smoothly and the readings were normal. The Berezina was a rather long way ahead. The roads were deserted. Once they saw a woman with a boy carrying a big bundle. When the woman saw the planes, she grabbed the boy by the hand and rushed into the bushes. The bundle fell on the road, raising dust. They flew above a farm with no signs of any living being. The pilots remembered the words of Naumenko. "Don't attack anything to the east of the Berezina River." There was nothing to attack here except the depressing and alarming emptiness. They crossed the Berezina. There were no troops at the eastern side of the river. Where was the force that was supposed to restrain the fascists? The pilots could see Bobruisk and clouds of black smoke above it. The Sturmovix raced along the river above the very tops of the forest. The estimated time was up. The aircraft began to turn, almost hitting the trees with their left wings. Here was the Slutsk Highway and a column. Actually, what they saw could not be called a column. It was a continuous stream of tanks, lorries, guns, and armored cars. They were moving in several rows heading to Bobruisk. Motorcycles were jolting along the roadside. There was no end to the cavalcade. Our pilots noticed the white crosses on the tanks and realized that it was the enemy. But why were the fascists being so impudently careless? Soldiers were sitting on the tank turrets, their sleeves rolled up to the elbows. They were neither hiding nor shooting. Our aircraft finished the turn right above the column. The pilots pressed the buttons several times. They did not aim. It was impossible to miss flying so low above such a horde. The planes lost their heavy burden and lifted a bit. The pilots did not see the explosions, but they could see panic spreading along the column. Kolobayev saw 2 lorries clash and fall in the trench. Soldiers were jumping from the cars. Motorcycles raced toward the forest. Luminous lines stretched immediately from the ground, aiming at the planes. Whole shafts of sparks were soon piercing the sky. Kolobayev had never seen anything like that before. For a second he froze with astonishment, but then he felt rather than heard a loud click. A white spot appeared on the armored windshield. He came to his senses. His fingers fumbled for the missile launching button, but he could not find it at once. He pressed something and a fiery comet rushed forward from under the wing. He pressed again and again, but the missiles disappeared ahead and he could not see where they exploded. Angrily, he pressed the button with all his might. The control column moved forward a bit and the plane lowered the nose. This time, the missile exploded in the middle of the column. That was an explosion. The pilot could not believe his eyes. Fragments of a lorry, shreds of canvas, and something else rose in the air. Wow, that was a shot. But there was no end to the troops ahead, and they were all firing at him. Kolobayev knew he had to attack, but with what? Then he remembered. The guns. He pressed the trigger, but nothing happened. Am I pressing the right trigger? Kolobayev thought. Yes, it was the right one. He pushed the reload lever and pressed the trigger again. The guns remained silent, and he was leaving the targets behind. While Kolobayev was busy with the reload lever, the plane flew up to Bobruisk. The drifting smoke hid the town. The pilot turned left and flew low above the roofs. He got to the northern part of the town and found an enormous gathering of the enemy. He zoomed and then dived, shooting from the submachine guns. Suddenly, something flashed near him. Kolobayev heard a loud blow, and the aircraft jerked so hard that the heavy armored cover of the fuel tank rose upright. He leveled the plane out, but it was hit again. The seat came down under the pilot. The belts cut into his shoulders, and the cover of the fuel tank rose upright again. The anti-aircraft guns were shooting straight at him. It seems to be the end of Kostya Kolobayev, the pilot thought. He yawed from one side to the other, shooting in long bursts. There was no sense in sparing the barrels now. He had little chance anyway. At least he could die fighting. The guns were already empty, but Kolobayev still tossed the plane up and down. At some point he found himself flying above the Berezina. Burning Bobruisk was left behind. Ahead was the green wood and silence. Kolobayev turned right and headed to the airfield. The sun was now shining from behind, and the pilot saw that the windshield was splashed with oil and water. He looked at the instruments. The oil pressure indicator was approaching 0, while the oil and water temperature indicators were just before the red line. A smell of burning was filling up the cockpit. The engine will stall now, and I'll fall in the forest, Kolobayev thought. He realized that he was still flying at maximum speed and that he had forgotten to open the armored screen of the oil radiator. That's why the engine got overheated. He throttled down and pushed the handle of the screen forward. The water temperature slowly came down. Perhaps the engine can last until the airfield, the pilot thought. Only now did he remember about Spitsin and Filipov, but he could not spot them anywhere around. Kolobayev taxied to the dispersal area and stopped the engine. He leaned against the back seat and closed his eyes. He felt very tired. Then he heard some voices, opened his eyes, and saw pilots and mechanics running to his plane. He pulled off his helmet and the parachute, leaned his hands against the canopy sash, transferred both his legs across the cockpit side as usual, and fell down with a crash. His suit was torn and his arm was cut with something sharp. A mechanic ran up and helped Kolobayev get out of a huge hole with ragged edges, which gaped in the center section. Kolobayev walked a few steps aside, looked at the aircraft, and could not believe his eyes. The plane was pierced with holes of different sizes. The armored body was torn to shreds, oil poured over the fuselage up to the tail. The pilot felt shocked. How did I manage to fly in such a sieve? People surrounded Kolobayev. Someone asked, "What was it?" He pressed his bleeding hand to his lips and spat angrily on the grass. "The anti-aircraft guns." Then he asked, "Did Spitsin and Filipov return?" "Yes, they did. They are reporting now." "Oh, good. Let them report, and I'll go later." Kolobayev took a cigarette out of someone's hand and inhaled deeply. The regimental engineer, Mitin, came up to him, placed his hands on Kolobayev's shoulders, and said sympathetically, "Congratulations on the baptism of fire, Kostya. Are Spitsin's and Filipov's planes damaged much? They have several bullet holes in the wings. But they can fly, can't they? Mechanics are fitting bombs already. They will fly tomorrow. And what about my plane?" "Its time is over, I'm afraid." The regiment commander came up to them, shook hands with Kolobayev, and ordered Mitin to drag it into a hangar at once and not let anybody see it. A 9-ship formation of giant low-speed TB-3s flew slowly heading to Bobruisk. No fighters accompanied the bombers. When they flew back, there were only 6 of them left. A Messerschmitt fussed around behind them. In a few minutes, 6 columns of black smoke rose above the forest. Kolobayev and Dremlyuk were alone by the plane when they heard a panicky scream, "Fly! Fly!" They turned round and saw a twin-engine SB bomber driving directly at them. The duralumin skin of one of its wings was torn. One of the propellers was not rotating. The bomber came closer and closer but did not slow down for some reason. A man jumped out of the forward navigator's cockpit and rolled on the ground. The back wheel passed just a few centimeters by him. Kolobayev and Dremlyuk rushed to the side, and a second later they heard a crash and a loud crackle behind them. They looked back and froze. The glass canopy of the bomber's forward cockpit had struck the engine of a Sturmovik, collapsing like an eggshell. The IL-2 stood crooked on one wheel. One of its wings leaned against the ground and the other one stuck up just as in a banking maneuver. The Sturmovik lay finished off on the ground. In a few minutes a fighter landed at the airfield and spun round at the end of the runway. Men dragged out the pilot with his young chalk-white face, his left hand hanging on a shred of skin. An SB bomber was coming down with only one engine working. The wind was carrying it across the airfield towards the living quarters of the military camp. The pilot tried to turn, but the bomber banked and turned upside down. It crashed to the ground, and a fiery column rose up to the sky. That was the first day at the front. 5. The first encounters with Messers. Several men were sitting in a tent at the edge of the airfield discussing the combat intelligence that the pilots had brought. Many pilots had spotted large trough-like objects lying in rows at the western bank of the Berezina. They must be the pontoons prepared for the bridges. The Berezina River stretched from north to south, blocking the enemy's way to Smolensk and Mogilev. But it was clear that without our troops' resistance, the river would be no obstacle for the fascists. They would construct bridges and cross the river, and nobody knew where our troops were at the moment. There was no communication with the command, but the Sturmoviks were not going to wait idly. The men in the tent spent almost the whole night racking their brains over what to do next. At last, Colonel Naumenko made the decision. When the sun rises, fly in small groups as far as the Berezina. Find and destroy the bridges. Don't let the enemy cross the river. At dawn, the first squad, consisting of 3 aircraft from Captain Spitsin's squadron, took off. In 10 minutes, another 3 planes headed to Bobruisk. Squad after squad took off at equal intervals. The second day at the front began. It was not easy to start military operations at one's own discretion, but it was even more difficult to implement that decision. The regiment commander had to set the tasks for all 5 squadrons. The regiment staff was still on the way from Kharkov, and it was clear that the train would not arrive soon, as the fascist air forces kept bombing the railways. Just a few staff officers managed to get to the front airfield in transport aircraft. The chief communications officer, Captain Buzinovsky, and his assistant Lieutenant Nujenko were also present, but at first they could neither establish contact between the ground station and the squadrons, nor among the planes in the air. Before the war, pilots used to make jokes about the communication officers. There is no combat without communication, but communication services never work. Now there was no time for jokes. Captain Buzinovsky managed to get telephone sets, but the landing Sturmoviks ripped the wires all the time. The ground station was almost useless since the plane's receivers only deafened the pilots with crackling and noise. Besides, the communication range was very limited. Many pilots removed the receivers, not being willing to carry extra weight. After the first encounters with the Messerschmitts, some pilots thought that the enemy fighters were able to locate the aircraft through the working radio stations, so they pulled out the antennas from their planes. Under those circumstances, the regiment had to use the oldest but the most reliable means of communication. 3 men from each squadron performed the duties of messengers, delivering orders from the command post and bringing back the reports. They also used flares. The green ones gave the signal for takeoff, and their number indicated the size of the squadron. The red ones now meant that the pilots had to take off urgently owing to enemy aircraft attack. Mechanics were ordered to set the propellers of the planes according to their readiness. If a Sturmovik was in working order and ready to take off, one of the 3 blades must stick up. If a plane was not ready, 2 blades must stick up like horns. Thus, the regiment commander could determine how many planes were ready to take off from a distance. The commander's own gestures were also put to use after the following incident. A messenger ran up to the commander and reported that his squadron had destroyed the bridge near Bobruisk, but the pilots noticed that the enemy was constructing a new bridge near Domonova. The next squadron was already taking off at that moment. They were going to circle the airfield and fly to Bobruisk, but by now there was no reason for them to fly there. The task had to be changed. But how? Before the squadron approached the airfield, Major Getman ran away from his tent. When the planes appeared, he began to wave his hands, trying to attract the leader's attention. The leader swayed from one wing to the other, meaning that he had noticed the commander. Major Getman pointed at the direction of Bobruisk, raised his arms, and crossed them. "Don't go there." Then he pulled off his cap and began to wave with it, pointing at another direction. "Fly there." To everybody's surprise, the leader swayed from one wing to the other and set a new course. In an hour, the squadron was back and the pilot reported to the regiment commander. "We attacked a bridge to the south of Bobruisk near Domonova." "My dear chap, how did you manage to understand my gestures?" "But it was obvious. You stopped the flight to Bobruisk and showed a new course with the cap, so I turned to the left." On the same day, all the squadrons were ordered to fly above Getman's tent after the takeoff and watch his gestures. One by one, 3-ship formations took off from the Stary Bychov airfield. They hedge-hopped to the west to bomb the pontoon bridges across the Berezina. After some time, a kind of conveyor belt was formed in the air. Some groups were taking off while others were already landing. They were refueled, loaded with new bombs, and went off again. It was just like a giant conveyor belt, made up of Sturmovik squads in the air heading to Bobruisk, where it curved along the river and then stretched back to the airfield. The planes flew to the west in 3-ship formations, but often only 2 or even 1 of them returned. Their wings were pierced with holes. The pilots reported about the heavy flak near the crossings. They were also frequently pursued by the enemy fighters. The Messerschmitts approached our planes from the tail without any risk and attacked. The pre-war books on tactics indicated that attack aircraft would be covered by friendly fighters. They were to distract the enemy fighters from your attack aircraft. But there were so few fighters at the Stary Bychov airfield that they could not even begin to intercept all the German reconnaissance aircraft and bombers that appeared above the airfield. Sometimes they were also loaded up with bombs and sent out as ground attack planes. The books wrote nothing about the situations when the enemy aircraft had complete superiority in the air. In the afternoon, it was again the turn of the 5th Squadron to fly. The squad commander, Lieutenant Zaitsev, set the task for his wingmen Krotov and Smrugov. We will attack the restored bridge near Bobruisk and then fly along the Berezina to the north looking for the new crossings. We'll come back along this way. The commander showed it on the map. Smrugov was the last to take off. Something delayed him at the start, and in the air he fell back considerably. It was difficult to distinguish the dark green Sturmovix against the forest, and Smrugov was really afraid he would lose his squad. He throttled up nervously, but the distance was decreasing very slowly. Smrugov caught up with his group not far from the Berezina. Suddenly, he remembered that Zaitsev had given him the instruction to occupy the place to the left of Krotov before the attack. He began to turn, and at the same time 2 planes flying in the opposite direction at the same low altitude came into view. One of our squads is going back, Smrugov thought. The 3rd plane must have fallen behind just like me, or maybe it was shot down. But in the next moment he felt doubts. The approaching planes had strange-looking wings, as if they were a bit raised and cut at the edges. They swept past very close, and Smrugov noticed that the fuselages of the planes were very thin. The planes looked a bit like wasps. The pilot saw them zoom up, bank, and disappear behind his plane's tail. He felt tingles down his spine. Were they the Messers? He looked forward and found out that he had fallen behind again. He sped up, but the distance did not seem to change. Zaitsev must be trying to escape from the Messers at full speed, the wingman thought. At that moment he saw fiery tracks racing past his aircraft, aiming at the planes ahead. The planes kept flying straight ahead, heading to Bobruisk. One of the planes came level with his own suddenly, and Smrugov saw the black cross on the fuselage and the spidery swastika on the tail. It was shooting at Krotov's aircraft. The bursts flashed at the Sturmovic's wings. Landing gear fell out of the right nacelle. Both Messerschmitts were already ahead of Smrugov's aircraft. His fingers instinctively found the triggers and pressed them. Tracer bullets raced very close to Krotov's plane, and the Messers climbed up. Smrugov came to his senses and did not shoot any more. He realized that he might hit his friend instead of the enemy. Bobruisk and the Berezina could already be seen ahead. A line of new pontoons stretched across the river near the first bridge that had been destroyed. The Sturmovik dropped the bombs and aimed at the lorries at the western bank. The Berezina disappeared from view, and the air around the planes was now stuffed with black puffs from anti-aircraft guns. Zaitsev banked left, followed by Smrugov, and Krotov's plane fell far behind and was slowly turning to the eastern bank. 2 Messers stuck to him like leeches. Krotov headed to the airfield while Zaitsev and Smrugov flew to the north to look for new crossings. They flew above the Berezina. The anti-aircraft guns fired at them from time to time from the western side. Then the leader realized that they could fly along the eastern side of the river, and they were outside the firing zone. Nothing special was happening, and Zaitsev was already going to head for the airfield when they saw a bridge stretching into the middle of the river near Svislach. A pontoon was moving from the bank with several men inside it. The pilots opened fire. 1 person jumped out, but the rest fell down into the bottom of the pontoon. The pilots aimed at the few lorries standing on the western bank. 1 lorry caught fire, and German soldiers rushed about among the shrubs. When Zaitsev and Smrugov were landing, they saw Krotov's Sturmovik lying flat on the ground. A strip of black soil stretched behind it along the green airfield. Its propeller was bent. Part of the landing gear with the wheel and the oil radiator were lying at a distance. The armor of the engine and the cockpit had turned brown. The wings were pierced with holes. All that was left of the rudder and the elevator were the rims and shreds of cloth. Krotov was very pale, standing surrounded by the mechanics. He was smoking, pressing his hand against his left shoulder. "Are you injured?" Zaitsev asked him. "Guess I hurt something when I was landing. Was it an anti-aircraft gun or the fighters? The Messers followed me as far as the airfield. I tried to escape the bullets, but the rudder would not obey. I flopped onto the ground then, but they still did not leave me alone. I thought they would finish me off on the ground, but their guns were empty. They climbed, circled the airfield, and left. Did our anti-aircraft gunners drive them away? Have you seen any anti-aircraft gunners at the airfield?" For some time, everybody remained silent. 3 E-shocks were taking off from the airfield at that moment. Each of them had 2 bombs suspended under each wing. Krotov watched them fly and said, "Messerschmitts fly with no extra weight and hunt the Sturmovix, and our fighters are loaded with bombs for no real reason." "Yes, if they accompanied us, they could drive the Messers away," said Zaitsev. "We can do nothing against them. They attack from behind, and our guns can only fire forwards." "An aircraft that flew behind could well open fire on the Messers when they attack a plane ahead of him," said Krotov, casting a glance at Smarugov. The glance was rather reproachful. "You see, I could hardly manage to catch up with you, and when I did, the Messers were right behind you. I fired a burst, and the tracer bullets passed very close to your aircraft," Smarugov tried to explain. The regiment doctor, Tom Fedorovich Shiroky, came up and helped Krotov in a hospital tent. He extracted a splinter out of Krotov's shoulder. He had not had time to notice that he was injured. The Sturmovix attacked the bridges for the whole day. Messerschmitts pursued the planes, and nobody knew how to repulse them. Still, the greatest losses were caused by the anti-aircraft guns and not by the fighters. Their plane's weapon could not breach the 12-millimeter armored plate that protected the pilot's back and the rear fuel tank, but they caused much damage to the aircraft. Our regiment was the only unit equipped with the new models of aircraft in those days. It was a real force, and though it was vanishing quickly, it fulfilled the task of delaying the advanced units of the Germans' center group of armies on the Berezina. The regiment destroyed 9 bridges and contained the force crossing the river for 3 days. But during those 3 days, the regiment lost 20 pilots. Nobody expected such casualties. During the Finnish campaign, the regiment had performed more than 2,000 operational flights in planes that had no armor, and it only lost 1 person. And even that was not a combat loss. A plane hit the top of a tree and caught fire when it was taking off. Now the pilots flew brand-new armored Sturmovix, but the tolls were enormous, and on 28 June, the 2nd Squadron vanished in a second. The regiment was ordered to transfer to an airfield 50 kilometers to the southeast of Klimovichy. The pilots were already sitting in their cockpits, but the flight was delayed. The command was waiting for the transport aircraft to take away the mechanics and their stuff. There was only 1 lorry in the regiment. It was loaded with a barrel of petrol, rifles, grenades, a box of canned meat, and a bag of crackers. The regimental engineer, Mitin, and a small group of mechanics were to drive to Klimovichy in the lorry after they had handed over 6 damaged aircraft to the repair shops. But quite unexpectedly, the chief of the shops refused to sign the receipt. "You want to get rid of this rubbish. What am I supposed to do with it? The shops are being transferred as well." "You must sign the receipt, and then you can decide what to do with it," Mitin insisted. A taciturn field engineer had been treading on Mitin's heels for a long time already. He also wanted to finish his work as soon as possible, and when he heard this conversation, he could not restrain himself. "Stop this bullshit and get out. I need time to blow these aircraft up." After that, the chief of the shops signed the receipt immediately, but demanded a reciprocal receipt from the field engineer. The man scribbled it on a scrap of paper. Now Mitin and his 5 mechanics could finally drive to Klimovichy. A thick column of smoke rose at the end of the airfield. The quartermasters had set fire to the stores, which were full of flying uniforms, so that the enemy did not get it. All the men at the airfield watched the black smoke, thinking of the shelves of new coats, boots, flying suits, helmets, and other stuff. The quartermasters did not have the right to distribute the uniform among the pilots without the corresponding documents and signatures. They would have had to account for the waste of the state property. On 1 July, the regiment moved to Klimovichy. It barely escaped the Junkers that attacked the airfield. Senior Lieutenant Denisuk had some problems with his plane's engine and fell behind. When he was taking off, German tanks had already forced their way to the airfield and were firing at him. The planes got into a heavy storm, and 20 of them made forced landings in different places. The command spent much time looking for them later. A Sturmovik with its fuselage broken in 2 parts was found near Sieshi. Its pilot, Alexander Bulavin, bumped his head against the collimator sight and died in the cockpit. This innocent-looking small instrument was situated opposite the pilot's head and was the reason for so many deaths. Pilots nicknamed it the instrument that knocks out a pilot once and for all. It took a long time before they were removed from the cockpit and the sighting grid was marked directly on the windshield. One more plane was found in the forest. The commander of the 4th Squadron, Captain Lesnikov, got into a heavy rain, tried to land in the sudden darkness with lights on, and took the tops of the trees for a field. The branches cushioned the blow and the pilot got off with bruises, but the aircraft was a total loss. There were only 18 Sturmovix left in the regiment now. Pilots began to use new terms: an irretrievable loss, horseless. The irretrievable loss meant that a Sturmovik had crashed and the pilot was killed. But there were also retrievable losses. For example, Captain Kolobayev flew to the airfield after his first sortie on a plane that was not able to be repaired. The plane was written off, but the pilot was safe. There were other similar cases. Once a pilot failed to return. Men from his group had seen his burning plane fall, and the pilot was considered dead. But the war appeared to be more merciful to pilots than to their flying fortresses. Men were more enduring. That is why there were always more pilots than planes in the regiment. Then an unshaven man came to the Klimovichy airfield. His cheeks were covered with burn scabs. His swollen lips could not smile, but his eyes were laughing. He unripped his jacket lining and got out a red book and an identity card. Vasya Sorokin was back. Men could not believe it. Sorokin had perished near Bobruisk. The pilot was showered with questions. He hardly had chance to answer. The plane burnt down, and I rolled on a swamp. My clothes were smoldering. I met a woman, and she led me in her house. She gave me new clothes and oiled my face with sour milk. I met a criminal from the Bobruisk prison who knew these places. Fritzes let all the criminals go. I pretended to be a prisoner myself, and so I came here. As soon as Vasya Sorokin recovered, he demanded a new horse, but there weren't any. Sorokin and his mechanic became horseless. The number of such horseless pilots was increasing, and the operational flights were now carried in 2 shifts. Half of the pilots flew, and the other half rested. The regiment kept losing people. The commander of the 4th Squadron, Captain Vladimir Dmitrievich Lesnikov, who had survived in an accident, was killed a few days later. That was a heavy, irretrievable loss for the regiment. The regiment kept fighting. The main targets for the Sturmoviks were now not the bridges, but the enemy columns heading to Roslavl. Those were very hard days for our troops and our pilots. The enemy had full superiority in the air. Flocks of Heinkels and Junkers raced in the sky. Messers swept in pairs above the roads, firing at the troops. It seemed that the Germans had even more aircraft now. It was the 12th day of the war. Questions were rising in people's minds. Yes, we could not withstand the assault on the Berezina River because we did not have enough troops present. But why didn't the fresh forces stop the enemy on the Dnieper? When will they deliver the fatal blow as they promise? Or are they going to lure the Germans far inside the country? Why do we have so few planes? Where is the force that has been demonstrated at the flypasts? Where are the planes that fly further, faster, and higher than everything? 3 July. Everybody remembered that day for a long time. For the first time since the beginning of the war, we heard the familiar voice with its Georgian accent. I turn to you, my friends. Stalin's speech was not reassuring. He told the truth, and that was the end of the cheerful official reports, which did not at all correspond to the real situation. Now the hopes that our defeats would soon be over were lost, but at least we knew that there would be no miracles, and the rumors about some fatal blow were groundless. We knew we could only rely on ourselves. In his speech, Stalin urged us to realize the gravity of the mortal danger and to be merciless to the deserters and cowards. On the next day, our regiment had to attack the Bobruisk airfield. It was the first time the regiment was given such a task. According to pilots' observations and military information, several aircraft squadrons were gathered at the airfield. Some witnesses reported that the airfield looked like an aircraft exhibition. The planes stood without any camouflage in several rows very close to each other. The fascists felt completely at home there. The pilots spent their free time in a casino near the airfield drinking schnapps. It looked as though with one blow the regiment could cause great damage to the enemy aircraft. Although a few anti-aircraft guns had fired sometimes at the parade wedges of Junkers and Heinkels, Our men had rarely seen a burning enemy aircraft. Our fighters also tried to pursue the enemy from time to time, but they were not really effective. The planes sitting on the airfield presented a very attractive target. During one attack, many of them could be destroyed, but there were too many ifs. The strike could be effective if there was enough force, but there was not even 1/3 of the planes left in the regiment, and some of them were damaged. It might also happen that the Sturmovic's would fly to the airfield and find no planes there. The aircraft were just like birds. At dawn, they took off and came back to the nest only in the evening. It meant that the regiment had to take off before daybreak. The problem was that nobody had ever flown a Sturmovik at night. The most experienced pilots had to be chosen for the task. A few days before, the regiment had had a complete staff. Now the squadrons and flights came apart. The pilots were divided into leaders and wingmen. The one flying ahead was the commander for the rest. Take, for example, Junior Lieutenant Nikolai Sinyakov. He was an ordinary pilot, but he appeared to be a good leader. Some men with senior ranks were made to be subordinate to him. The war assigned the men at the proper places and took into consideration neither the list of members of the staff nor the military ranks. It had been dark for a long while, but the regiment commander, Major Getman, was still awake. He was sitting in a blindage with a sheet of paper arranging the aircraft and the pilots for tomorrow's flight. The 3-ship formations were drawn in a line on the paper. That would be the battle formation tomorrow. The commander was writing a name of a pilot next to each plane. He would lead the column himself. Now he was carefully arranging the leaders and the wingmen for each group. There were dispersal areas at the Bobruisk airfield on both sides of the runway. He would lead his wingmen to the first dispersal area, but who would lead the second group? Protocol dictated that it should be his deputy, Major K, but Major Getman had not had time to get to know Major K because he was appointed his deputy just before the regiment was sent to the front. Nevertheless, Major K had already shown himself as a strict and exacting commander. He noticed each unfastened button and liked to cite a popular pre-war saying, "There is one step between an unbuttoned collar on the ground and an accident in the air." People remembered for a long time his vivid speech at the meeting in Bogoduhov on the first day of the war. A tall, dark-haired man in a leather jacket and helmet was standing on the platform. He looked so impressive that Captain Kolobayev had whispered to Major Getman, someone should make his sculpture and display it prominently in all the military camps. Waving his hand energetically, Major K finished his bright speech with the words, "I will launch my first missile for our motherland, my second missile for Comrade Stalin, and my third missile for our people." But at the front, the major seemed to be out of luck from the very beginning. When the regiment was transferring from Bogoduhov to Karachev, he made a forced landing. People searched for his aircraft for several days, and the major did not appear in Stary Bychov. But he landed on the fuselage rather masterfully, and when the mechanics found him, they repaired the plane very quickly. Yet the ill luck did not leave him. From the place of the forced landing, he flew to the airfield and landed without releasing the landing gear. He landed on the fuselage and broke the plane again. Major K was walking around his aircraft, perplexed. How could I forget about the landing gear? The regiment commander took his deputy aside. "How could you descend without bothering about how you will be landing?" "To be honest, Comrade Major, it went right out of my mind. But we set up red flares for you, made a warning cross on the runway, showed you that you must make one more circuit." "That's exactly what I have failed to notice. It can happen to anybody." "You are the deputy of the regiment commander. How will your subordinates treat you? It's very easy to lose prestige, and you'll need much time to gain it back." "I'll do my best." Arranging the groups for tomorrow's mission, the regiment commander remembered that conversation and made the final decision. "Major K has had enough time to get used to the new place. It's time for him to show what he's worth in a real task. After all, I can't make Junior Lieutenant Smerugov or First Sergeant Shahov lead the group." And so Getman appointed his duty as leader of the second group. The engines roared before dawn. The purple flares shot up from the exhaust stubs, licking the armored bodies and even the cockpits of the planes. The flames blinded the pilots, and it was difficult to see anything in their reflection. The regiment commander was the first to take off. The rest followed him, guided by the navigation lights. Getman noted the time and set the course to Bobruisk. His wingmen, Senior Politruk Vladimir Vasilenko and Captain Nikolai Satalkin, were flying behind him. The rest of the group followed the leading flight. In 20 minutes they crossed the Dnieper, which marked the halfway point. Not far from the Berezina, Getman turned the navigation light off, and so did the rest of the pilots. Approaching Bobruisk, the Sturmoviks were flying very low. Anti-aircraft guns began to fire. To the left, Getman could see the runway and rows of aircraft on both sides. The leader turned and launched the attack. Missiles hit the rows of bombers and exploded, tracer bullets shredding the wings with black crosses. Just above the ground, the Sturmoviks dropped their 100-kilo bombs. Junkers and Messerschmitts, ready for operational flights, blazed up. Our aircraft came in time and did not allow the enemy planes to take off. The commander's aircraft came down above the regiment's airfield, followed by a smoking trail. The engine was not working properly. Getman landed, taxied to the side, stopped the engine, but did not open the canopy for some reason. Mechanics ran up and immediately began to do something with their hammers near the cockpit. It appeared that the canopy had jammed after the plane was hit by a shell. The mechanics helped Getman out. He was covered with oil from head to foot and looked exhausted. Men supported him under his arm. He sat on a stump and for several minutes could not utter a word. The major coughed and spat out oil. When he recovered his breath, he asked, "Have all the men from the second group returned?" He did not ask about his wingmen Vasilyenko and Satalkin. He had seen the two burning planes disappear behind the forest right after the attack. Getman was told that Major K and one of his wingmen were the first to return. Major K had landed on his fuselage near the airfield. How could it be, thought the commander? He flew behind me but returned the first. He summoned the major, who had already been delivered to the airfield from the place of the forced landing. "Where did you approach the target from?" Getman asked. "From this direction," the major answered, passing his hand over the map. "Will you be so kind as to take off your gloves and indicate it more precisely?" The commander raised his voice. He hated it when somebody pointed out something on a map with his finger. He expected them to use a pencil. And now this wasn't an ordinary pilot, but his deputy. "As you wish. I can show it more precisely," the major answered and began to pull off his gloves from each finger separately. "Take a pencil, draw the disposition of the planes at the Bobruisk airfield, and show where you approached." "Comrade Major," Kay drew himself up to his full height, "I can't draw pictures." "I'm not asking you to draw a picture. Make a simple scheme." The commander had a fit of coughing. While Major K was searching in his map case, Getman wiped his face from oil and saw a young pilot standing nearby. The pilot was one of Major K's wingmen. The commander beckoned him with his hand. The man came up and stood with his head down. "Did you come back with the major?" the commander asked him. "Yes." "Do you remember the target well?" "No, comrade commander." Getman jumped up from the stump. A terrible guess came into his mind. What if my deputy did not fly to the target at all, and that's why he can't draw a scheme now? "Where did you drop the bombs?" "In the middle of nowhere," the pilot answered faintly, casting a glance at Major K. Getman's heart pounded, and he felt like a bomb exploded beside him. Then he saw tears in the pilot's eyes and calmed down. He took the pilot by the elbow and drew him to his mutilated plane. "Tell me how it was, step by step." We had not yet reached the Berezina when Comrade Major turned left unexpectedly and began to descend. I hardly managed to keep pace with him. Then I saw bombs falling out of his aircraft and automatically pressed the release button. The Major began to launch missiles as well, and only then did I realize that there was nothing but a swamp under us. I did not launch my missiles and decided to fly to Bobruisk myself, but by that time the rest of the planes were gone, and I did not know where to fly. I had to follow Comrade Major. At that moment, Getman heard Major K's voice. "My engine was not working properly, so I decided not to fly to the target, and I dropped the bombs because otherwise the aircraft would have blown up during the forced landing." "And then you landed on your fuselage 3 kilometers away from the airfield?" the commander barked at him. "The engine got overheated and couldn't keep going. The windshield was splashed with oil." "Get out!" Getman gave a frenzied scream. His hand moved to the holster, but Kozhuhovsky stopped him. Mechanics set Major K's aircraft on its wheels, changed the propeller, and started the engine. During test flights, it was working just fine. The Committee of Investigation drew the conclusion that the pilot had deliberately overheated the engine by closing the oil radiator's screen. In the evening of the same day, pilots and mechanics were gathered on a meadow. 3 men from the military tribunal were sitting at the table covered with a red cloth. A tall, bare-headed man was standing by the table, his back to the rest. It was difficult to believe that one and the same man had sworn to launch his first missile for our motherland and his second missile for Comrade Stalin, and then launched them into a swamp. The chairman pronounced judgment on behalf of the motherland. For the shown cowardice, K is sentenced to be shot. The sentence must be executed immediately. Getman asked, "Not here, please. Take him somewhere as far away as possible." Instead of being executed, Major K was sent to the front line to redeem his fault with blood. He was later seen in some rear aircraft unit. The regiment flew to attack the Bobruisk airfield 3 times and caused much damage to the enemy. It destroyed and damaged dozens of bombers and Messerschmitts. By 1 September, the regiment was transferred to Voronezh for reformation. It required new planes and fresh pilots. Some of the experienced pilots, including Spitsin, Dvoynich, and Denisuk, were sent to form new units. Few of those who flew to the front on 27 June were left in the regiment. Among them were Captain Konstantin Kolobayev, Captain Vasily Shemyakin, Lieutenant Pavel Zhuravlyev, Junior Lieutenant Nikolai Sinyakov, who had become the commander of the 2nd Squadron, First Sergeant Viktor Shahov, and Junior Lieutenant Nikolai Smarugov. The regiment was reinforced with freshmen, and the experienced pilots had to train the newcomers. From dawn until dusk, ILs were circling, diving, and hedgehopping above the airfield. But as there were not enough aircraft and pilots, the regiment now consisted of only 2 squadrons. There were 24 planes instead of 65. 6. The regiment. I flew to the front-line airfield in a U-2, which was piloted by Konstantin Nikolaevich Kolobayev. I was sitting in the rear cockpit with my luggage and a balalaika. Kolobayev was flying just above the tops of the trees, and we both were watching the sky for messers. After some time, we crossed a river. Kolobayev stopped the engine, and we glided onto a green field with empty caponiers at the edge. The regiment must be out carrying on a sortie, I thought. We taxied to the dispersal area and got out. A pilot came out from behind a caponier. He had 4 battle decorations on his breast. To me, he seemed a bit flat. The pilot came up to us, smiling, shook hands with Kolobayev, and said in a high-pitched voice, "I've been waiting for you. The rest have moved to another airfield." Still smiling, he shook my hand. His handshake was very firm. "Major Zub," he introduced himself. I had come across the unusual name of that outstanding pilot in newspapers many times. In spring 1942, a group led by Major Zub attacked a German airfield and managed to destroy 12 enemy aircraft and damaged 9. In my imagination, Zub was nothing less than a Hercules. So now I was a bit surprised by his appearance, but I felt pleased to be treated so simply. The 3 of us headed to a nearby house. Major Zub told me, "Now you'll be fighting with us." His tone was casual, as if he was speaking about an ordinary kind of work that was not at all dangerous. A man dressed like a mechanic was approaching us. Zub took my balalaika. I thought he was going to ask me about it, but he only wanted to free my hand so I could answer to the mechanic's salute. Zub was the regiment commander's deputy, and I expected him to wave off casually, but I was wrong. His salute was accurate and beautiful. He was wearing a proper uniform, a blouse, breeches, and boots. Instead of a helmet with goggles, Zub preferred to wear a cap, and instead of a leather jacket or a flying suit, he usually wore a dark blue coat of the pre-war type with stripes on the left sleeve and the pilot insignia. I had imagined the famous pilot of the Southern Front to be quite a different person, but my imagination let me down as usual. There were only 2 planes at the airfield, both waiting to be sent to the repair shops. But the commander consulted with Zub and decided to take the risk and ferry the planes to Morozovskaya. One of the planes had a deformed center wing section. Zub was going to pilot it. The other one was the famous number 0422, on which pilots had trained in Milorova. I was entrusted to ferry it. "We'll fly together," said Zub. "Do you know the scissors maneuver?" I gave a vague answer. Zub took a pencil, drew a figure of 8, and began to explain. "The leader and the wingman are banking from left to right, either approaching or moving away from each other. Their courses intersect each time." He pointed at the center of the 8. "We use this maneuver to defend ourselves against fighters. They can't aim properly, and if they pass ahead, we can fire at them." I listened to Zub's explanations, thinking to myself, he tells me everything as if we were going to make an operational flight. We won't have time to think about these 8s in our crippled aircraft. At first, my leader was flying straight ahead of me at an altitude of about 100 meters. When he made certain that I was flying confidently to his right, he suddenly gave the command to reform. As soon as I moved to the other side, he ordered me to occupy the previous place. For a long time, I was dangling behind the leader, and then his plane also began to bank from right to left. That was the scissors maneuver. We kept flying like that for 50 minutes until we reached Morozovskaya. I got out of the cockpit sweating. Zub wiped his face and took a cigarette. "Now you have mastered the maneuver." He smiled, pleased. I also remember him saying, "We have been taught to fly straight and keep the formation, and the war has proved that a pilot can't last without maneuvering. It's the same as breathing." There were few people at that time who had 4 decorations like Major Zub had. Battle awards were not given for long service or for special events. Besides, little time passed since the war began. But Zub already had the Order of Lenin, the Order of the Red Banner, the Order of the Red Star, and a medal for courage. To be honest, such a medal was a rather modest, not to say insulting decoration for a pilot, but it depended. Once a correspondent asked Nikolai Antonovich, "Which decoration is the most precious for you?" And he pointed at Zub's breast. "This one." Zub pointed at the medal without any hesitations. "Why?" The correspondent was very surprised. "I was recommended for the highest decoration, but I got this one." "But you could correct this unfortunate mistake." "It is more important what you receive a decoration for rather than which decoration you receive, isn't it?" answered Zub. When I arrived at the regiment, Kolobayev told me, "You'll be assigned to the 3rd Squadron led by Mospanov." I was very glad. I had read about the brave Sturmovik pilot in the front newspaper. I wanted to introduce myself to him as soon as possible, but Senior Lieutenant Mospanov was now at another airfield. There was only one Sturmovik at the airfield. Major Zub and I were waiting for a U-2 to take us to the new airfield in turns. Nikolai Antonovich lay flat on the green grass in the shade of a building and was going to have a nap. As for me, I was studying the Donetsk Basin region on a map. That was not an easy task, as there were lots of roads in the area, and they were intertwined like a web. A U-2 flew low above our heads, and we could see it was carrying a passenger in the rear cockpit. Zub looked up and said, "It's brought a pilot to ferry the IL." The plane taxied in, and a skinny pilot jumped down from the wing. He walked to our side. "Hello," Zub shouted, raising himself up on his elbows. The pilot waved back. His tawny, unshaven face was covered with dark spots. At first I thought these were the smallpox marks, but when he came closer, I saw that the spots were green. Nurses must have treated him with something bright green. "Where did you decorate your face?" asked Zub. "Above the Artyomovsk airfield yesterday," the pilot answered, shaking hands with Zub and then with me. He sat down crossing his legs in the Tatar manner, got out a pack of Belomar and began to smoke. "An Ehrlichen shell hit the windshield," he continued his story. "It swept past my ear but did not explode. I brought about a bucket of glass grit in the cockpit. Here's the freshman for your squadron," Nikolai Antonovich pointed at me. Now I realized that it was Mospanov. My future squadron leader cast a smiling glance at me and offered me a cigarette. When Zub was gone on the U-2, Mospanov said, "Let's do this. You can fly with me inside the fuselage, and the U-2 will come back and take the mechanic. What's the use of waiting here?" "With pleasure." My answer was not really sincere. There was little pleasure in flying inside the fuselage of a Sturmovik. You had to squat, and it was very windy. "Do you have a map of this region?" Mospanov asked. "Yes, I have," I answered, thinking to myself, what will I need the map for if I fly as a passenger facing the tail? "Try to navigate. Mark the places that you recognize on the map and write down the time when we fly above them." That was not a simple task. When you fly and look in different directions, objects do not look as they should. I had little time to recognize anything because we were to fly low. Besides, I had no navigation instruments except my wristwatch. The squadron leader did not tell me what route we would take, and I did not dare to ask him. Mospanov went to check the plane, and I suddenly had an idea. He will probably choose the shortest way, I thought. I drew a line between the two airfields and measured off ticks, each marking 5 minutes of the flight. An impromptu test in navigation, no less. We took off. Mospanov flew very low along the course I had marked. In order to see the deserted fields flying past the aircraft tail, I had to lift myself up a bit. My legs grew numb very soon. 10 minutes passed, but I did not notice anything essential. It was like sitting in a boat facing the stern and seeing nothing but the foamy water. It seems like I'm not going to mark anything, I thought. But soon I noticed a village and next to it a dry riverbed, which curved in a loop. I looked at the map and saw my line crossing a river that formed a loop. I knew where we were flying. I began to make more marks and cheered up. We landed and went to have a smoke. Mospanov asked me in a casual tone, "Did you mark anything on the map?" "Yes, I did. Here." I gave him my map case. Mospanov looked at the map with eager curiosity. "I have never tried to navigate sitting back to front myself. It must be the same as reading a book from the last line." "Did you notice a hay cart turnover when we were flying above it?" he asked. "Yes." "Can you show me the place on the map?" "It's here." I pointed with my pencil. "I agree." Mospanov grinned. I flew as Mospanov's wingman only once. After 4 sorties, I was made a leader myself. That time we flew in 2 4-ship formations to attack the trains at the Chistyokova railway station. Mospanov led us masterfully, and neither Messers nor anti-aircraft guns noticed us. We were already approaching Chistyokova, but the forest to our left did not allow us to see the station. An empty road went along the forest, turning left in one place and disappearing among the trees. Suddenly, I saw a motorcycle which was driving very fast, heading to the turn. The Fritzes must have noticed us and hurried to escape. I heard rumors that Mospanov never let a moving car pass unharmed, and he even insisted that it was necessary to attack them. "The cars carry the command. You can spare a burst to kill an oberst, can't you?" I must say that Mospanov's ideas were absolutely right. A year passed, and in 1943 the People's Commissar for Defense issued an order to hunt cars in the enemy rear. Now it was not a car but a motorcycle. My leader zoomed, turning a bit to the left, and began to descend. At the very last moment, when the motorcycle was already turning inside the forest, a sheaf of fire hit it. Something flashed, and the motorcycle rolled to the side, bouncing like a ball. I was very impressed by the accuracy of the shot, which destroyed such a small, moving object. Mospanov climbed, and we saw the railway station and a few trains. The anti-aircraft guns began firing at us. The first 4 planes, led by Mospanov, dived. I was flying on the right flank of the second squad, but when I saw the bursts so close to my aircraft, I instinctively dashed aside. That was the unconscious reaction. It lasted no longer than a second, but the target was already at my side. I turned left and fortunately managed to drop the bombs at the opposite end of the station. Back at our airfield, Mospanov took me aside and asked, "How did it happen that you went offside before the attack?" I was going to explain that I was watching the rolling motorcycle and did not expect the salvo. I stood silent, seeking for the right words. "Was it the fright? Then say so." I nodded assent. "Remember, one time you recoil, and the next time you'll lose your head. I saw your bombs exploding on the station, so I'm not going to proceed with this conversation now." To lose one's head was indeed not pleasant. Once I led a group of Sturmovix to burn German tanks with phosphorus. Before heading to the target, I flew to the fighter's airfield to assemble our covering force. I quickly noticed that something was wrong with my engine, but I thought it would improve after a while, and did not go back. I circled above the fighter's airfield 3 times, but none of the planes were going to take off. I contacted our command post by the radio and asked if I could fly without the cover. There came no answer. We were already late and had consumed much fuel, so I made the decision to fly without the fighters. One time you recoil, and the next time you'll lose your head. The words came into my mind. I set the course, but the engine was getting worse and worse. I had to entrust the group to Fedya Artemov. That was the first and the last time, and flew back to the airfield. When I looked around, I was surprised to see one of the Sturmoviks followed me. Damn, I ordered him to join the group, but the pilot seemed to be deaf. When I was approaching the airfield, the engine was reaching its end. I had to shed the containers with phosphorus before I landed. Fortunately, I managed to land without much problem, but I had to leave the containers full on the ground. Why did you come back from the operational flight? Something was wrong with the engine. We'll check it. And why did you fly without the fighters? Because they did not take off. I requested your permission by radio, but you did not hear. I heard. So why did you keep silent? I was getting angry. A leader must make decisions himself. He must not wait for the tips from the ground. So I made the decision. It was a foolish decision. If Messrs shoot Artemov down, you'll be responsible. Besides, you dropped your containers on our anti-aircraft battery. And why did you drag Neryetin with you? I did not drag him. Neryetin was standing pale nearby and did not know what to say. He had no excuses. He had simply followed his leader. Meanwhile, the mechanics surrounded my aircraft looking for the defect. If it was their fault, they would be responsible for upsetting a mission. If they did not find the defect, I would be accused of cowardice. The regiment engineer Timofey Tuchin got inside the cockpit and started the engine. To my surprise, it worked perfectly. I was standing at some distance because I did not want the mechanics to see me. Behind my back, I heard, "Perhaps it only seemed to you that the engine was not working properly?" I turned around and looked at someone who always kept apart from the pilots. I could not understand if he was speaking with sympathy or suspicion. Should I tell him about the instrument readings? He would not understand it anyway. He had no technical or even pilot education. I kept silent. The mechanics removed the cowling and were unscrewing the nuts. Time was hanging heavily. My group was already coming back from the task. I counted everyone except one. The aircraft of Fedya Artemov was missing. It was too much for one flight. I lost a friend, led Neryetin to the airfield, poured phosphorus on the anti-aircraft battery, and the mechanics did not seem to be able to find any defects in the engine. Neryetin came up to me uncertainly. "I'm sorry. I thought that everybody would follow you, and I did not obey to your command to return because I was afraid to get lost." What could I say? He was actually right. Mospanov and Tuchin were coming towards me. The engineer was smiling, and the squadron leader was shouting from afar, "We've found it!" "Artemov?" I gave a start. "The defect," Tuchin proclaimed with his loud voice. "The head of the block split, and water got into the cylinders. It was a manufacturing defect." In the evening, we were sitting at the table. I did not receive my 100 grams because I had not performed a sortie. In the middle of dinner, the door opened and Fedya Artemov entered the room safe and sound. Hooray! Fedya was smiling. The infantrymen had obviously treated him for his good work. His plane had been hit by an anti-aircraft gun, and he had landed by our infantry units. All's well that ends well. But after that incident, all of a sudden I seemed to forget how to take off properly. I almost slid off the runway each time. That was dangerous. The regiment commander warned me, "You are doing something wrong when you take off. Watch out." He threatened me with his finger. I wondered whether he thought that I was doing it deliberately. I also received a reprimand from Mospanov, and his words had the right effect. My problems disappeared. 7. A flight with Major Zub. An operational flight that I made with Major Zub remained in my memory for my whole life. That day we did not have any missions on the first half of the day. It was strange after the previous day when we had to fly from dawn until night. It seemed that the enemy was also having a day off because not a single plane appeared in the sky. But we knew that the fascist aircraft were gathering in the Donetsk basin. Up to 100 planes were based in Stolyana, up to 200 in Konstantinova, and more than 100 in Barfenkovo. The dinner was delayed for some reason. A lorry was to bring the food from Starobelsk, but it hadn't come. Pilots were sitting under a straw canopy casting sad glances along the road. Zub and Kolobayev were sitting not far from us, smoking. Nothing was worse than to be kept in suspense. We had 4 hours of daylight time ahead, but there had been no orders from the division command since the morning. My thoughts were interrupted by somebody shouting, "The lorry is coming!" At the same moment, a messenger came running from the command post. "General Naumenko is flying to our airfield," he told the commander. Kolobayev and Zub jumped in the duty lorry and drove to the runway to welcome the guest. We realized that Naumenko was not coming without a purpose. The landing panels were quickly unrolled. A U-2 came into view soon, flying very low. General Naumenko ignored the landing signs and drove directly to the command post. The lorry went after him. When Naumenko got out of the cockpit, the regiment commander and his deputy were already standing at attention waiting for him. Less than a minute later, we saw a messenger running towards us. "Aircrew, to the general!" We forgot about the food and dashed to the command post. Naumenko was talking slowly in a low voice. "The enemy has gathered a large amount of aircraft in the Stolyana airfield. Our reconnaissance aircraft," he looked at his watch, "has just gone there to specify the information. As soon as he transmits a confirmation, you must take off. 6 Sturmovix will join you in Polovinkino. You will also be accompanied by fighters from the Varvarovka airfield. I have given instructions to other airfields." The general looked at Kolobayev. "Who is the leader today?" "Captain Yelisyev, Comrade General." "The leader is Major Zub," said Naumenko, ignoring the commander's words. We gave a start at this surprise. When a pilot was told in the morning that he was included in the aircrew, he had time to get ready for the mission. He could consider all the possible dangers and the ways to avoid them. Whatever he was doing, he was always in the state of tension, and that constant strain helped him to suppress the nervousness which spared neither the freshmen nor the aces. Zub was not included into the aircrew on that day, and now the general appointed him a leader. The pilots stared at Zub. Nothing changed in his face. He addressed the general in a quiet tone. "May I start getting ready?" "Yes, we have very little time." Zub hurried to the command post. We followed him downstairs, sat round the table, and took out the maps. Our leader was studying the map, planning the route. Finally, he named 4 main points of our journey. Our route looked like a giant rhombus with the opposite corners at Starobelsk and Stolyana. We wrote down the flight time and compass courses. The overall flying time was close to the limit, but this would enable us to avoid the enemy aircraft guns and fighters. Zub planned to approach the target from the west, where we were least expected. "Is everything clear?" he said. "Everything." Nikolai Antonovich drew the battle formation and showed everyone his place. I was to fly in the first flight to the right of the leader. We were sitting in our cockpits waiting for the signal. My mechanic, Sergei Timnov, had prepared everything long ago and was now polishing the bulletproof glass of the canopy for no good reason. The leader's plane was standing to my right. I could see Zub sitting in his cockpit leaning against the back of his seat. I wondered if he felt nervous now. No, he must be as calm as when he was appointed leader unexpectedly. I thought that I probably had no reason to worry. Our reconnaissance aircraft might find the Stolyana airfield empty, or it might fail to get there at all. Naumenko would send another aircraft, and we would be waiting in the cockpits for a long time yet. My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden flap. A green flare rocketed up above the command post, the signal to take off. In the air, I quickly formed up with the leader and felt a bit more confident. We flew straight for several minutes and reached another airfield. From above, I could see the Sturmovix running up, raising dust. Following Zub, we circled the airfield, and the group from the other regiment formed up at the end of our formation. I was really impressed by the accuracy of the maneuver. We set the course and began to descend smoothly. Soon we could distinguish the bushes scattered along the gully slopes. We flew above a deserted railway line and a signal box. That was the starting point of our route. We were hedge-hopping just above the ground. I looked at the leader. The side window of Zub's aircraft was open, and I could see the profile of his skinny face. Zub was performing his usual duty, consulting the map, looking around from time to time, and casting glances at the wingmen. He looked confident and calm, and I had a feeling that we were flying to a training ground and not going to carry out a dangerous mission. Only when I saw German lorries driving along the road did I realize that we were in enemy territory. The leader looked to my side, raised his hand, and made a gesture as if he was beckoning me to come closer. We had agreed not to use the wireless communication so that the enemy could not intercept us. His meaning was clear to me, and I reduced the distance. Zub lifted up his thumb. Well done. Above a crossroads, the leader's aircraft turned left, smoothly changing the course. The low sun was now shining in our faces. Zub was staring ahead, shielding his eyes from the sunlight with his hand. We flew against the sun for quite a long time. Finally, the leader's plane began to turn again, and the sun was moving to the right. We headed eastwards, and I realized that we were approaching the target already. I had a rather vague idea of our location at that moment. In a minute, Zub's plane swayed from one wing to the other. That was the attention command, and sped up considerably. I throttled up, trying not to get behind, and so did the rest. Ahead, I could see a belt of sheltering forest and a yellow building behind it. The leader's plane began to climb. I looked at the ground and froze. Beside the yellow building, I saw about 50 twin-engine bombers. Paunchy refuelers were standing between the planes, and people were rushing about. 2 Messerschmitts were running up the runway from the other end of the airfield. The leader lowered his nose and fired. The front Messer whirled, and one of its wings crashed into the concrete runway. The second plane bumped into the first one, shredding its cockpit with its rotating propeller. It all happened in a flash before I could come to my senses. The nose of my Sturmovik was already coming down. I set crosshairs on one of the bombers and pulled the triggers. The missiles darted down, and the fire blinded me for a second. The bomber crawled and stopped with one wing sticking up. I kept descending, firing in long bursts at the rows of bombers and trying to launch as many shells as possible. I dropped the bombs and leveled the plane out so low that I could easily see the huge black crosses and shell holes at the wings and fuselages of the enemy aircraft. I looked around, trying to spot the leader. His Sturmovik was side-slipping between the bursts from the anti-aircraft guns ahead of me. I could recognize Zub by his flying style. Then I heard his high-pitched, confident voice. "One more attack! One more attack!" We climbed, following the leader. The anti-aircraft guns were firing, the bombs were exploding, the planes were burning on the ground, and we circled the airfield and dived, firing. Again, I had only one thought in my head. To hit. To hit. I heard Zub's voice. "Assemble! Assemble!" The wingmen quickly formed up with the leader, and the group began to descend. The engine was working smoothly. Again, I could see Zub's tawny profile through the side window. Again, he was consulting the map and looking at the wingmen from time to time. All the men came back from the sortie. General Naumenko listened to Zub's report and waited for the information from the controller aircraft. Soon it arrived, more than 20 burnt bombers and 2 destroyed Messerschmitts, which Zub had attacked on the runway. After dinner, Zub summoned his wingmen. We settled comfortably on the grass and smoked. "Let's discuss what you have seen on the route. Do you remember," he addressed Artemov, "how we flew above a maize field?" "Of course I remember. Did you notice anything special there?" "Well, it was an ordinary big green maize field. Did you notice any people there?" "Some women were waving their kerchiefs," said Vorozhbiev. "That's right," Zub said approvingly. "And how many women were there?" About 10, I guess," Vorozhbiev answered. I had also seen those women, but I did not have time to count them. "There were 7 of them," said the leader. "And did you see the lorries on the road?" "Yes, we did," we answered eagerly. "How many lorries did you see, and where were they going?" Again, we had different opinions. The wingmen gave more or less the same number of lorries, but not one of us managed to identify the right road on the map. There were many roads in the Donets basin, and it was easy to mix them up. Some said that the lorries were heading to Debaltseva, some to Gorlovka. "You must learn to take photographs with your eyes," the leader concluded. To help us learn the details, Nikolai Antonovich devised a game of objects. "Those willing to play are welcome," he would often declare in our leisure time. We would gather at one side of the table, and Zub would put different small objects from his pockets on the table. He let us look at them for several seconds and then ordered us to turn aside. We then had to list what was on the table. At the beginning, we mixed things up, but then we became more attentive and showered Zub with answers. The knife was not at the same place. It was lying near the pencil. The comb has disappeared. It was a cheerful and useful game. It helped us to relax and trained our visual memory. Zub did not approve of reckless flying. He did not allow any tricks that were made just for show and had no tactical use. His only goal was to achieve maximum results with minimum efforts. He did not like complicated battle formations and reforming in the air, and always thought and cared about his wingmen. Zub chose the most favorable routes and could quickly assemble the group after the attack. Nobody fell behind in his formations, and the enemy fighters could not count on an easy prey. 8. The Souvenir Flint. On a hot June day, I was leading my group to attack an airfield. Airfields are very dangerous targets. They are situated far beyond the front line. Besides, we had to fly above a densely populated area with all the settlements stuffed with enemy troops. We had to avoid them so they could not spot us beforehand, and we had to fly at the lowest possible altitude. It's very difficult to navigate in such conditions. A compass is the only help. We were hedge-hopping at a height of 25 meters. Every few minutes I consulted the compass, watch, and map, and looked at the ground and the wingmen. Everything was going well. We were flying according to the time schedule, and I recognized the landmarks marked on the map before the flight. What a smart thing a compass is. Don't trust your feelings if you think you are deviating from your way. Trust your compass, and it will lead you to your destination. You just have to check the flying time, and you won't lose your bearings. It's terrible when you lose your bearings. Long before the war, I had experienced what it means, getting lost during a flight. That time I had trusted my feelings, not the compass. It happened when I was flying a U-2 back to Nalchik from Petigorsk. The weather was awful. I forced my way to the steppe through the layers of fog between the mountain peaks, but everywhere there was the same continuous shroud of clouds. The flight above the railway was monotonous. I got bored and decided to practice blind flying. I dived into the clouds and decided to have a 10-minute blind flight. The time seemed endless to me. I yielded to the temptation to adjust the compass reading. It seemed to me that the aircraft was constantly swerving to the right. When the time was up, I dived beneath the clouds. But there was neither the railway nor the settlement that I expected to see. I began to rush aside, trying to find my bearings. There was only deserted steppe below the plane, and not a single soul. I calmed down a bit, set course, and flew straight ahead. It took me rather a long time before I saw a railway station and oil derricks in the hills. Which station was it? I descended and tried to read its name, but in vain. I was running short of fuel, and it was already dusky. I decided to land and find out where I was in the most reliable way, to ask somebody. On a flat field behind the station I saw a herd of cows. I landed on that field. The shepherd was an old man. I felt ashamed and couldn't say that I got lost. I began the conversation in a roundabout way. "Do you have a cigarette, Granddad?" I asked, as if I landed just because I wanted to smoke. I could think of no better way to start the talk. We smoked. I talked on different topics and hoped that the man would name some place in the region. He talked with pleasure on any topic, but not about geography. Meanwhile, time was pressing. I began to lose patience and finally asked him, pointing at the railway station, as if out of pure curiosity, "Are you not from this village?" "This is not a village. This is a town, Mozdok." The man looked offended. My hair stood on end under my helmet. It was so far from Nalchik that I didn't have enough fuel to get there. I had to wire a telegram. Next day they brought me some fuel by air. Since then I always remembered, trust the compass. This time we were heading for the Artemovsk airfield, flying above a deep ravine. A hill towered on the horizon ahead. Judging by the time, our target must be behind it, if only we had not swerved from the course. I felt the wave of heat. Trust the compass. I sped up, keeping an eye on the wingmen. They were flying next to me. The aircraft carried containers with granular phosphorus. To set the enemy aircraft on fire, we had to open the containers at a very low altitude. Otherwise, the fiery rain would die out before it hit the ground, since the phosphorus granules burn out very quickly in the air. I banked slightly right before the hill, and the overloaded Sturmovik ascended smoothly. The panorama opened up gradually. Suddenly, I saw 2 lines of bombers almost straight on the heading, so I did guide the group to the target. Now the attack. I started to lower the nose of the Sturmovik when something banged deafeningly. The aircraft jolted and banked abruptly. I saw a hole gaping in the right wing. My hands and feet were working automatically. I straightened the plane out and it went on descending. The engine was working all right. I kept my eyes fixed on the bomber with crosses on its sides. Missiles darted towards it from under the wings of my aircraft. Machine guns started firing. A burst, another one, and the bomber caught fire. Meanwhile, the ground was approaching. I leveled the plane out of its dive, pressed the button, and for a second looked back. The wingmen were flying with fiery trails of burning phosphorus following them as if the aircraft were burning themselves. White smoke covered the airfield. I saw a wall of tall pine trees behind the airfield. The cowl of my Sturmovik was below their tops. I made a steep climb, and the plane was immediately hit in the engine. Water showered on me in a very hard spray. I reduced speed sharply in order not to overload the damaged engine. The wingmen raced past me one by one, and soon I lost sight of them. The oil pressure indicator was slowly approaching 0, while the water temperature was constantly rising. The lubrication and cooling systems were damaged. The engine would stall soon, and the front line was more than 5 minutes of flying ahead. While the engine was still working, I climbed a little. That way I could glide to a suitable spot when the engine stopped working. The windshield grew dim. I could see nothing ahead. My goggles were splashed with oil. I pushed them up on my forehead. I had to look through the open side window. My eyes were watering from the airflow. I was flying really low. The engine was almost finished, but with every revolution of the propeller, I was approaching the front line. I felt the glimmer of hope. Perhaps the engine would hold out until our lines. The altitude was 2 or 3 meters. Speed was critical. The aircraft was responding poorly. The engine stalled. Should I land on the fuselage or on the landing gear? My hand had already grasped the stick releasing the landing gear. I felt the 2 usual jerks. The wheels came out, and the plane drove down onto the rocky soil at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. And then a crack. The plane crashed down on the fuselage and crawled. Silence. The dust hid the sun for some time. I pushed the canopy back. Light wind was slowly dispersing the dust. So where have I landed? Is it our territory or the enemy's? Ahead, I could see the metal tower of a high-voltage line with fragments of wiring hanging down. The ground was bare around the plane, but at a distance there was an islet of tall grass with little clumps of yellow flowers. What should I do next? At that moment, a burst of machine gun fire broke the silence. Bullets were hitting the armor plating behind me. I brought my head down to my knees. After a short pause, a new burst hit the duralumin skin of a wing near the cockpit. The machine gun was firing somewhere from behind at a short distance. It was firing one burst after another at regular intervals. It was dangerous to stay inside the cockpit. They would finish me off. I thought it better to hide behind the engine on the ground. Without raising my head, I got ready to jump. I was waiting for the next burst. It came. In a second, I jumped out of the cockpit and lay flat on the ground. Now the submachine guns began firing. They had noticed me. I snuggled up to the hot engine shell near the warped propeller blade. The shooting was coming from just behind. I could crawl forward and hide in the grass, but the whining bullets chained me to the ground. I couldn't lift a finger. I felt doomed. I put my head on my palms and stared blankly in front of me. The sun was shining. The steppe around me was in full bloom. A blade of grass was rocking before my eyes, and a ladybird was crawling up on it awkwardly. It got to the very top, spread its wings, and lifted into the air. I turned my head following its flight and flinched. Something flashed. No, it was not a shot. It was some gentle glint. What could it be? I turned my head slowly. It flashed again. Finally, I saw a small, light brown stone lying very close to me. It had a shaggy surface, but one of its faces was unruffled. In childhood, I used to collect such flints and strike fire off them with a file. It had been split open by a bullet or a splinter and glittered in the sun. I took the stone, felt its warmth in my hand, and put it into my pocket. I thought, when the war is over, I'll put it on show. I'll have an inscription engraved on it, 21 June 1942. This will be the date of my second birth. I'll tell the story of this stone to my children. I did not have any children at that time, but I was certainly going to have many. With this thought, I came to my senses. The machine gun kept firing, and I cocked my pistol. At that moment, something rustled strangely above me. I pressed my face to the ground and closed my eyes. A sharp blow came from behind the Sturmovik. The machine gun stopped firing. I guessed that it was our mortar near the pylon of the high-voltage line, and it was shooting. I must crawl in that direction and do it quickly before the machine gun started shooting again. I looked from behind the engine. The machine gun was surely firing from the hill, from the dominant eminence. I crawled like a cat, pressing my whole body to the ground, and moving with the help of elbows, knees, and the toes of my boots. Finally, I reached the islet of grass which I had noticed from the cockpit, but the grass obstructed the view, and I couldn't see what was going on around me. What if the Fritzes were somewhere close, crawling artfully in order to lay hold of me? I raised my head. Something clinked. I pressed myself back to the ground and passed my hand over the helmet. A splinter of glass stuck into my finger. I pulled the helmet off my head. The goggles were completely smashed. A stray bullet? Or was it a sniper who located me by the glint of the goggles? I threw the helmet aside. For a long time I was crawling from one grass islet to another before I finally reached the pylon. Now my way was blocked by a huge skein of barbed wire. You can't jump over these even if you take a run, and I couldn't even raise my head. So I had to crawl along the spiral until I found a big hole breached by a shell. I squeezed through it and was totally exhausted. I looked at my watch and felt astonished. We had been attacking the target at 11 o'clock, and now it was 1 o'clock. Had it taken me 2 hours to get over the 200 meters from the plane to the pylon? An uneasy thought came to my mind. Whose territory is this? The trenches at the front edge are meandering. What if the place has been sacked? I lay there for a long time listening to the occasional sounds of skirmishing, peering into every knoll, every shrub of grass. The mortar had long since ceased firing. Single shots were breaking the silence. Sometimes a bullet would hit a knoll and rebound. And then I realized that the oblong mound which was being hit by stray bullets was the camouflaged parapet of a trench. The top of a helmet would appear regularly from the trench, and that was when a shot came. I was wondering who was in the trench, our soldiers or Fritz's. A sudden rustle interrupted my thoughts. The grass ahead of me waved, and I saw a faded field cap. I could see no star on it. I cocked my pistol and aimed it at the cap. A long, swarthy face appeared for a moment. The man was crawling cautiously, looking around. His submachine gun was dragging after him on a belt. I aimed at his head, and at that moment our gazes met. The man became petrified. I had only to pull the trigger. His submachine gun was at his side. We kept silent, gazing at each other. Then a grimace that resembled a smile appeared on the swarthy man's face. I saw a gold tooth. He asked in a low voice, speaking with a strange accent, "Are you from our lot?" And without waiting for my reply, he waved. "Come on." A Fritz, thought I. "Don't move," I hissed and added a round oath. My words had an effect. The man started gabbling. "Why are you going to shoot? I'm a friend." "You're lying. Where is your star?" "What star?" He asked a daft question as if playing for time. "On your cap." The man grasped his cap, felt it all over, and turned it inside out. Now I could see a khaki front star on it. I felt relieved, but my suspicion was not totally dispelled. Having the star in my sights, I began the interrogation. "Name? Do you want my name?" "Yes, I want your name." "Then Birbier." The name sounded like a German one. "Where are you from?" "From Odessa." I didn't like the answer. Odessa had long been occupied by the Romanians. I asked, "Where did you live there?" "Well, Babel 37, answered Birbier with confidence. He grew bolder, obviously, and suggested that I crawl to the parapet and he follow. "No," I said roughly. "You crawl first, and I will have you in my sights. If anything seems wrong, I will shoot." The soldier was crawling, looking back from time to time, and I was crawling after him as an escort. We crawled up to the parapet, and I could already see soldiers with helmets on their heads. The nearest soldier, round-faced and snub-nosed, was grinning broadly. He waved at me and said quietly, "Come on, pilot, come on, just keep your head and bottom down." I dived into the trench like a walrus into an ice hole and first of all took a sip of warm water from a water bottle which somebody gave me. Then I lit up some majorca. A flaxen-haired soldier squatted in a niche under the parapet with a receiver tied to his head. He was wearing boots with very wide tops and looking at me as he turned the handle of a portable telephone set, calling up someone called Akula. I was showered with questions by the round-faced man. "Where is it scarier to fly, Comrade Lieutenant? High or low?" "It is safer at a low altitude," I answered him from the point of view of our tactics and tried to avoid discussing the topic of fear. I had enough of fear, and I was crawling on the ground. "So why did you fly so low that you even got into the German trench, Comrade Lieutenant?" "Is there a trench there?" "The first one." Now I understood that I had landed close to the enemy and the wheels of the aircraft had got stuck in the first German trench. "Why do you raise your heads to face German bullets? Isn't it scary?" I asked him. "It's bait. We put it on a stick," explained the soldier, showing me a helmet which already had many holes in it. "We are teasing their sniper so that our man could spot him from another place." The flaxen-haired soldier hastily unfastened the receiver and passed it to me. "Battalion commander." Everyone in the trench went silent immediately, as if the operator had connected to no less than the commander-in-chief of the front. I heard in a low voice, "Well, hello, Stalin Sokol. How are you?" "I'm fine," I answered, trying to sound cheerful. "Well, we're waiting for you." I thought, what a nice Sokol would the battalion commander see. My clothes were torn to shreds, my elbows and knees were bleeding. Bending down, I followed the attendant down the trench. In a deep gully, I saw a real cave dwelling. Earth houses were dug in the slope. Their entrances were curtained with waterproof capes. I could see soldiers taking their mess kits and hurrying to the steaming field kitchen, a cauldron on the wheels with a high chimney. It looked like Stevenson's first steam engine. The attendant brought me to a blindage. 2 men were standing at the entrance, smiling at me as if I was an old friend of theirs. A tall man with big, broad shoulders introduced himself. "Battalion Commander Misarov." The other one took hands with me and introduced himself as Senior Politruk Murakhovsky. They invited me into the blindage. There were 2 trestle beds and a table of rough wood. On the wall hung a portrait of Stalin, the leader, in military coat and a slogan, "Our cause is just. The enemy will be defeated." The infantrymen have made themselves at home, I thought. The commander called, "Tell Luda to come." Soon there came a blonde with a child's face and full lips. She had a first aid kit in her hands. She had cocked her field cap at a jaunty angle. Her boots sat well on her slender legs, and her wasp waist was laced with a wide belt. A medal for courage did not hang, but rather lay flat above her left blouse pocket. Casting her blue eyes over the place, she saluted awkwardly with her palm up and reported on her arrival. You can meet real beauties even on the front line, I thought. "Now, deal with the pilot quickly," Misarov told her with a smile. The nurse dealt with my knees and elbows and was gone. Murakhovsky took out a flask covered in greatcoat cloth and opened a tin of canned meat with a Finnish knife. Everybody called such canned meat the second front, though there was not one then. He also put a mug and a pot of water on the table. "Come on, pilot, get yourself revived after the long journey. Dilute to your taste. It is pure alcohol. We keep it for the guests," he told me proudly. "I will have it neat, then wash it down," I said, trying to look brave. I drank up the fiery liquid and before passing on to water breathed my rank and name. This show had its effect. "Wow, pilots can do that." Murakhovsky gave a wink to the battalion commander who remained calm. The commander nodded assent. "They can." The battalion commander and commissar told me the details of my landing. The front-line observers noticed my Sturmovik flying just above the ground. They saw me landing. It was right to suspect that I had lost the landing gear in the German first trench. After that, the aircraft crawled forward on the fuselage for about 50 meters. If I had not let the landing gear out, I would have remained on the German side of the front line. My Sturmovik landed near a place called Nurkova, very close to where I had been machine-gunned. The observers reported to the battalion commander that the pilot had jumped out of the cockpit. The commander gave an order to the mortar battery to neutralize the attacking machine gun. Then he summoned intelligence officers and barked a command. "Find the pilot before he gets blown up on the minefield." 5 men volunteered. They crawled for a long time in the neutral zone but failed to find me. Only Soldier Beer, who was in the outposts, ran into me. "Now we have to recommend Beer for a decoration," the battalion commander told the commissar. "We promised an order for the man who would find the pilot." "But he was taken prisoner himself," laughed Murakhovsky. He was obviously fond of jokes. "Did any Sturmoviks fly over here before I landed?" I asked the question that I'd been keeping in my head. "Oh, yes, they did," answered the battalion commander. "They made hell of a noise, even stung the first company a bit." I guessed that hell of a noise and stung meant that they fired at the unit, but I did not want to believe that. "Were they firing?" I asked the battalion commander. "Well, just a bit." I noticed that a bit was one of his favorite expressions, but it had various meanings. "Have they made a mess here?" "Oh, nothing serious. They knocked off our water carrier horse, and splinters hit 2 slow coaches a bit. Luda treated them. They remained in the ranks." It was hard to believe that my wingmen could do that. I tried to find excuses for the guys. They are only inexperienced sergeants. For some of them, it was their first operational flight. For the rest, the third. But you should have seen how they dealt with the airfield. "It's okay, pilot," the battalion commander waved off. "Even the regimental artillerymen make mistakes. They hit our unit from time to time, and when you are flying a plane, it's quite natural. Try and distinguish our trench from a German one at such speed. A horse does not wear a uniform. You did everything just fine." The battalion commander praised us while helping himself with another portion of the second front. "If only you attacked them more often. You seldom show up." "Help yourself, pilot," Murakhovsky treated me. "You must have been born under a lucky star. Even the scouts get blown up sometimes, though they know every bush and knob in the neutral zone." "Perhaps I have, but I've lost my aircraft. I will have to go to the regiment on my own." I felt very sorry for the plane. "Is this thing very expensive?" asked the battalion commander about the plane. "It costs no less than $500,000. A military representative at an aircraft factory told me this astronomical sum once. I was shocked. Since then, I always kept in mind how expensive an aircraft is. I thought about people who had a hard time at the home front, but still gave their personal savings for plane building. Everything for victory. And often an aircraft is shot down during its first operational flight. Now my Sturmovik was lying in the neutral zone. It was in quite good condition still. If only we could drag it out. We could change the engine, patch it up, and it could fly again. I expressed this idea. "And how much does it weigh?" My interlocutor seemed interested. "A bit more than 5 tons. We could try and tow it off with a tank." We decided to conduct a rescue mission at night. The battalion commander phoned somewhere and asked them to send a machine. They promised. We found a tow line of the required length, a strong cable from a high-tension line. Several men volunteered to crawl to the aircraft and fasten the cable. "What should we tie it to?" they asked me. I explained that they could wind the cable round the propeller. The blades had been bent. The cable would be fixed. The tank arrived late at night. "It wandered about a bit," said the battalion commander. The tank drove up carefully to the very edge of the gully and stopped its engine. The scouts disappeared in the dark. The battalion commander and I went to the first trench. It was a warm, starry night. The smell of thyme filled the air. There were cicadas chirping, and somebody in Nurkova was playing a mouth organ. A German was playing our song Katyusha. "They're having a good time in Nurkova," the battalion commander explained. If it had not been for the sporadic bursts of submachine gun fire, it would have been hard to believe that the war was going on here. A voice came from the German side. "Rus Ivan! Surrender!" "F off, dirty Fritz," came the answer from our side. 2 bursts of fire came one after another. 1 red and 1 green tracer shell raced in opposite directions. I bent down. The battalion commander explained, "They're distracting attention from the scouts. Perhaps their men are also searching." So this is what war on the front is like, I thought as I stood in the first trench with the battalion commander. The scouts got back at 1 a.m., very displeased. They had failed to fasten the cable. It appeared that the Germans had already visited the Sturmovik. They had rummaged in the cockpit and gone back. Immediately after that, the Germans set up the flares and began to shell. Our men had a narrow escape. The gun fired systematically for a long time. Then something flared up in the dark. In the blaze of the flame, we could see the wings of the aircraft spread on the ground. After some time, we heard the dry cracking of exploding cartridges. And when the flame began to lick the cockpit, a red flare went up in the dark sky. It was one of the flares stored in the pocket by the left side near the signal pistol. Squeezing a splinter of flint in my hand, I watched my aircraft being incinerated. 2 days later, I got off a lorry, tired and exhausted. I made my way through the grass towards my airfield. From afar, I could see the Caponniers and Sturmoviks covered with camouflage netting. Near the hill, people were standing, pilots waiting for a mission. The hill was actually a mound above a dugout, our regiment's command post. The pilots were looking at my side. I recognized Kolya Dorogavtsev, Zhenya Ezhov, Fedya Artemov, Vanya Boyko. I smiled at them, but they were looking at me as if I was a stranger. Nobody came to meet me. Only when I was a few steps away did Kolobayev dart towards me. He ran up to me, looked intently in my eyes, and hugged me. Uninvited tears came into my eyes. In the regiment, I learned that none of my wingmen returned from the military operation. I reported that they had crossed the front line. We sent enquiries in every direction and found them all. Some were in Svatova, some in Starobelsk, some in Polovinkino. They had landed separately in different places. Later, they hitchhiked back to the regiment, and their planes were ferried by more experienced pilots. One of my wingmen, the freckled Lebedev, told me what had happened. "You had been shot down, and we flew further on. None of us had a transmitter, so we flew in silence. Nobody had the heart to occupy the leading place. Then we began to creep away. Some turned right, some left, some kept the same course. I flew alone for a long time before I saw an airfield. I was very glad and was ready to land. I'd already let down the landing gear and extended the flaps when I saw crosses on the wings of a plane below. I revved up, the engine sneezed and almost stopped, but the plane sped up. They fired a few volleys after me from anti-aircraft guns. I decided to fly straight eastward and put the compass on E. I planned to fly that course until I ran out of fuel. After some time, I saw an airfield. This time, I examined it carefully and saw planes with red stars. It was our airfield. When I landed, I found out that it was Svatova. That flight comes back to my memory each time I look at the stone lying before me. There is no inscription on it. No cutting tool can engrave on its surface. Sometimes it disappears after a spring clean in our apartment, and I have to search for it. My daughter once took it outside for a game, and my son, who is finishing school now, knows its story in detail, but it does not interest him any longer. 9. Not a step back. In the spring and summer of 1942, our troops were undergoing new ordeals in the south. The Crimea front sustained a severe defeat in the beginning of May. Our counteroffensive near Kharkov failed. Our southern front troops defending Donbass were under the threat of encirclement. The enemy was fighting his way to the Caucasus. Our regiment was based on the other side of the Don near Kogelnitskaya. We flew to attack temporary bridges made by the enemy near Nikolaevskaya and Konstantinovskaya. The situation resembled that of June 1941 when the regiment attacked temporary bridges on the Berezina. We were suffering no fewer casualties now. Kozhuhovsky read to us Order Number 227 of 28 July from the People's Commissar of Defense. The words weighed like stones. The enemy is sending fresh forces to the front. The German occupiers are forcing their way to Stalingrad, to the Volga. They want to conquer Kuban and the northern Caucasus at any price. A part of the southern front troops left Rostov and Novocherkassk following the panic mongers. They heaped ignominy upon their banners. People of our country are losing faith in the Red Army. It's time to stop the retreat. We must defend each meter of the Soviet land to the last. Panic mongers and cowards must be extirpated on the spot. Not a step back. We were also a part of the Southern Front troops. We hedge-hopped to attack temporary bridges over the Don in small groups without cover. We blew up the bridges, but large enemy columns were already on the southern side. Major Kolobayev impressed on the young pilots. We had it worse on the Berezina. We had to learn shooting and bombing at the front, but you have trained at training grounds, shot at the targets, learned to aim. You have a proper flying experience on ILs. Besides, you are guardsmen now, so you get appropriate orders. You must destroy this bridge. Make the dive steeper and release bombs at a lower altitude. They will hit it right. The newcomers kept their eyes fixed on Kolobayev. For them, he was a living history of the regiment. His hair was now completely gray, though a year ago he had only one gray strand above the right eyebrow. He tossed it back all the time. One hand was holding on to a hot water bottle under his blouse. He had a disturbing pain in the stomach. Konstantin Nikolaevich sat in a circle of young pilots and explained energetically, "Never let the enemy understand that a young, inexperienced sergeant is flying. A Fritz does not know your rank, does not ask for your ID card. Attack impudently, impertinently. Then he will think, an old wolf is flying." Only a few men from those who had made their first combat sortie in Stary Bychov were left in the regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Getman had become a division commander. Major Kolobayev was appointed regiment commander. Nikolai Smarugov was still in hospital with heavy wounds, the same with Viktor Shahov, who lost both legs. Now the heavy burden was passed to Petr Rudenko, Evgeny Ezhov, Fedor Artemov, Ivan Boyko, Mikhail Vorozhbiev, and Vladimir Zangiev, who were already experienced pilots. Mikhail Talikov and Leonid Bukriev were promoted leaders. Bukriev managed to blow up a bridge during his first operational flight following Kolobayev's instructions. On those hard days, we were often visited by war correspondents from an army newspaper, Wings of the Soviet States. They published many good reports about pilots and mechanics in the Tribune of Combat Experience column. Those reports really helped to strengthen people's confidence in the future victory. Once they called Bukriev an expert at destroying German bridges. After that article, Lenya believed that he was capable of carrying out any military mission. Near Rostov, Major Kolobayev offered a mission to me and my two wingmen, Sergeants Nikolaev and Kladko. The task was to destroy a pontoon bridge across the Don near Nikolaevskaya, but how should we achieve it? For the sergeants, it was going to be the first combat sortie. 3 planes were not enough for such a mission, and there were no fighters to cover us. Besides, I knew that Messerschmitts were patrolling the air above Nikolaevskaya from dawn until dusk, and there were lots of anti-aircraft guns in the area. Listening to Kolobayev, I thought that we were doomed. I had butterflies in my stomach. I tried to think of something else. An absurd idea came into my head. Sergeant Nikolaev will bomb the Nikolaevskaya bridge. What if this coincidence means that we'll be lucky and Nikolaev will show himself as an expert in the first combat sortie, as Leonid Bukriev did? I never really believed in omens. That's why I did not grow a beard at the front. I shaved daily, ignoring Mondays and the 13th day of the month. I often carried out military operations successfully on a 13th, which really surprised some pilots. After I was conferred the Hero of the Soviet Union by the order of 13 April 1944, and my name was the 13th in the list, many people lost their distrust in the fateful number. But what would happen much later on? The 3 of us were standing before the regiment commander. I doubted that he fancied our chances. He got an order from the division to raise the forces that were available. Certainly he tried to object. I think he even raised his voice, but the order was strict. Carry out, not a step back. That's why he was so mad now. With his left hand he was holding the water bottle on his stomach, and his right hand was gesticulating as he spoke. I smiled. Kolobayev saw that and barked at me angrily. "Emelyan, what's that?" Kolobayev often shortened my name when he was in good spirits. Now he was mad, but it slipped out. Emelyan. I didn't say anything. He probably understood that I guessed his thoughts. He knew that we had little chance of return, but he had to be strict. Doubts would have paralyzed our resolve. That's why we spoke bluntly. "You will attack from this side and return here." Kolobayev scratched the celluloid on the map case. He enunciated the word return with such deep conviction that it was hard to believe in any other outcome for the flight. The sergeants stared at the battalion commander in amazement. Yesterday evening he was explaining so patiently how important it was to conceal your lack of experience from the enemy. Why was he so mad now? I felt sorry for Konstantin Nikolaevich, not for myself. That was good. When you feel sorry for yourself, you can easily give way to despair. The rough words of the commander helped me to concentrate. "Take your seats in the cockpits." We hedge-hopped towards Nikolaevskaya. My wingmen kept in their line. "Well done, guys." We flew above the quiet steppe. Occasionally we could see tiny villages consisting of just one street. We crossed the wide backwaters of the Minuchki Canal above an isthmus. To the right, I saw a dam. To the left, the Solony farm. Our course was right. Then we crossed the serpentine Sal River. A third of our way was still ahead. We were going to cross the Don to the right of the bridge, then turn back and attack from the opposite side. That was what Kolobayev told us. I kept looking out for German fighters. The sky was clear as yet. Maybe we'll manage to fly up to the bridge unnoticed. I only hoped they did not intercept us before we reached the target. I saw something green ahead, the marshy banks of the Don. An enemy column had crossed to the southern bank. It was on our way. I warned, "The enemy!" We sped up and raced above the fascists' heads. In a minute we must reach the Don. I looked up and saw 3 pairs of Messerschmitts. It was time to climb. If only we had an opportunity to release the bombs before they attacked. I pulled the control column back and banked left. The ground seemed to fall in. I could see the Don, a bell tower on the opposite banks, streets jammed with troops. I looked back to check if Nikolaev had turned to the right and saw his Sturmovik dropping steeply. It hit the southern bank of the Don and caught fire. 2 Messerschmitts soared up above the fire. Sergeant Nikolaev was blown up by the bombs that he was going to release above the bridge. But where was the bridge? I could not see it. There were enemy columns on both banks of the river, but there were no pontoons. I glanced at the water surface again and for a second could not believe my eyes. 2 lorries were driving in the middle of the river. I realized that the bridge was sunk below the water surface so that it could not be seen. I had to aim at the lorries. I was still climbing. Just a few seconds more and I could begin to dive. The anti-aircraft guns were silent. They were obviously afraid to hit their own fighters. And where was Glodko? I glanced to the right. My wingman was already followed by 2 pairs of fighters. The plane was smoking, but it kept flying after me. I dived and aimed at a lorry. A long salvo. The water near the lorry boiled up. I pressed the button releasing the bombs and felt 4 jolts under the seat. I leveled the plane out and looked back. A huge water column was rising in the middle of the river. I could see no sign of Klodko. 2 Messerschmitts were right behind me. I made a sharp side slip to the ground. My Sturmovik was flying just above the grass. A pair of fighters with white crosses on their fuselages and yellow cantilever wings was following me a bit higher on the right. On the left, symmetrically, the second pair. The Messerschmitts were flying so close that I could easily see the fascist pilots in helmets and goggles. They glanced at my side. I had never seen them so close. A pair to the left, a pair to the right, like an honorary escort. These were not dangerous at the moment. And where was the third pair? I saw the planes through a small rear-view window. They were at the same height with me. The first one was yawing. It was aiming. I side-slipped sharply. The smoking tracks from the Ehrlichens ran past me. The shells hit the ground in front of the plane. The pair that attacked me climbed up and occupied the place at my side, while one of the escorting pairs slew down and was going to attack me from behind. They were reforming. Again I managed to escape the shells, and again they were changing their places. The German fighters rearranged quickly and accurately. They were going to finish me off easily, as if it was a game, but I had already adapted to their maneuvers. I concentrated my attention entirely on the pair behind me. Each time they aimed, I side-slipped to the right or to the left alternately and lifted out just a few meters above the ground. Time was working in my favor. I managed to draw the fighters about 30 kilometers to the south of the Don. The most terrible outcome for me would have been to fall into enemy territory. Now I was not afraid of that, at least. A new attack. The aircraft banked left again, but this time the Ehrlichens banged on the upper wing. I tried to lift out, but could not move the control stick. The shells tore up the aileron and the instrument panel jammed. According to the laws of flying, my plane was now going to hit the ground on its left wing, and I would be buried under the debris. Instinctively, I pressed the rudder foot pedal to the floor. The plane turned off sharply, and the lower wing rose reluctantly. Without the slightest hesitation, I released the landing gear, stopped the engine, and taxied along the field. Still moving, I looked up. 4 fighters were heading to the Don, and the pair that attacked me zoomed and banked. Oh no, it was not just banking. They were going to dive at me from the side. I jumped out of the cockpit and lay on my side, my head near a wheel and my back to the planes. The fighters fired a volley, a second one. Something was flowing under the engine, either water or a stream of petrol. The fighters were turning back again. They will finish me off here. While the Messerschmitts were turning, I rushed to the only bush on the field, which cast a long shadow. It was inconvenient to run. The parachute was banging against my knees. My legs gave way. I fell in the shadow and watched the fighters diving again. Damn! It seemed that they noticed my rush and were aiming at me, not the plane. The leading Messerschmitt fired a burst. It plowed the ground up near my legs. The fighters flashed above my head. During the last dive, the Messerschmitts did not fire a shot. They were out of ammo. They failed to set my aircraft on fire. My mutilated IL stood as if weeping. A stream of petrol flew from under the cowling on the dry, hot ground. I took off the parachute. The haversack looked as if it was moth-eaten. White silk was peeping out of numerous holes. The sack had been shredded by splinters. It had saved me from injuries. I realized that German forces would arrive soon. I removed the plane's clock, broke the instruments with the butt of my gun, shot at the lower petrol tank, and went southwards. I was thinking about Nikolaev and Kladko, and kept recalling the words from the order, "Not a step back." A village came in sight ahead of me. 2 rows of houses snuggled up to the road from both sides. I consulted the map. It must be a stud farm, number 36. Near the last house I saw a well. My mouth was dry, but I did not dare enter the village at once. There was no continuous front line near the Don. It often happened that the enemy front line units outflanked our defense and gained territory. I had seen such situations many times from the air. Just in case, I took off my military blouse and wrapped my map case, cap, and belt with its holster into it. I put the pistol into my pocket, hid the documents in my bootleg, and walked through the steppe in my orange shirt. On the road to the farm, I saw an old woman with a teenager. I hurried up towards them. "Where are you heading for?" "Where my old legs will carry me." The woman adjusted the kerchief on her head. She turned her face towards the Don, raised her arms to the sky, and cried, "Nothing is sacred for those devils. They drop bombs on the children and the old men who try to cross the river, trample them with tanks, fire at them from machine guns. Herods! Herods!" Her hands drooped down. She looked at me. "Are you a soldier?" "Yes," I answered in one word. She must have identified me by my trousers and boots. "And why are you here?" She looked at my bundle. "I have to struggle forward. It's a long way ahead. I saw a well and wanted to drink, but I'm afraid to go there." "I'll send Grisha. He'll check." We did not have to wait long. "There are no Germans there," reported the boy when he returned. I put on my soldier's blouse and the cap, tied on the belt, and hurried towards the village. In a ravine, I noticed 2 soldiers. Neither had boots, belt, or cap. I did not see any weapon either. One of the soldiers, a very young boy, was flaxen-haired and short. The second had a thick beard. The first one stared at me either in fright or in surprise. I thought, they probably failed to hold their position near the Don, and asked, "Where is your unit?" "We are looking for it, Comrade Lieutenant," answered the one with the beard. "And where is your weapon?" It sank when we were swimming across the Don. We even had to leave our boots on that side. The river is wide." The flaxen-haired soldier kept his eyes fixed on me. Suddenly, he said, smiling, "Comrade Lieutenant, I know you. Was it you who crawled into our trench across the neutral zone near Nurkova?" Now it was my turn to be surprised. I recognized the signal operator who had called a Kula in the trench. I was very glad to see him. It appeared that Misarov's battalion suffered great losses defending Lysychansk. Misarov was killed. The remnant of the battalion, led by Politruk Murakhovsky, covered the retreat of our troops across the Don. They had to cross the river under the enemy fire when everyone else was already gone. The fascist tanks broke the defense and forced their way to the bridge. I could not help thinking about Battalion Commander Misarov, Politruk Murakhovsky, Soldier Birbir, and of course the blue-eyed nurse Luda, who cleaned my bleeding knees and elbows. I kept thinking of her, dreamed of meeting her one day. I asked the soldiers if they knew Luda, the nurse. "Of course we know her. Is she okay?" "She drowned in the Don." "How?" "She ran into the water with her calfskin boots and with a submachine gun round her neck. The men shouted at her, 'Drop it,' but she didn't. Perhaps it dragged her to the bottom, or maybe she was shot." We gulped water from a bucket near the well. A woman came out of the house. She looked at us with sympathy and came up to us. "Sit on my front steps. I'll milk the cow. You can drink some fresh milk. Perhaps my boy is wandering like this somewhere." "Thank you, Mother," I said. "We're in a hurry." The soldiers who had not eaten anything for the last few days asked me to wait. I knew that they could not find the way to the Manuchki Canal by themselves. They did not have a map. We were sitting in a yard, in a porch. It was not really a yard. There was no fence round it. Opposite the well, there was a small ramshackle barn. A pile of pressed dung could be seen behind it. I consulted the map once again. It was about 30 kilometers to the Manuchki Canal. We could not get there in one night. A girl came running from the street. She cried, "Uncle, Uncle, they are coming!" I jumped from the porch and looked round the corner. A column of German cars was entering the village. A Fritz was sitting on the hatch of the first armored car near a machine gun. I rushed back. "Germans!" I whispered angrily to the soldiers. They ran behind the dunghill and disappeared in the burdock. I dashed into the barn. A loud cackle of alarmed hens met me inside. I huddled near the door and stood stock still, peering into a slit. How silly of me to wind up here. I should have followed the soldiers into the burdock. But it was too late to change plan. The leading car drove up to the well and stopped. I watched the Fritzes filling jerry cans with water, filling radiators, washing themselves. One of them even took off his shirt and asked another one to pour water on his back. Several soldiers were pissing at my hen house. Are they going to stop here? I thought. What then? First of all, they will deal with the hen house. The hens will go into a soup. And what about me? I have no retreat. I will discharge my pistol into the chicken lovers, and that'll be it. My legs grew numb. Trying to change the uncomfortable pose, I moved carefully, and the hens began cackling again. I whispered angrily to the silly birds, "Hens, hush, hush." The rooster kept looking sideways at me with an unwinking eye and giving alarming crows. God, how I wanted to wring its neck. After a short halt, the German vanguard moved on. When the column disappeared behind the hill, I rushed out of my shelter. My soldiers came as if out of nowhere. "All because of your milk," I barked at them. "Follow me." We ran across the road and hastened southwards. We went right through the steppe with no road. The North Star helped me to keep the right course. We walked for a long time. The soldiers asked me to stop, but I was in a hurry. I knew that once I allowed them to lie down, I wouldn't be able to wake them up. I was wearing boots, and they were barefoot. I had my dinner today in Kagolnitskaya, and they had not eaten anything for the last few days. I had had enough rest, and they had not slept for several nights. I told them, "We will have rest only at dawn. We must walk as far as possible from Kleist." I wanted to frighten them, but there came no reaction. Kleist was an empty name for them. They were stumbling, dozing in motion. After some time, I heard a noise. Carts were creaking, horses were snorting, and somebody was talking quietly. We sat still on the country lane and listened. Somebody was speaking Russian. Glowing cigarette ends could be seen. I decided to find out where the people were heading and walked towards them. The carts were loaded with trucks. A score of civilians were following the carts, accompanied by a soldier. I took him aside. "Who are these people?" "Recruits." "Where from?" "Mechetinskaya." "Where are you going?" "To the assembly place in Konstantinovskaya." I explained to the officer that Konstantinovskaya was occupied by the enemy and a German vanguard was approaching Orlovka. He did not believe me at first. He had also read the order with the words, "Not a step back." At dawn, we came across a haystack. My soldiers fell down, and I knew that nothing could get them up now. I tried to talk to them. "Do you see that dwelling?" "Yes," they mumbled drowsily. "Remember, this is Kalinovsky Farm. Have some rest and go in that direction. Then cross the Manuchki Canal." The soldiers fell asleep without listening to the end. I walked on alone. I was thinking about Sergeants Nikolaev and Kladko again. Their first combat sortie was also their last. They followed me up to the target, did not fall a meter behind. Nikolaev perished before my eyes. Kladko stayed in formation until the end in spite of the pursuing fighters and hit the bridge, if not with bombs, then perhaps with his plane. The remnants of Misarov's battalion defended the bridge near Lysychansk to the last and then swam across the Don. I thought about the two soldiers sleeping under a haystack. I was sure they would wake up, join some unit, and entrench themselves again at a new front. We just needed some time to summon up our strength. I was walking southwards, trying to reach Kagolnitskaya and my regiment as soon as possible. A group of ILs flew at a distance, heading to the Don. I thought that it was probably guys from my regiment. On a dusty country road, I overtook a cart. A soldier was sitting inside. The nag was hardly moving, but the coachman offered me a lift. By that time, I was totally exhausted, so I sat down near the soldier. "Where are you going?" I asked. "I am bringing shells for the battery." "Don't you have any cars?" "We've left them on that side of the river." "Your horse is hardly breathing." "Well, we have no fodder. The grass is burnt. It's practically impossible to get hay," the soldier tried to explain. We were passing a barn. I said to the soldier, "Take a bucket and go. There is fodder quite near." While he was away, I tried to drive away the flies that swarmed around the horse. Its withers were rubbed sore and tarred. It stood lifelessly, ignoring the flies, its lower lip drooping. How many times had it been to the remote battery without food and rest? The job might know no limit, but there was limit to endurance. The sorrel would collapse in harness, and no force would be able to raise it. The same went for the soldiers that were sleeping like the dead under a haystack before a new fight. My companion came back with an empty bucket. "The watchman wouldn't give me any grain. He said he was not allowed to squander the reserves of the Kalkos. He threatened me with a rifle. I grabbed the bucket and ran to the barn myself. I had to threaten the watchman with my pistol. As I was going back to the cart with the bucket of grain, I heard him saying, 'Wish I'd fired a shot. You'd remember me.' Well, the old man was also defending his position. I was running with my last bit of strength to the end of the village. A U-2 was going to land there. I arrived at the last moment. The pilot was already about to take off. He was heading to Salsk. He had brought spare parts for a fighter which was concealed in a shed. His rear cockpit was empty, so he took me in. 'Look back carefully. The messers give us no rest. If you notice any, tap me on the shoulder. We'll dive and run in different directions. Got it?' 'Got it.' I only got to Kagolnitskaya on the evening of the second day. Major Kolobayev was striding towards me from the starting line. I wanted to report on arrival, but he wouldn't listen. Instead, he embraced me, clapped me on my back for a long time, and said, 'You will be in command of the 3rd Squadron.' 'What about Mospanov?' I asked, alarmed. Mospanov was my squadron leader. 'We buried him yesterday. Messers shot him down above the airfield.' After supper, pilots and mechanics gathered near a sweet-scented haystack. I told them about my adventures. Some people were unknown to me. Graduates from a flying school had arrived only yesterday from Uralsk. Among them were Ivan Ostapenko, Grigory Bondarenko, Viktor Korsunsky, Vasily Bazhenov, Ivan Dudnik, Grigory Snapko. They laughed with the rest when I told everybody about my taking shelter in a henhouse, persuading the silly birds, "Hens, please, hush, hush." Junior Sergeant Mikhail Talikov was lying closest to me. He had arrived in the regiment not long ago. I once had to tell him off for his recklessness and selfishness during a flight. He was my wingman at that time. Now he was appointed my second-in-command. In the war, people got promoted quickly, but the war was merciless to them. I lay flat on my back on the hay. The North Star winked to me happily from the sky. Tomorrow we would get a new mission, not a step back. 10. A reckless wingman. A leader at the front was worth his weight in gold. He flew the leading aircraft. He was the most experienced pilot in the group. If there were leaders in the regiment, then a unit was considered efficient. A leader could drag on his tail as many young and inexperienced pilots as he wanted. Our young pilots were not only inexperienced, but also half-educated, because they had taken a quick wartime training course. The first thing we had to do was to fatten them up a bit after the half-starving on the rations they'd had in the rear. Then we checked their pilot technique and conducted the practice flights. Only then did we allow them to follow the leader in their first combat flight. For young pilots, a leader was a guide during the flight and the best advisor on the ground. He could quickly assemble the planes, could lead the group along the agreed route, knew how to dodge ground fire and fighters, could spot the target between the trenches and shell holes, and could adapt the tactics of the attack to the situation. But before becoming a leader and grasping all the details, one had to spend much time following a more experienced pilot and survive. If a leader was shot down, a military operation was likely to fail. Wingmen did not have a good time either. They had to keep the formation. That was not an easy task. Other wingmen would often dash about, either diving or climbing above the formation. You had to keep a constant eye on your neighbors. There was practically no time left after this to look at the instrument panel, to see the bursts from the anti-aircraft guns, or notice the approaching Messerschmitts. A wingman did not have time to navigate, and usually he did not know where he was flying. If a leader was shot down and none of his wingmen were experienced enough, well, I've already described what could happen then. But wingmen were all different. Once I got annoyed with my wingman during an operational flight. The 6 of us were attacking the enemy near Lysychansk. Beneath us, German tanks were crawling along the bare steppe. One of the tanks was twirling round and giving out smoke. Behind the tanks, I could see occasional files of German soldiers. Our troops must have pressed them from the front line. We arrived just in time. We reformed in line and dived one by one. We swept along the line of the German tanks and opened the containers just above the ground. A fiery rain of burning phosphorus poured from the aircraft. Clouds of white smoke concealed the scene. We climbed again. The sky was pale, as if it had faded in the heat. Plumes of smoke appeared constantly near our planes. The anti-aircraft guns were shooting. But we did not pay attention. We formed a circle and began the attack. At the same time, a dozen German Junkers 87s were circling not far away. We called the German dive bombers Lapotniks because their wheels stuck out from under the fuselage. One by one, they banked and dived almost plumb inside the cloud of black smoke above the railway station at Jama. Messerschmitts were patrolling in couples above the Junkers looking for victims. We had come without escorts and were perfect prey for them. We carried out several attacks and ammunition was running out. At that moment, I noticed 4 enemy fighters approaching us. They must have been directed by radio. I ordered retreat and turned to the front line. The wingmen followed me. To my amazement, one of them suddenly moved away and began diving again. What recklessness! We were forced to circle near the front line and wait for him just in sight of the Germans. He was going to be a certain prey for the fighters, but fortunately, everything turned out all right. The fighters did not notice the Sturmovik. It rejoined the formation, and we headed to the airfield. We landed, and I had to tell off Junior Lieutenant Mikhail Talikov for his willfulness. He was a regular military pilot. Before the war, he had graduated from an air school. but he did not get chance to take part in military operations before the summer of 1942. A 20-year-old guy was standing before me frowning and pursing his lips. Talikov had a broad face and a massive, stubborn chin. He was watching the toes of his calfskin boots. "Did you hear my order to retreat?" I asked him, and was ready to hear all kinds of excuses. The usual excuses were that the transmitter was not tuned right, and the person did not notice when the rest of the group left the target. But Talikov answered so unexpectedly that I was taken aback. "I heard," he said casually, and glanced at me with his gray eyes. "Why did you not reform immediately then?" "My cannons and machine guns were still firing," he said rapidly, obviously sure of himself. His answer meant that it was my mistake to leave the target so early without letting Talikov use his ammunition up. The fact that we must save some shells for a possible scrap with the fighters meant nothing to him. Still excited after the operational flight, I shouted at him, "Go!" He saluted, turned sharply, holding his map case, and went out, stepping firmly. I watched him for a long time. His calfskin boots were etched on my memory. Talikov was marching through the dried grass, raising dust. I tried to calm down. "It's okay, he will calm down after the anti-aircraft guns and Messerschmitts deal with him. We all try to show off at first." I recalled my own first operational flight with Junior Lieutenant Ivan Bobrov as the leader. I made a fool of myself twice in the same flight. Immediately after taking off, still above the airfield, I formed up so close to the leader that he must have lost his breath on seeing me. I had happened to fly in close formation on a UT-1 during a fly-past before the war. At the front, I learned that this was just for show. During an operational flight, close formation was absolutely unsuitable, as it prevented maneuver. I knew that, but I still pressed near Bobrov. What was I doing that for? Just to make all the rest think that one at the right was not born yesterday. Later, as we were assaulting a motorcade, I made an unnecessary attack just to show off in front of my leader. My conversation with Talikov took place at the beginning of June 1942, a few days before an unexpected turn of events. We observed at first days the successful attack by our troops to the south of Kharkov, but then the group was surrounded, and an avalanche of German tanks and cars poured across the Donets Basin to the east. We were forced to change airfield very often. Pogorelaya, Shakhty, Kagolnitskaya. In 5 days we were already behind the Don to the south of the Rostov. I had little chance of seeing Talikov in those days. He had already become a leader, and we did not fly together. Once Talikov entered our canteen together with several other pilots. Among them were some freshmen who had just joined the regiment, Grigory Knyazhev, Nikolai Pismichenko, and Viktor Olyenin. On that day, Talikov had led them into their first sortie. He had become their godfather. Talikov was impulsive as usual. He pulled off his cap and flopped down on the bench. He seemed to be angry with somebody. His eyes were red from tiredness. He had made 3 operational flights that day. His group attacked the troops that tried to make a forced crossing of the Seversky Donets near Belaya Kalitva. Talikov dealt with his meal in silence, but when vodka got into his head, he began a lively conversation with his neighbors. He struck the table with his fist and tried to make a point to the young wingmen. After supper, he carried on in the dormitory. "The more attacks you make, the more tanks and cars are lost by the Fritzes," he tried to persuade somebody. Still fussing over his theory, I thought, just like after our flight to Lysychansk. But still, it was a pleasure to see Talikov so self-confident and stubborn. He was now experienced enough and had faced difficult situations, but that did not break him. He was still sure of himself and was severe in fighting. Talikov often came back without a single shell. His spirits boiled in him, but I was afraid that his hot temper would kill him in the end. The advanced detachments of the enemy were already approaching Kagolnitskaya. On 29 July 1942, we were forced to shift to an airfield in the Salsk steppes. The airfield was bordered by a green fence of trees, but the shadow was not enough to protect us from the heat. The sun was burning mercilessly. The hot air was still. Our light suits stuck to our bodies. The only cool place was the dugout of the regiment's staff operational group, but it was impossible to stay there for long. Dry soil poured from the ceiling in many places and got behind one's collar, and the place was full of mice. Major Gudymienko moved his folding table from one place to another and blew angrily on the map, which was constantly getting covered with sand. The mechanics found an iron tank somewhere and filled it with water. Back from an operational flight, the pilots first of all pulled off their suits, submerged into the warm font, and only then hurried to report. That was the order established by the regiment commander, Kolobayev. When the drinking water was finished, we quenched our thirst with warm, stripy watermelons. We learned to smash them with our hands. The mechanics got them from deserted plantations. From that airfield, we flew to the north to attack the enemy columns behind the Manuchki Canal. We also observed the enemy columns to the east from our airfield. It was not clear where we had to shift next. We had no communication with the headquarters of the 4th Air Army. We received an order to attack an enemy column which was moving along the road from Orlovka to Nesmyanovka between the Don and the Manuchki Canal. By that time, there were only 6 Sturmoviks left in the regiment. 2 fighters from the regiment of Ibragim Jusov were going to escort us. There were only the very best pilots in that regiment, including Alexander Pokrushkin. We took off. I was flying ahead with my wingman Kudinov. To my right flew Mikhail Talikov with his wingman, to the left Vasily Shamshurin with his wingman. We climbed right after taking off. Thus we would spot the enemy column from afar. Behind the Manuchki Canal we noticed a line of dust which looked like a smokescreen. It was the road from Semikarakorskaya to Nesmyanovka. I knew those places well. It was not my first flight there. It was the place where my plane had been brought down 5 days ago when I had had to walk to my regiment with the soldiers from Misarov's battalion. We flew up to the road at a height of 600 meters and could already see tanks, automobiles, and armored troop carriers. The leading automobiles stopped. The soldiers began to jump out and hide in the roadside ditches. The anti-aircraft guns were already firing at us. I made an additional turn in order to dive along the column, starting from the head. One by one we dived and dropped bombs in train. Then we leveled out, turned left, and flew in a line along an arc in order to form a circle and attack. We could see the bursts from our bombs above the column. Now we hit it from the side. I lowered the nose of the plane and targeted a lorry aiming at its side. The missiles exploded just near the lorry. I fired a long burst from 4 guns. The lorry caught fire. It felt good. I rushed really low and climbed again for a new attack. As I was enclosing the circle, I looked up. There were 6 fighters above us already, 2 Yaks and 4 Messerschmitts. It was going to be a mess. Our Hawks would have a hard time. We must also be on the alert. I was flying along the circle and suddenly saw a Messer just ahead of me. It squeezed impudently into our circle and was aiming at the Sturmovik ahead of it. Hurriedly, I pulled the trigger. Tracer bullets raced past the fighter. It climbed abruptly, but immediately started to dive at the next plane, Shamshurin's. "Maneuver!" I shouted to him over the radio, but Shamshurin did not seem to hear me. The German plane was rapidly approaching the Sturmovik. A second, and it would shoot it down. I directed my plane inside the circle and pulled both triggers without even aiming properly. Tracer bullets flashed behind the Sturmovik. The fuselage of the fighter flared up. The plane was rapidly losing height. A smoking trail followed it. It was the first time I ever had to fire at a fighter, and how lucky I was. Meanwhile, Shamshurin was flying on. I had to attack one more time, and then we could go home. As I dived at the column, I noticed the smoking lines coming after me from the ground. An Ehrlichen was firing. I wished I could turn and fire a couple volleys at it, but I noticed it too late. The anti-aircraft gun was already under my wing. I hoped that somebody behind me would notice and fire at it. I took aim at an armored troop carrier, held my breath, and was ready to pull the trigger when, bang, something hit the engine. It stopped immediately, and my heart seemed to stop as well. Should I bail out? The altitude was too low, and there was only the enemy column below. All I could do was to fly across the road and land there. I glided over the column. The ground was approaching. Should I release the landing gear? I thought. That was a big risk, but I had managed to survive in the same situation near Nurkova when I drove into the enemy's first trench. Perhaps I would be lucky again. The worst thing would be if I got into a ditch and turned over. If even I survived, the Germans would fish me out like a bird from a cage, but if I landed successfully, I could drive as far as possible from the column. All those thoughts flashed in my mind in a second. I pushed the stick, and the wheels came out. The plane was already bouncing along the knolls. I set one hand against the instrument panel. Thus, I hoped I wouldn't bump my head and lose consciousness. The run was successful. I jumped out of the cockpit and saw my wingmen racing over me. They were heading to the airfield. They had surely heard my last command, "Finish the attack." Has none of them noticed me? I thought bitterly. But then I thought that they could not help me anyway. I looked around. I was not more than a kilometer away from the column. I could see the results of our work. A dozen cars and tanks were burning on the road. We hadn't wasted our time. Now my plane was standing in the bare steppe in full view of the enemy. German soldiers were running towards me from the road. I had no way to escape. There was neither a bush nor a mound around. The worst thing would be to get wounded. They would pick me up and then cut 5-pointed stars on my back. I thought it better to shoot myself at the last moment. Right now I had to blow up my aircraft so that they would not get it. I could hear the submachine guns firing. I threw off the parachute, hurled it under the petrol tap, and pulled the red ring. The parachute pack swept open. A bundle of white silk swelled out. The tap was blocked by a steel pin. I tried to pull it out. My hands were bleeding and the tap would not turn. I punched, and finally a stream of petrol gushed forth. Now I only had to light a match. I felt in one pocket, in another one. There were no matches. I had left them by Talikoff when he asked me for a light before the flight. I thought about the flare gun. It was always charged. I jumped on the center section, grasped the gun, and jumped down. I stretched out my hand, turned round so my face would not get burned, and fired. It blazed. I jumped aside and fell face down on the ground. That was the end. I took my pistol out of the holster and heard a low rumbling of some aircraft. Rather indifferently, I looked at the road. The line of fascist soldiers was closer, but suddenly they all lay down, as if on command. I heard the crackle of gunfire, and in the next moment 2 fighters came out of a dive above the road. It was our yaks. I was not alone. They zoomed and were ready to attack again. They were obviously trying to help me. I realized that I should seize the opportunity and run as far as possible from that place. I was ready to run when I noticed a German armored car dashing towards me. I also noticed a Sturmovik hedge-hopping towards me from the column. I stood up at full height. I wanted the pilot to see me, and I was going to wave him farewell. He was flying at an altitude of 10 meters. As he came closer, I could see his helmet, his goggles, and his face, which was turned to me. I began to wave with my hands and suddenly saw a big white 9 on the fuselage. It was Talikoff. As usual, he was the last to leave the target. The hothead. I waved to him, and he slightly swayed the plane from one wing to the other. He had noticed me. Or was it just an illusion? Suddenly, the plane zoomed and banked left. I thought that Talikoff wanted to remember the place where I had landed and then report to the regiment commander. But then I saw the landing gear coming out. Was he going to land? I watched him in astonishment. The plane raced above the column and glided. I could even see the flaps lowering under the wings. Meanwhile, the Germans came to their senses. The enemy column bristled with fire. A rain of tracer bullets was dashing towards the plane. The Sturmovik was landing inside a curtain of fire. It was a terrible sight. Luckily, one could not see that inside the plane. Talikoff managed to escape by some miracle. Submachine guns kept firing. I fell down again and watched the risky landing. I had landed successfully, but what if Talikoff got into a trench and damaged the landing gear? Would it be 2 pistols set against 2 temples? Talikoff was already flying just above the ground. Suddenly, the wheels knocked against a bump. The plane jerked. The engine roared. I thought Talikoff would change his mind, but in the next moment the plane made a 3-point landing and taxied on the ground. The plane stopped 100 meters in front of me. Talikoff jumped out on the wing, waved to me, and leaned behind the cockpit. I rushed to the plane. A thought came to my head. How could I fit into the cockpit of a single-seat plane? Meanwhile, Talikoff opened the inspection hatch in the fuselage. One of us could squeeze into it. "Get in," shouted Talikoff, pointing at the cockpit. He was going to dive inside the fuselage. I felt exhausted after the run, so I told him, "Take off yourself, turn round facing the column, and go along your tracks on the grass." Talikoff nodded and climbed into the cockpit. I got inside the fuselage. Before hiding my head, I saw the armored car approaching us, shooting. The engine started, the plane turned round and taxied. I prayed that Misha could keep on course. What if the Fritzes hit a tire? Then we will spin on a rim and that's it. No more flying for us. We were speeding up. For the last time, the plane jerked and hanged in the air. We took off. The fuselage was shaking under me. Through the open cover, I could see the tracer bullets flashing past. I huddled up. I was not sitting in an armored cockpit. Each bullet could pierce the hatch through. I consoled myself that we were moving away from the column heading to the airfield. If Messerschmitts did not attack, we'd be fine. I was pressed against the floor. Talikoff was making a sharp turn. In the next moment, I was lifted. The plane was diving. I heard the guns shooting. Talikoff opened fire. Was it Messers? That was the worst that could happen in my position. Talikoff was protected by the armor, and I was lying as if in a matchboard coffin. Mikhail could hold out until the airfield in a plane riddled with holes, but he would be carrying a pile of bones in the fuselage. I felt acceleration again and realized that Talikoff was attacking something. I became angry while he was hovering about. Messerschmitts might spot us. Had he forgotten about me? I wished I could shout at him, but he would not hear. I could not tap him on the shoulder either, as we were separated by a solid armored plate. Meanwhile, Talikoff was diving again. I grabbed the metal pipe which connected the control column with the elevator and began to shake it as hard as I could. The plane, and of course the control lever in Talikoff's hands, began to jerk. My actions had effect. Talikoff leveled the plane out. The engine was running smoothly. I peeped out carefully and looked down. Behind the aircraft, the enemy column was burning in many places. My own plane was smoking a bit further on, and next to it the German armored car was burning. So that was Talikoff's aim. I looked up in the cloudless sky. A pair of yaks was guiding us from above. 6 planes took part in the operation, and only 4 of them returned. The pilots reported the leader was shot down. "And where is Talikoff?" asked the commander. Everyone shrugged his shoulders. He did not return, which meant that he was also shot down. They were going to write in the death reports, on 29 July 1942, during the attack on the enemy column in the district of... But in 15 minutes, number 9 landed. The engine stopped, and everything fell silent. I heard Kolobayev's strict voice, "Talikoff, why have you fallen behind the group again?" "I had to land." "Where did you have to land?" "In the target area." There were no more questions. I emerged from the fuselage hatch. Talikoff helped me to get out, and we hugged. Then we were lifted up by dozens of hands. I could see Talikoff's boots rising to the tops of trees. At night, a storm raged. The sky blazed with blue lightning. Pilots gathered in the dugout lit by a dim oil lamp. Major Gudymenko bent over his folding table. He was filling in an award paper on Talikoff. Mice were rustling. Sand was pouring from the ceiling. Chief Communications Officer Nujenko ran up beaming. "We've established connection with the headquarters of the 4th Air Army. They named the new airfield. The ground echelon can move." The rest had to wait until dawn. We could neither take off nor land at night. We packed the transmitter, and a small column drove eastward. In the middle of the night, somebody heard the roar of engines and the clanging of tank tracks. We sent mechanics to have a look. It appeared that a column of German tanks was moving eastwards a kilometer from the airfield. We turned the noses of the Sturmovix towards the forest and placed the ammunition boxes under the tails so that the guns could shoot at the ground targets. We had to spend the rest of the night sitting in the cockpits. We took off at dawn carrying our mechanics in fuselage hatches. Recalling my last flight, I felt really sorry for my passenger, mechanical engineer Sergei Temnov. 11. The Crossing. The Southern Front units were forced to move from the Don to the foothills of the Caucasus. We settled at the airfield at Novoselitskaya to the east from Stavropol. There were only 2 aircraft left in our regiment, numbers 8 and 9. Number 9 and its pilot were celebrities. On 29 July, Mikhail Talikoff had managed to get me away inside the fuselage under the Germans' very noses. Number 8 was mine. All the horseless pilots and mechanics were sent to the assembly point at Achaluki, not far from Mineralne Vody. It was a hot midday. Misha and I had just returned from a sortie. After reporting on what we had seen, we hurried to get some rest in the shade. We took off our belts with our heavy pistols, unbuttoned the collars of our wet blouses, and fell flat on our backs. There was not a cloud in the sky. We enjoyed the quiet moment. Only at the front could you learn the real value of such quiet minutes. When we had some free time between operational flights, we tried not to think about the war. I did not want to guess how much longer Talikov and I were going to fly or which of our planes would be shot down first. But it was impossible to suppress such thoughts. I remembered what I had just seen during the sortie. As far as one could see, all the roads from Salsk to Stavropol were wrapped in smoke. The enemy was advancing, and the road from Stavropol to Nevinomisk was crowded with carts and lorries jammed with packs, bundles, and other stuff. A stream of refugees was moving along the road. I could see many children. Most people were carrying branches over their heads. The carts and lorries were also covered with branches. Looking at the sky and the rustling leaves, I thought how defenseless those people were. The Germans were already approaching my native land. Misha must have had the same thoughts in his mind. He asked suddenly, "Do they believe they can camouflage themselves from Messerschmitts with those branches?" Well, I suppose they did. They were following the soldiers' example. Somebody brought a box, turned it upside down, and made a table for us. A girl from the Aerodrome Service Battalion brought 2 bowls full of hot, rich borscht. We supped a couple of times. We couldn't eat. The girl was already putting chicken before us. As the only 2 pilots in the regiment, we got enough food, but the meal was interrupted by a messenger. "To the commander, urgently." We dropped our spoons, grasped the belts and map cases, and hurried to the dugout. The regiment commander was already coming towards us himself. He was angry for some reason, and did not start speaking at first. He looked at both of us intently, as if it was the first time he had seen us, and said quietly, "Our troops have blown up the bridge over the Kuban near the village of Prochnukopskaya to the north of Armavir. The enemy has managed to restore it. Budeni himself has ordered to use air power and stop the enemy tanks. This task," Kolobayev made a pause and then raised his voice, "this task is given to our regiment." He said it as if there were not only the 2 of us, but at least a rank of pilots facing him. 6 fighters will cover you. You must destroy the bridge at any price." He made a gesture, as if he had a saber in his hand. As we took out maps and measuring equipment, thoughts were flashing through my head. How on earth can 2 Sturmoviks destroy a bridge? This is not a pontoon bridge which can be damaged by an air blast. Here only a direct hit can help. This task can be completed by no less than a squadron. Perhaps the person who gave this mission to Kolobayev does not know that there are only 2 pilots left in our regiment. Or maybe he does, but the situation does not leave any choice. We have to fight to the last plane, the last tank, and the last soldier. There are no impossible missions now. You must carry out your mission or die. Not a step back. Go! Talikov strode to his plane, which had many patches on its wings. He looked angry. He must have been offended by the harsh words of the commander. We taxied out to the takeoff. Kolobayev was already there. Without waiting for the starter signal, he pulled off his cap and waved it with, "Clear off!" We were flying very low above the wheat fields. As far as one could see, there was nothing except the quiet yellow sea. Red flames were moving along the sea in many places, leaving black tracks behind them. People must have set the crops on fire so that the enemy could not use them. From time to time I spotted the islands of villages and ponds. Something that looked like white clouds was drifting along the blue surface of the ponds. The dark shadow of the plain would glide across those clouds, and flocks of snow-white ducks and geese would scatter in every direction in panic. Blessed Kuban! The war had been here already. A village was burning far ahead, as if a steamer was releasing smoke from its funnels. There we must turn to Prochnukopskaya. We turned left and began to climb. I could already see the river and a narrow strip across it. The bridge. We were still ascending on the overloaded ILs, and a black cloud of defensive fire was already hanging in the air before us. The closer we were to the bridge, the more bursts surrounded us. Inside my helmet, I could hear the abrupt commands of our fighters. They were dealing with the Messerschmitts. We were already on the battle course. We could not maneuver. I only hoped that the Germans did not shoot us down before we began to dive. The bridge was approaching very slowly, as if we had slowed down. It's time. The plane banked and lowered its nose. The riverbank and the target glided across the glass. The air whizzed. The plane was shaking. The bridge was approaching rapidly. There was only one thought in my head. To hit, to hit, to hit. I pushed the button, releasing the bombs, and at the same moment heard a blow as if a balloon had burst in my ear. The plane jerked. I leveled out, turned, and shot a quick glance back. There were splashes of water and Talakov's aircraft making a steep turn. Inside the helmet, I heard the fighter's hoarse voice and the bitter words, "You missed!" We were flying back. My plane had a hole in its left wing. That was the reason the plane jerked when I released the bombs. An anti-aircraft round hit me. The engine was working all right. Talakov was flying to my right, wing to wing, but my heart was heavy. Our mission failed. On that warm August night, I was lying next to Talakov on the hay covered with a canvas bag. Guns were firing at a distance. A fascist reconnaissance aircraft flew past, howling monotonously. A blue ray of a searchlight stopped vertically in the sky, as if listening to something. Then it moved idly, swallowing the stars. Somewhere close, hammers were knocking. Our mechanics Temnov and Loganov were patching up our planes. Talakov had been hit in the tail. "I wonder, where are the rest now?" said Talakov. The rest were our horseless pilots and girls who had joined our regiment as armorers before we began to retreat from Donbass, and also the 8 sergeants, the graduates of Voroshilivgrad Flying School, who had joined us near Rostov. Where were they? We had not enough cars to transport them from one place to another, so they had left on foot straight away from Kogolnitskaya. The commander of the 2nd Squadron, Major Hushper, who was also a freshman in the regiment, led the group. Their destination was the village of Achaluki. We had not heard from them for 15 days now. Misha asked about the rest, but I knew he was thinking about the gray-eyed girl Ksenia. I felt pretty sure that she was also thinking now about her night as she walked along some dusty road. I had noticed her many times washing his undercollars and handkerchiefs. Oh, those girls. They had joined our regiment in June 1942. There had been a telephone call from the division headquarters. "Send someone to the assembly point. He can choose 16 girls for the regiment." Kozhahovsky thought that he misheard and asked to repeat. "Did you say girls?" "Yes, girls." "What are we going to do with them?" "They will become armorers." The chief of staff was nervous. It was unprecedented. Before that, we only met female typists or communication officers in the headquarters. To make a woman a mechanic or an armorer, that was something new for the Air Force. How could they raise 100-kilogram bombs or dismantle, clean, and install guns that weighed 70 kilos? Kozhahovsky sent Yakov Kvaktung, commander of the 3rd Squadron, to the assembly point. "Choose stout ones, understand?" Kvaktung was ready to follow the chief of staff's instructions, but failed. He began to pick the tallest girls, but the short ones followed them without any command. All the girls from Astrakhan firmly declared, "We will all go to the same regiment. We will not part." The 16th girl was Tosha Tabachnaya. She was as tiny as Thumbelina. Kvaktung was not going to take her, but the other 15 girls started rattling like magpies. Kvaktung saw bitter tears in Tosha's eyes and gave in. All the pilots and mechanics cast quick glances at the lorry in which the girls arrived. They were wearing calfskin shoes, knee-length skirts, and military blouses. The girls unloaded their baggage and disappeared inside a barn, which had been prepared. Our professor, Maxim Ivanovich Shum, couldn't help noticing nice figures. Kozhahovsky went inside the barn. Sergeant Shergin was already there. He had brought a large pot of millet porridge, put it on the floor in the middle of the barn, and ordered, "Come on, help yourselves." He got his spoon out of his boot leg and began to eat. The girls looked embarrassed. Kozhahovsky looked at the scene and could not restrain himself. A kindergarten. He went out. Later he reported to the regiment commander, "With such waists, they won't be able to work." But it appeared that our chief of staff drew the wrong conclusions. The members of the kindergarten not only managed to perform their duties, but also greatly raised the spirits of the aircrew. Even Boris Yevdokimovich Ryabov noticed that. Men's vigilance during sentry duty increased rapidly. If girls were sent on sentinel duty, there were always plenty of volunteers ready to join them, so the level of vigilance doubled while the number of violations rapidly decreased. One of the girls, Chernova, was once standing sentinel. She noticed a trespasser crawling towards her. Instead of crying, "Halt, who is it?" and shooting in the air, Chernova fired a shot without any warning. Fortunately, there was no victim because what she thought to be a trespasser turned out to be a tumbleweed. A funny story once happened to the smallest armorer, Tosya Tabochnaya. Everybody called her our Tabachok. A guard commander did not find her near the plane when he was relieving the guard. Could she have deserted? The commander cried, "Sentinel!" "What do you need?" came a thin voice from somewhere. "Where are you, Tabochnaya?" "I'm here," she answered, and crawled out from under the plane hood on the warm engine. "Why did you go there?" "It's warm, and there are no mice. I'm very afraid of mice." Tosya Tabochnaya could not master the rules of subordination at first. Once she was on duty in the headquarters. The regiment commander came up to her, but instead of saluting, she was just staring at him. The commander shook hands with her and identified himself. "I am Kostya Kolobayev." "You are lying. You are not Kostya." "And who am I, in your opinion?" "You are the regiment commander." Such things happened, but only in the beginning. The girl's arrival greatly influenced the pilot's appearance, and not just the pilot's. Our dark force technicians and mechanics looked different now. Everybody was wearing white undercollars now, and our bed sheets were quickly diminishing. The amount of quilted jackets also decreased. Evil tongues blamed our girls for getting the wadding out of the jackets. My squadron leader Yashik Vakhtun even noted philosophically, "This is how quantity changes into quality." One of the girls, Klava Kalmykova, was a tailor. She made excellent breeches for me from a trophy coat. Many men in the regiment looked jealously at them. The Komsorg Nina Alexeyeva, the most timid girl, had a beautiful lyrical soprano voice. Her performance of Vi Zemlyanke was, in our opinion, far better than that of Klavdia Shulzenka, a well-known Soviet singer whom we had had an opportunity to listen to in Timashevskaya village, and the gray eyes of Ksenia Emelianova. But I was not going to prevent Misha Talikov from dreaming about them. He was now tossing and turning next to me on the hay. Where are the rest now? A scarlet strip of sky appeared on the horizon. Soon we were to fly in that direction, carrying our mechanics in the fuselages. I could hear Misha breathing regularly. I also fell asleep. On the next day, Kolobayev told us, "The mission is the same. The enemy is conveying tanks to the other side and advancing towards Maikup and Tuapsia. The command demands that the bridge must be destroyed." He thumped the table with his fist, puffed out, and concluded, "To put it plainly, the bridge weighs on your conscience. If you miss now, you will have to fly again and again. You will be provided with extra cover. 12 fighters will guard you. There will also be a controller with a camera. He will record the results. While we are getting ready, you may go and think it over." We went to our tree. Misha sat on the ground, placed his elbows on his knees, propped his cheekbones up on his fists, and stared at the map case before him. I also felt uneasy. The bridge weighs on your conscience. Was it a reproach for our sortie yesterday? You will have to fly again. If only there would be anyone left to fly. "Which way shall we go?" I asked Talikov, meaning the route. "It doesn't matter which way we go. We must destroy it." He turned his head abruptly and looked me in the eyes. "If we miss this time, I will turn back and crash into it with my plane." It felt like a blow to the breast. Talikov meant what he was saying. He was able to do that. He had proved his determination on 29 July near Nesmenyanovka. What could I say? If I tried to dissuade him, he would only grow more stubborn and would only become more firmly set on his decision. And how would I look in such situation? The wingman was ready to do everything, and the leader was concerned for his own skin. I pretended not to hear what Misha had said and concentrated on the task. There is always time to die, but is there a chance to outwit the enemy? What can we do to remain unnoticed? The elementary truth of the tactics says, Never repeat what you've already done. What if we approached the bridge from the other side? And then it dawned upon me, if we did that, the sun would be behind us, and if we kept descending exactly on the line between the sun and the target, the blinding sun would prevent the anti-aircraft gunners from noticing us. The sun was already high in the sky, but we could gain more altitude and begin to descend in advance. Yesterday, we could not suppress the anti-aircraft fire because we were not high enough, but now it could be different. I'll fly ahead and will shoot at the farthest side of the river, and you stay behind and shoot at the opposite side. We'll suppress the anti-aircraft guns and aim at the bridge, I said. Talakoff also had an idea. We will drop bombs from the altitude of 200 meters or even lower. Yes, it will shake a bit from the air blast, perhaps some splinters will hit the planes, but we will destroy the target. And so we took off, followed by 4 fighters from behind and 4 fighters high above. They were our guards. The other Hawks raced past us and disappeared in the sun. Their task was to clear a path through the enemy fighters or engage them in a fight until we came. We made a big detour towards Kurganaya village and left Armavir at our side. The crops were burning there already, and German tanks were crawling through every village. They had advanced considerably since yesterday. We started to climb away off Prochnokovskaya, so when we turned and headed for the target, the sun was right behind the plane's tail. It was not yet time to descend when something flashed ahead of us. A twin-fuselage reconnaissance aircraft, a Focke-Wulf 189, raced past us. I looked at our fighters, expecting them to start the hunt, but fortunately they did not pay attention to it. The guys knew their mission was to guard us and flew in complete silence. None of them yielded to temptation to increase his military score and get a 1,500 ruble bonus. The bridge was slowly approaching. Enemy troops could be seen on both sides of the river. We glided smoothly, aiming at the target. The anti-aircraft guns kept silent. Well, it's time. I launched the missiles to the farthest side. Cannons and machine guns began to fire, but the bridge was already in my sights. I put my finger on the bomb-releasing button and checked the altitude. It read 400. I was ready to release the bombs, but remembered, drop lower. I waited for several more seconds, pressed the button, and felt a heavy strike from beneath. It felt like I was sitting not on the parachute, but on a bare board, and somebody had struck it with a sledgehammer. My plane was dashing towards the steppe riverbank. I zoomed. Tanks and cars raced below the plane. I heard some noise in my helmet, and the familiar hoarse voice said, "Well done, humpback. You hit it right." "Roger, Roger," I answered calmly, though I felt like screaming with happiness. Behind me, number 9 banked from right to left, making a graceful S-turn. I knew how glad Talakoff was and appreciated it. The engine was working smoothly. We were going home. 12. The Caucasus. We moved from Novoselitskoye to the Kurskaya airfield and were now to the east of Mineralne Vody. There were still only 2 planes in the regiment, numbers 8 and 9. After the bombing of Prochnokovskaya, I made 10 sorties together with Misha. It was 8 August 1942, and the heat was unbearable. The armored parts of the Sturmovix were red hot. Each time I taxied to the start, the water in the cooling system started to boil, and the engine was smoking. The planes, loaded with bombs, could only take off at the very edge of the airfield. We used to fly wearing nothing but underwear and light flying suits, but it still felt like we were sitting in a tank, even if the window was open. When we came back from a flight, we taxied to the dispersal area near the forest. Kolobayev was already there, holding a water hose. "Come on, guys, get undressed, quickly." We pulled off the suits and allowed the squirts of water to beat on our backs, heads, and bellies, washing away the tiredness and tension. We laughed and could really forget for several minutes what we had just gone through during the flight. After that, we reported on the mission accomplished. Our staff office was situated quite near the dispersal area. The head of staff's deputy, Major Gudymienko, had made a table and some chairs from shell boxes and used to sit there with the map and other documents. After we reported on what we had managed to set on fire or hurt and how many Fritzes we had killed, there came time for the customary question. What did you see? That was an endless procedure. Vasily Tarasevich marked all our military information on the map, compared it with the results of the previous sortie, and took notes in the military operations register. And we knew that while he was keeping us busy with that stuff, 4 mechanics were again loading our planes with bombs, missiles, shells, and cartridges. As soon as they were ready, the commander would set a new military task for us. We had already made 2 flights on that day and were exhausted. We dreamed of lying in the shadow under the plane's wing and relaxing a bit. "What did you see on the road?" Gudymenko was asking us in a polite, official tone. "Tanks, cars, artillery," I was answering casually. "There is a horde." He wouldn't leave me alone, though he knew everything from my previous report. "Where is the head of the column?" "Approaching Mineralne Vody." "Will you please show it more precisely?" He gave me a sharp-cut blue pencil, which he used to mark the enemy position on the map. I stuck the pencil into the spot where we had seen the enemy leading units and pierced the map. Gudymenko frowned, displeased, and took the pencil back. He placed a paper case under the map and drew the conventional sign, a blue arrow. "And where's the end of the column?" I felt irritated. We had seen no end to the enemy columns since we retreated from the Don. The Kleist tank army was moving in an endless stream. "The road is crowded as far as the horizon," I answered indifferently, trying to conceal my irritation and annoy Gudymenko. "How many tanks have you seen?" Gudymenko went on, bending over the map and making some notes. "It's hard to tell. I did not count." I turned and began to roll a cigarette. "There are lots of them," Talikov cut in hastily. He obviously forgot that lots or few were empty words for Vasily Tarasevich. He needed numbers, if not precise, then at least close to the truth. He had to report to the higher command. "Please, let's try to estimate together," Gudymenko said in a begging tone, seeing that we were annoyed. His tone made me feel sorry for him. I knew he would sit late at night writing a final report, then encode it and try to connect to the division headquarters. And if they made some mistakes in decoding, they would keep him awake until the morning while everybody else, including us, would be sleeping. We noticed a U-2 flying low above the ground. It landed and taxied to the forest. Our division commander, Getman, got out of the cockpit smiling. It had been a long time since we saw him, so we were really glad. "Guys, you are so tanned. Well, how are you doing? Tired?" His warm words seemed to carry the tiredness away. "Not really." Getman was already giving instructions to Kolobayev, and his smile gave way to official tone. "Load the trucks immediately and move to Achaluki. You must hurry and slip through this road." He showed the way on the map. He looked at our loaded planes and said, "Since the aircraft are ready, attack the column one more time, guys, but don't come back here. Fly to Achaluki. You'll be waited for. Be careful. The airfield is difficult to spot from above. Watch the flares." We took off heading for Pitigorsk and climbed so that we could locate the enemy column from afar. The tops of Beshtau and Mashuk were turning green as we came closer. In the distance, I saw a column. I thought that it must be our troops retreating to Pitigorsk, but we had to check it. I looked at Talikov through the side window, and he swayed from one wing to the other. He had also seen the column. The enemy could not have advanced so far. I was flying now above Mashuk. Suddenly, an anti-aircraft gun fired. The plane jerked. Puffs of black smoke surrounded me. The enemy. My feet pressed the pedal and Mashuk glided to the side. What am I doing? Level out. The target is ahead of us. I looked at number 9. It was flying a bit behind me, ready for the attack. I thought, how good it was to have a wingman who did not follow me like a dormant burden. Flying with Talikov, I could forget that there were only 2 of us against an endless enemy column. The guns were firing. The cars were burning on the road. The enemy soldiers were rushing about. I headed to Achaluki, but had to wait for Talikov, who noticed a car and dived. We hedge-hopped past Prokhladnaya village towards Achaluki. I saw red flares and fire burning beside the white panels. The duty officer must have been too zealous, and the dry grass had caught fire from the flares. We had little fuel left, so we could not wait for the fire to go out. Number 8, followed by number 9, landed and taxied on the ground, quenching the flame with propellers. In the evening, the regiment drew up in 2 ranks. Dremlyuk was holding the banner on the left. Talikov and me were standing before the rank facing the rest. The regiment commander was reading out the order that described the attack on the bridge in Prochnukovskaya, and expressed thanks to Talakoff and me. We answered simultaneously. We serve the working people. We were going to celebrate the end of the second round in Achaluki with a special dinner, so besides the usual porridge, we were going to have some wine. A small barrel waited for us near the door. Before dinner, the head of the division's political department came to see us in a U-2. "What's in the barrel?" he asked, poking it with the heel of his boot. "Wine." "So that's how you understood order number 227? Are you celebrating the victory?" Without waiting for the answer, he took out a revolver, shot the barrel, and was gone. Thus, our barrel was executed, but we did not lose all the wine because the hole was rather high. Some smart guys collected the red liquid from the puddles with spoons and filtered it through bandage. We had enough for a small company. Konstantin Kolobayev sat on the floor, and everyone else gathered around him. A can filled with wine circled the men. It did not yet come back to the commander when the door opened, and there came Sergeant Lenya Bukriev. 2 weeks had passed since the day when he flew to bomb the crossing on the Don and had not come back to Kogelnitskaya. He was believed to be dead, and now he came just in time for the dinner. On the next day, Talakoff and I ferried number 8 and number 9 to another airfield and handed them over to the 103rd Regiment. The commissar drew our regiment up. "We are sent to reform. We'll restore our strength and go forward. Now, only to the west." 13. At the sea. We all needed rest, but we were not allowed to stay in Achaluki for more than a day. The 1st Kleist Tank Army was approaching Nalchik, Prokladnaya village, and Mozdok, trying to force our troops back to the mountains. The enemy was driving the exhausted 37th Army to the wooded foothills of the Caucasus Ridge. The 9th Army, led by General K.A. Karacheyev, was hurriedly entrenching near the rough Terek so that it could cover the avenue of approach to the military Georgian Road and Grozny from the north. On 12 August 1942, we started to move eastwards along the dusty Alhanchert Valley, which was blocked on 2 sides by the Tursky and Sunzhensky ridges. Rows of bandaged soldiers were retreating to the rear, while columns of infantrymen with rifles and submachine guns were marching to the front line. We also saw soldiers carrying long, thin-barreled guns in pairs. Those were the tank-destroying units. The irrigation canals were filled with oil instead of water. That was a new kind of anti-tank barrier. The canals could be set on fire. Some of us managed to get a lift, but the majority had to travel on foot. We moved in silence, lost in gloomy thoughts. Many people hoped that the winter defeat of the German troops near Moscow, Tikhvin, and Rostov was a turning point in the war. Hitler had lost about 30 divisions there and were pushed back 400 kilometers. "We'll only go to the west now," we used to think, but the situation changed unexpectedly. The fascists managed to occupy the whole Crimea Peninsula, forced their way to Stalingrad, and to the foothills of the Caucasus, and there was still no second front in Europe. The war brought me back to familiar places. I remembered how I hurried to the front from Bujur-Nus, how the Germans occupied the Crimea, and the war seemed to drag on for ages. The enemy was forcing his way to Nalchik, the town of my youth, where I first started to work as an instructor in an aero club. We were now heading for Derbent, an ancient town which my mother had often described to me. My heart ached from memories. I could not imagine the war would reach the places which I used to think of as the edge of our land. Now I had a chance to see Derbent, to see the blue sea which my mother told me about. The regiment assembly point was in the outskirts of Gudermes, near a deserted barn. Swarms of mosquitoes and midges were buzzing in the air, and we did not at first hear the noise from a German reconnaissance aircraft flying above us. "It flies to Baku," concluded Talakoff after he consulted the map. "It may be Tbilisi," someone objected. We did not know where we would be sent from Derbent, and one of us expressed an idea which had not come to our heads before. They can now send us to England through Iran. What for? To open the second front. They must be frightened to hell, so we could show them an example. He might be right. Only our clothes are worn out. We did not look up to the mark. That's no problem. We'll get new uniform. The idea of sending Soviet pilots to open up a second front seemed to us quite credible. We began to dream about the day when the war was over. We realized, of course, that that day was not coming soon, and tried to be sensible in estimating the time. We will have to win the lost territory back, so it will take us as long as it took to move east, said Fedya Artemov. But somebody corrected him. It's only up to our boundaries, and it will take one more year to get to the very heart. I wonder, will there be a parade on Red Square? Come on, of course there will be. Both on the ground and in the air, Sturmoviks will hedge-hop above Red Square. No, you can't hedge-hop there. The Kremlin towers are high. We can climb a bit higher. And we will strew flowers from the bomb hatches, said Talikov with conviction. After the discussion about the parade, everybody fell silent for some reason. Some might have fallen asleep, but the majority were watching the crimson smoldering coals, propping their chins up on their hands. The picture in our minds was rather colorful. A sunny day, Sturmoviks racing above the ancient towers of the Kremlin, an endless stream of people pouring into Red Square, red banners fluttering in the wind. People would wave to us from the ground, and we'd be strewing fresh flowers on the crowd. Each of us must have thought, who will be lucky to fly above Red Square on that sunny day? The next day, those who had traveled on foot arrived. They had walked from Rostov for 700 kilometers. They survived many bombardments and spent nights in the open air in fields. They arrived with their feet rubbed sore. Many had no boots on, but nobody was lost. Together with them arrived a lorry heaped with haversacks and damaged trunks. Among them were the belongings of those who had been killed. We wished we could send the things to their relatives, but we did not know where to direct them. Many towns and villages where the families of our fellows had lived were occupied, and we did not know where they had managed to escape. Major Hushper, who had been in command of the 2nd Squadron, which did not exist any longer, and later led the group from Rostov, addressed Kolobayev. The possessions of the dead men are a burden. Do you suggest that we throw them away? Why? We should give them to those whose outfits are worn out. Somebody objected. They're the clothes of corpses. Did you say corpses? Kolobayev was outraged. They are our comrades who fell in action. We should be proud to wear a blouse that belonged to Mospanov or Boyko. Yes, we will give them out, today. In the evening, shoes, blouses, and sweaters were sorted into piles near the barn. The regiment was set up in one formation and examined by the commander and the head of staff. They stopped in front of our professor, Shum, whose boots were wound round with wire, but which were still gaping at the toes. Shum, 3 steps forward. Maxim Ivanovich Shum had received the boots of Ivan Bobrov. He fell back in rank, and the commander moved further. Fedya Artemov was trying to conceal a hole in his blouse with his hand. Drop your hands. Are you a pilot or not? The commander reproached him. Artemov had received the blouse of Ivan Boyko, our lost friend. Fedya returned to his place with tears in his eyes, carrying the folded blouse in both hands. We were all recalling the day when Ivan Boyko returned to the regiment after the forced landing in Donbass with his head bandaged up and a broad smile on his face. He had hardly managed to cross the front line, had hit a pine tree with a wing, and his plane spun round. Ivan was sent into hospital but soon ran away and returned to the command post. He unwound his bandage so that he could put his helmet on and hurried to the commander. Give me a mission. My head doesn't ache. On 16 July, he flew to reconnoiter enemy positions near Milarova and did not come back. The blouse was the right size, but the badge of rank was wrong. Boyko had been a lieutenant, and Artemov was a junior lieutenant. Fedya had to remove one square from the faded tabs. 2 rich blue spots on the faded material were a blessed memory of our lost friend. The details of Ivan Boyko's death came to light 25 years later. I opened The Soviet Russia of 22 June 1966 and saw a photo of 2 smiling pilots. There was a caption under the photo. On the right, Lieutenant Boyko. Perhaps our readers know who the person on the left is. A farmer in the Rostov region kept that photo for many years. As an 8-year-old boy, he witnessed an air fight between one Sturmovik and 6 enemy fighters that surrounded it. The Sturmovik managed to escape the smoking tracks dashing toward its tail for a long time and fired a burst at one of the Messerschmitts. The German fighter caught fire, but soon the Sturmovik also went down and disappeared behind a hill. The boy ran there and saw the plane standing in a forest clearing. The pilot was lying face down not far from the wing. It seemed as if he had sheltered from the hot sun in the shadow of an oak, relaxing after the fight. His blouse looked as though it had been stitched onto his waist with a sewing machine. At night, the boy's father buried the pilot secretly on a high hillock. In his blouse pocket, the man found a photo which was published in a newspaper a quarter of a century later. I called the paper immediately. The pilot on the left of Boyko was the young me. We went to Derbent by train. I was in the seventh heaven, lying on the upper berth in the freight train. The car was rocking me to sleep like a boat on the waves, and I felt I could sleep for ages. But suddenly the car began to jerk, and somebody pushed me. I opened my eyes with difficulty and saw my neighbor, Petr Rudienko. "Get up, quickly, the commander is calling," he shouted. "Where are we?" I asked, half asleep. "In Makachkala." "But we must go on to Derbent." "That's none of your business. Get up quickly, the commander is waiting." Petr hurried me up, pulling his blue plywood trunk and dark blue overcoat with the hen on the left sleeve. The hen was a pilot's emblem. 2 spread wings, a star, and crossed swords in the middle. It was originally embroidered in silver thread, but that had gone black long ago. The commander detrained the 6 most experienced pilots, and the train moved on. We found some of our mechanics who had been trying for 2 weeks to send 7 Sturmoviks to repair shops, but could not find a free truck. The engines on all the planes had to be changed. Kolobayev told us, "Someone managed to fly here on these planes, so we must manage to fly to the repair shops in them. It's less than an hour's flight. We won't go through the mountains or above the open sea, but we'll fly along the coastline. If your engine stops, land without releasing the landing gear on the sand or shallow water. Got it?" "Is the sea shallow?" Petr asked, astonished. "It is shallow near the coastline," the commander smiled. He liked the pilot's Ukrainian manner of speaking and also tried to use some Ukrainian words. The taciturn pilot, Junior Lieutenant Petr Rudienko, was only 22. He had married before the war and used to write long letters to his wife Olya in Murtosovo village in Konotop region. After we learnt that Konotop was occupied by the enemy, Petr had become even more taciturn. Life had never been rosy for Petr. He had worked since he was 16 at Konotop Electromechanical Plant, studied in an aero club at the same time, and graduated from the Serpukhov Military School. It had not been easy for him to become a pilot, but once he mastered it, he never lost his skills. He was a brave person, but too direct. He did not use any tricks to outwit the enemy and returned in a damaged plane more often than the rest. However, he did not care about holes in the wings. Rudienko had made 100 sorties by that time, a record military score in the regiment, but he was a wingman longer than others. Now he was promoted to be the deputy of the squadron commander. Rumors were spread that he was recommended for the highest decoration, and we all waited for him to become the hero of the Soviet Union. Rudienko was a very thrifty person. At the front you could never know whether you'd be alive in 10 minutes, but Petr still set aside every ruble and did not allow himself any extras. That's why we were really surprised in Makachkala. The commander allowed us to have a walk through the town, but asked us to come back early and have a good rest. We were to take off early next morning. We were strolling along the streets trying to find triple eau de cologne for shaving, but in vain. Eau de cologne had vanished from shops long ago as a luxury object. We saw endless queues near the shops, people trying to get some bread, so we went to the wharf to have a look at the blue sea and bathe. But all we could see was a crowd of many thousands of refugees. Women with children, old men, and women were waiting for several weeks for a steamer to evacuate them across the Caspian Sea. The sea was not at all blue. Oil, pieces of paper, melon rind, and other garbage were drifting along the surface. As we went back, we realized that Petr Rudienko was missing. He returned in the evening with a small trunk. "I bought a gramophone," he declared proudly. "What do you need it for, Petr?" We were interested. A gramophone was a strange and rather expensive thing in wartime. It can play at parties. But we have Yurchenko playing the bayan. He can't play this. Petr opened the lid, put on his only record, turned the handle, and we heard the familiar sounds of Rio Rita. I met Olya at a dance party when this song was playing, he said. At dinner, he told Kolobayev in everybody's presence, "When I die, present this gramophone to the bravest pilot." On the next morning, we took off. Following Kolobayev, we circled above the airfield to gain more altitude and headed to the south. We had to fly high so that we could glide on the shallow water if the engine stopped. Soon we were flying between the dark, gloomy canyons of Dagestan on the right and the quiet blue sea on the left. You could not tell where the border was between the sea and the cloudless sky. They were of the same color. Every few minutes we had to check the water temperature. Soon the indicator reached red. The engine was overheating. Ages seemed to pass before we saw a chain of limed houses, the remnants of an ancient fortress and a mosque. That was Derbent. We had covered half the distance. The town slowly slipped behind us. The mountains receded from the coastline, and a gold disk rose from behind the horizon. The temperature in the cooling system was now beyond any limits, and the armored glass was splashed with water. During the next 20 minutes, I was waiting nervously for the engine to pack up and could not enjoy the scenery. Finally, I saw the airfield. We landed one by one without circling. We did it. The commander looked very proud, as if he had won an important battle. "We'll have a bite, bathe in the sea, and take a train," he said. The airfield canteen was small, and we had to stand in a long queue. The sun was blazing. Clouds of sand drifted on the ground, getting everywhere, including in our mouths. Salt stood out on our blouses. My body itched from mosquitoes or other insects which had appeared during our several weeks wandering through the Donets Basin and the Salsky Steppes. We had our meal and hurried to the sea, which was very clean at that place. Rudenko headed our group carrying his gramophone. He was the first to undress, and his body was white as paper. Only his hands and neck were tanned. Petr got into the water, scooped a handful, supped it, and spat angrily. "Damn, it's bitter." He thought for a minute, ran to the beach, picked up a stone, took his clothes, immersed them in the water, and weighted them down against the bottom with the stone. "Lice will croak here." Petr cheered everybody up. We floundered about in the water like boys, dived, laughed, and then lay naked on the beach, warming in the sun. Soon everything fell silent. Only Petr kept playing his record. We dozed, listening to Rio Rita, and soon all the sounds seemed to be carried away by the wind to the sea. Fedya Artemov was the first to wake up. "We're burnt!" he shouted. Everyone jumped to his feet in alarm. Where was the fire? And then we burst out laughing. Our backs and legs were scarlet. Kolobayev's shoulder blades were blistered. Petr was standing naked by his gramophone. His favorite record had melted in the sun. Its edges were hanging from the disc like a pancake from a plate. We got dressed quickly and went to the railway station. Rudenko bought a bottle of sour milk and oiled our backs, but it did not help much. In the train, we could neither sit nor lie. We had to stand by the windows and could not stop looking at the blue sea. A steamer could be seen on the horizon. A long, smoking trail was dragging behind it. 14. A jump over the Caspian Sea. It was the season of grape picking, but there were not enough people in Derbent for this. Men had gone to war, and women were either digging anti-tank ditches or working in hospitals. We were sent to reap the harvest. We worked in the vineyards and could eat our fill, one bunch in the basket, one in the mouth. But we did not have chance to enjoy it for long. It was declared that pilots were to go to Kujbushev, to the aircraft factory of S.V. Ilyushin. Some of the mechanics were to accompany us. We racked our brains over the new problem, how to get there. The enemy had blocked all the nearest railroads, and German aircraft were bombing steamers that tried to cross the Volga. There was only one way, across the Caspian Sea. But a steamer could only sail for 600 kilometers to Gurdjieff, and then we had to go by train. Kolobayev came to us late at night, a bit tipsy from the young wine. "We start tomorrow. Don't take much stuff with you, but take the parachutes. We'll fly a communal grave." Young pilots stared in surprise, but the more experienced ones knew that communal grave was a name for an outdated four-engine giant, the heavy-bombered TB-3. It could carry a big crew, and in accidents, 11 people died at once. In the morning, we got into the giant bomb bay, and those who were left had to squeeze inside the thick wing. The engine started, and the plane took off. We were sitting in a closed box and could not see anything. The giant plane was shaking so much that even our skin shivered. The plane would ascend on a rising air current and then fall abruptly so that we were tossed about. Many people felt sick. We wondered if we were flying above mountains. We found a crack in the floor and peered through it. The view was not encouraging. Very close to us, we saw the high crests of waves. After that, everybody fell silent. After 5 hours of flying, we saw sand through the crack. People began to move. Some smoked into their fists. In the evening, we landed on a grassy airfield. We refused dinner and fell down to sleep. At dawn, our restless commander woke us up. "Get up. You have not come here to sleep. Have your breakfast and go to the factory airfield. We'll ferry the aircraft." We picked up dry, lumpy millet porridge in the canteen, starvation rations behind the lines. At the factory airfield, we saw several lines of brand-new Sturmovix. We could choose. Our mechanics thoroughly examined each plane. Professor Schum was in great demand. Each of us wanted him to check the engine of the chosen plane. We were also granted a dual-control plane, the long-awaited training plane UIL-2. Now we could check the flying technique of the freshmen. There were 10 experienced pilots among us, including Petr Rudyenko, Mikhail Vorozhbiev, Vladimir Zangiev, Mikhail Talikov, Leonid Bukriev, Yevgeny Ezhov, Nikolai Dorogovtsev, Vasily Samshurin. We also had graduates of Voroshilivgrad Air School, Sergeants Ivan Ostapenko, Georgy Bondarenko, Petr Tseganov, Grigory Snapka. They had joined our regiment in Kogolnitskaya, but had not made a single operational flight yet. We were to assign about 20 freshmen to the regiment, train them, and prepare them for a 1,000-kilometer flight to the front. During the first half of September, we flew from dawn until night, checking, choosing, training the pilots. Kolobayev paid special attention to radio communication. He said, "The man who does not listen to commands from the ground is a definite candidate for the next world. I don't want such men in my regiment." But accidents still happened. Once Sergeant Snopka, a blond, good-natured guy, was returning from a training flight. He was going to land but forgot to release the landing gear. We tipped him off by radio, but he did not respond. We set up red flares and made him fly another circuit. The situation was repeated several more times. Snopka was stubbornly trying to land without the landing gear, and we were setting up several flares at once. The exhausted pilot stopped paying attention to the warning signs and was going to land. As he glided, Major Hushper took a risk. He ran to the landing strip and raised his hands. We hoped that the pilot would notice his squadron leader, and fortunately he did. For the 5th time, Snopka stopped descending and climbed. Hushper fell on his back, raised his legs, and began to slap them with his hands. The pilot finally grasped our message and understood that he had forgotten to release his legs. Thanks to that, his flight did not end with any damage. Kolobayev was furious and wanted to dismiss Snopka from the regiment, but after he talked to him, he changed his mind. Grisha Snopka became the pride of our Guards family later, but he always remembered that incident. Sergeant Ivan Ostapenko was in the 3rd Squadron under my command. The round-faced, phlegmatic Ukrainian appeared to be a great joker. Other pilots and mechanics could listen to him for hours, and the evening silence was interrupted regularly by bursts of laughter. He always talked about himself, but you could never tell where reality intertwined with fiction in his stories. He imitated either the brave soldier Shvek or the favorite hero of the soldiers, Vasya Tyrkin. Ostapenko was a great storyteller, and I knew the value of people who were able to cheer everybody up. I was glad to have him in my squadron. But on one occasion, he barely escaped dismissal. Kolobayev often checked the pilot's reactions to the commands from the ground at that time. Most of the planes were equipped only with receivers. The transmitters were installed only in the squadron commander's planes, and the only way to check the pilot's attention was to ask him to perform some simple trick. If he did, he had heard. Number 25 was flying above the start line. "Who is it?" Kolobayev asked me. "Sergeant Ostapenko." The commander took the microphone. "Number 25, if you hear me, wave your wings." Ostapenko kept flying in one direction. Kolobayev said angrily, "Your favorite can only tell stories, but in the air he is a fool. I'll dismiss him from the regiment. Let him study in the brigade." "Konstantin Nikolaevich," I asked the commander, "he walked with our regiment all the way from Rostov. Let him land and then decide. Perhaps the radio isn't working." "A bad dancer always finds an excuse. Let's see how he lands." "He lands perfectly, you'll see." And what do you think? Ostapenko, who had always landed well, came too close to the ground this time, smacked it with his wheels, and the aircraft jumped several times. "You can tell the bird by the way it flies. Walking is not flying. Send him to me." Ostapenko came up to the commander and saluted. "Did you tune the radio before the flight?" "I did." "Did you hear my command?" "I did." "Why didn't you obey?" "I couldn't, Comrade Commander," answered the sergeant calmly. "For what reason, I wonder?" "You ordered me to wave the wings, but it's impossible. They are fixed at the fuselage. If you had ordered me to swing from one wing to the other, it would have been different," the sergeant explained with an ingenuous expression. "Why did you make a poor landing?" "I knew you would be angry because I didn't carry out your command, so I was nervous." Those who were standing nearby chuckled, and Kolobayev burst out laughing. We were to fly to the front on 20 September. It seemed to me that there was no problem. All I had to do was to gather my squadron, 12 planes, fly for an hour, and land for refueling. We'd make one landing by the Elton Lake, one near Astrakhan, one near Makhachkala, and the last one near Gudirmes. That's it, and the flying conditions were favorable. There was not a cloud in the sky, and visibility was perfect. We were not going to fly over dangerous places, so there would be no Messerschmitts and no anti-aircraft guns firing. A pleasant trip, in my opinion. Meanwhile, Kolobayev devoted a whole day to getting ready for the flight. We were busy planning the route, and the commander rushed between the squadrons. Petr Rudenko led the first squadron. He had been promoted. Major Hushber led the second, and I was the leader of the third. Once again, Kolobayev appeared as if out of nowhere, grabbed the map, and began to interrogate. Ostapenko: "What's the compass course on the first stage of the flight? The track time? What are the main reference points?" The sergeant was answering excellently, and I was glad for him. Judging by his questions, it seemed our commander was afraid that we might lose our bearings. I could not understand how we could get lost on this route. The Volga and the only railway in the steppe were very reliable reference points. Besides, each squadron would be accompanied by a leader, the PE-2 bomber with the navigator aboard. The squadrons would take off one by one at 30-minute intervals, but the commander was still nervous. He ordered Major Galushenko, who had just been appointed our regiment's navigator, to accompany Petr Rudenko. Nikolai Kirillovich Galushenko was an excellent pilot and more experienced than any of us. He had been a voluntary pilot in China in 1937 and flew an SB bomber. The regiment commander wanted Galushenko to secure the first squadron. Petr took offense, but the commander was probably remembering the incident when Rudenko barely escaped trial a year ago. He was returning from a mission and fell behind the group, got lost, and had to land in the steppe. He asked the way, took off, but got lost again. It was evening by now. Rudenko landed by a village to ask the way, and somebody told him that the Germans were close. Rudenko put some firewood inside the cockpit, poured petrol over it, and set fire to it. He returned to the regiment on foot. Petr got into a lot of trouble that time. The rumors about the Germans being close appeared to be false, but the plane had been destroyed, so the commander decided to keep him away from any accidents this time. Early in the morning, my squadron took off. We set the course following the leader. Ostapenko was flying to my right. Looking past him, I could see the wide ribbon of the Volga and the yellow Zhiguli. The first landing, the refuelers quickly did their job. Rudenko's squadron landed after us, and Hushber's squadron landed when all my planes were already refueled. We took off. Everything went on exactly to schedule. In the air again, the Volga turned to the right and disappeared. We wouldn't see it until Astrakhan now. My native Nikolaevka and destroyed Stalingrad were left far behind. We were flying above the flat steppe. Trains were crawling along the railway to the front. Finally, we saw the white salty lake, Elton. Kolobayev landed first and directed the rest from the ground. I stretched my legs and saw my deputy, Fedya Artemov, hurrying towards me. "One plane is missing." "Nonsense. Everybody flew to the airfield. I checked it myself." "Number 25 is missing." Ostapenko. We climbed at the engine and looked around. "What's that dust?" Artemov pointed with his hand, shielding his eyes from the sun. "Probably a car. What else can raise dust in the steppe?" "Isn't it a plane taxiing?" "He could not have landed so far away." Kolobayev ran up to us, pointing at that direction with signal flags. "Do you see where your haw-haw managed to land?" Ostapenko taxied for a long time, hitting marmot holes with his wheels. The water in the engine started to boil. Mechanics gathered around the plane, checking the landing gear and the engine. It appeared that the sun had blinded Ostapenko before the landing, and he lost the T. He turned, noticed something white ahead, and landed there. On the ground, he found out that he had taken a gully caked with dried brine for the landing cue. The sergeant stood before me, frowning. "Now they will take me to pieces," he said in a sad voice. I thought he was talking about the plane and tried to calm him down before the next takeoff, though I felt like telling him off. "There's no need to dismantle it. There's nothing wrong with the aircraft." "I don't mean the plane. I mean myself. I am to blame for the accident." The next part of the route was really difficult. Halfway there, we were to fly over desert. We had to follow the compass to the south and then along the coastline to the west. We had to make a big detour in order to avoid the enemy aircraft operations zone. Before we took off, each of us received a corked bottle of water. "It's emergency stock. I forbid you to drink it," declared the commander. Everybody guessed when the water could come in handy. We took off in the same sequence following Kolobayev. The aircraft jerked in the hot air streams. Wherever you looked, there was nothing but yellow sand. During 20 minutes of flight, I did not see a single bush. I could not help listening to the engine and thinking about the water bottle. Finally, I saw the blue Caspian Sea and a white lace of foam along the coastline. We flew for a long time along the deserted coast until we saw the Volga's mouth and numerous islands. Astrakhan was coming into view from the side. The third part of the route was eventless. While the mechanics were refueling the planes, the pilots received life jackets. It was the first time we'd seen them. "Here are the air hoses," explained an officer from the flight department. We looked at 2 long rubber tubes. When you put the vest on, they reached your mouth. "These are the valves that close the openings of the hoses when the vest is inflated." "How do you inflate it?" asked Fedya Artemov. "I was just going to show you. You take the ends of the hoses in your mouths, inhale through the nose, and exhale. Is it possible to get inside the cockpit when it is inflated? Comrades, you aren't going to inflate it in the plane, are you? You do it after you've left the plane and the canopy is opened, but you must do it before you land on water." Fedya Artemov was the first to try. He put on the vest and began to blow. His face became red from strain, but the vest swelled slowly. Finally, Fedya grew really stout. He made a wry face, bowed, held out a begging hand, and began to mumble, "Lard, lard, lard." Everybody laughed, thinking about our nice chief of staff who was probably still gathering grapes in Derbent. It was a good laugh, but we realized that we would not have time to inflate the vests because we would be flying too low above the sea. We did not feel like laughing anymore. To make things worse, Kolobayev was dashing along the runway, looking at his watch every minute. 30 minutes had already passed, but we could see no sign of the leader and Rudenko squadron. A single Sturmovik whizzed low above the airfield, zoomed, banked, made a circle, and landed. Judging by the style, that must be Galushenko. But why was he alone? Where was the first squadron that the regiment's navigator was supposed to guard? We watched Galushenko facing Kolobayev. The commander was gesticulating like a madman, and Galushenko was standing to attention. The last squadron had landed now, but Rudenko's planes still did not appear. Kolobayev stayed in Astrakhan and sent Galushenko to accompany my group. We flew to Makhachkala without a leader, but yellow Hawker Hurricanes guarded us from behind and from the sides. It appeared that the Germans were aware of the air route to the Caucasus above the sea and had sent messers to hunt for our planes. Major Galushenko was flying apart from my group. We approached the coast near Makachkala, and Galashenko descended until he was hedge-hopping. Flocks of ducks were rising in the air before his plane's nose. I had never seen such an amount of game bird in my life. Soon I heard Galashenko's voice. "Something is wrong with my engine. There is a smell of burning. I guess it's the electric wiring." "What did the instruments show?" I asked him. "The water temperature is rising." "We were approaching the airfield. Land first," I advised him. When I was descending, I saw Galashenko's plane lying on its fuselage at the far end of the airfield. Galashenko had forgotten to release the landing gear in his hurry. He was going round the plane cursing himself with the worst words, but it didn't help. Our mechanics lifted the plane up and changed the propeller. They checked the engine but could not find any problem. Nothing could really burn there. We wondered what could have happened. Sergeant Shergin climbed on the engine, thrust his hand into the air inlet of the water radiator, which was situated behind the propeller in front of the glass canopy, and pulled out a burnt duck. How could it have squeezed in there through the three-bladed propeller rotating at a speed of 2,000 revolutions per minute? Petr Rudenko got into trouble. Galashenko thought that he could leave him on his own as far as Astrakhan, since a leader would be accompanying him. The leader was to take off in the last turn, but his engine broke down and he never took off. Rudenko flew alone, swerved from his course over the Volga's mouth, and got lost. The fuel ran out, and the pilots from his squadron landed separately in different places. Rudenko landed on a deserted island in the Volga's estuary. The soil was too soft, and the plane turned upside down. Fortunately, the squadron commander got off with bruises, and the plane was also safe. We found everybody, and they flew to the assembly point. The flight was over. 36 Sturmoviks were ready for the battle, but Galashenko was downgraded and became the commander of the 1st Squadron, while Rudenko became a flight commander. It was rather unpleasant. We had learnt to fight, and then stumbled on an even surface. 15. We restore our strength. We landed in a broad valley near Gudermes. The last Sturmovik was still taxiing when we saw a German reconnaissance aircraft in the sky. The regiment commander followed it with his eyes and called all hands on deck. "Camouflage the aircraft." We began to carry hay and sheaves to cover the propellers, wings, and fuselages. Everybody did his best, and soon you could not distinguish a plane from a haystack, even at a close distance. We settled in a deserted village, Istisu, which was an hour on foot from the airfield. Volodya Zangiev, who was an Ossete, translated the name of the village as hot water. There was indeed a stream of almost boiling water running down from the mountain. The water smelled of rotten eggs. A wood-lined hollow had been dug into the ground near the stream. It could be filled with water, and when it cooled a bit, a dozen bath lovers could submerge into it slowly and enjoy the healing water. Even our young hearts pounded after this. Enjoying the sulfur spring, we thought that tomorrow we would probably get an order to fly to a front airfield somewhere close to Mozdok or Mnalchik. The head of the reconnaissance unit flew to our regiment in the evening with the map. He told us about enemy air and ground forces in our section of the front, mentioning lots of numbers, listing the numerical strength of the units. We marked the military contact zone and the places where the fascists' air force was based on our maps. The commander seemed to be informed of every single detail. It looked like he had seen everything with his own eyes. Our reconnaissance was not wasting time. He was not supposed to say anything about our own forces, but in the end he said encouragingly, "Our forces are getting ready to smash the enemy." We thought that the rearranged regiments of our 230th Ground Attack Aircraft Division were also a force, and not the smallest one. We spent several days in Istisu, but the order to fly closer to the front line did not come. Instead, we were ordered to continue training, practicing group coordination and shooting. So we flew from dawn until night, using as much fuel and ammunition as we wanted. After some time, there came an order to hold a conference to exchange battle experiences. A conference in wartime was an unprecedented event. It seemed that we were not doing so badly after all, if they were not in a hurry to bring us into action. Kolobayev defined the subjects of the presentations and distributed them among the pilots. Fedya Artemov revolted unexpectedly. "I am a poor orator, Comrade Commander. As soon as I step out to the platform, I'll start to stutter." "So don't perorate. Just speak naturally about the attacks on the Artemov and Konstantinov airfields which you performed with Mospanov. Everything as it was, from takeoff to landing, and show it on a plan. It does no harm to use your brains, and it will be interesting for the young pilots. And forget about the platform. We are not going to bother about that stuff. An orator. The number of presentations was rather large. Pilots were going to speak about maneuvers against anti-aircraft guns, about air fights between Sturmoviks and Messers, about battle formation, attacks on crossings. Only Petr Rudenko did not get a subject for presentation. He was getting ready for a meeting of the youth of the Northern Caucasus. Later we learnt that he made the shortest speech at the meeting. We have been fighting and will be fighting against Hitler until we win. He left the stage followed by a storm of applause. For me, Kolobayev chose the rather delicate subject of shooting and dropping bombs from the aircraft. It was easier to demonstrate than to explain. The shooting was no problem. You lowered the nose of the aircraft, located the target through the crosshairs, descended nearer the ground, and fired. If the tracer bullets missed, you could easily change direction with the help of the rudders. It was a pure pleasure to shoot from the Sturmovik. You could see the results. Bombing was quite different. Nobody bothered to develop sights for the Sturmovik until the end of the war, and even after it. That's why each of us had his own shooting method. We dropped bombs by eye, trusting our own feelings. We called it booting. Some smart guys even invented an abbreviation for the non-existent sights. TB-42 meant Tarpaulin Boots of 1942. By the end of the war, we were on TB-45. Everyone coped as best he could, and on the whole, we dropped bombs on target. To compensate for the missing sights, the Sturmovik was covered with different kinds of markers and pins, just as the bottom of a ship is covered with shells. We used the markers to determine the time we began to dive. Then we had to bank at an angle of 30 degrees and immediately begin to count off the seconds for the delay, much as photographers use to count off the time of exposure. Moreover, we had to keep an eye on the altimeter because we had to drop bombs from the right height. As soon as factory markers and pins appeared, somebody wrote instructions on their use. It was obligatory to learn the instructions and to pass a test on it. There was only one thing the instruction did not take into consideration. How was it possible to perform the whole procedure in a few seconds during battle with anti-aircraft guns firing at you? I asked Kolobayev, should I stick to the instructions or tell them about the boot? Tell them how you do it, but don't mention the boot to the young guys. To make them believe, show them everything on the training ground. During the conference, we discussed and argued about many things, many of which we had not bothered to think before. We remembered the tactical methods used by our famous experts, Major Nikolai Zub and Senior Lieutenant Ilya Mospanov. Fedya Artemov didn't stutter when he spoke about his sorties to the enemy airfields. Before the demonstration flight, I asked the commander, how would it be if I broadcast my every action so everyone can hear? Will you have time to do that? I'll try. The head of our communication service, Nujenko, mounted a loudspeaker near the ground station. I also asked him to set the transmitter switch on the control column so that I did not have to reach down to the floor each time I wanted to use it. Nujenko arranged it so, and now my plane had an extra cable and a shift knob, which was fixed onto the control column with insulation tape. You pressed it when you wanted to talk and released it when you wanted to listen. Excellent. When Yakov Ivanovich Maltsev, the chief designer's deputy, visited us later, he examined the extra knob, which was already installed on all the leaders' planes, and said, "That's a practical improvement. We will apply it in the factory." My demonstration flight was successful. The correspondents called it a lecture from the air, and later that form of teaching became commonplace. After the flight, Kolobayev came up to me, took off his parachute master badge, and fastened it on my breast. "But I haven't jumped enough times." "Take it. Perhaps you'll need it to make another hole in your blouse soon." At that time, none of the pilots who had gone through the long run of fighting from the Donetsk Basin to the Caucasus had a single decoration. Even Talikov did not get one, though he had already been recommended for the Order of Lenin in June 1942 when he saved me from the Germans. Artemov and I did not get a decoration either, though we had made more than 50 sorties each. To be honest, everyone who deserved one was just waiting for a decoration. We hoped to get them before we entered the third round. Sometimes we would begin to discuss it. I've heard that the high commanders are pocketing all the decorations." "Who is talking such nonsense?" "I've heard it myself from the clerks. They know everything. The decorations are probably kept outside the division." Everybody dreamed of the day when he would make a hole in his blouse. It was important to receive a decoration while we were alive. September passed, but we were still training on Istisou. The young pilots learnt to shoot and bomb on target, could keep formation not only flying in line but also during maneuvers, and had mastered attacking targets with the whole squadron. It was an inspiring sight. 12 Sturmovix lowered their noses in unison and launched 96 missiles in a single smoking track. Hosts of tracer bullets shredded the targets, and when the planes came out of a dive, black spots rushed down. The ground quaked. A cloud of dust hid the sun, and a crushing echo resounded from the mountains. The Sturmovix climbed again for a new attack. The regiment commander gave an order through the microphone. "Attention, enemy fighters!" The pilots responded to the command, and the leader moved forward. His plane banked, the wingmen formed a line following him, and in a few seconds there was a merry-go-round in the air. That kind of battle formation was devised to defend the planes from Messerschmitts. We called it a ring buoy. A single-seater Sturmovik was defenseless from behind, but if a Fritz tried to attack it, the plane flying behind him could stop him with frontal fire. "The attack is repelled. You may land," the commander said in the microphone, got into a car, and drove to check the work of the first squadron. It was really beautiful. Misha Talikov was the first to break the silence. "Now we are ready," and he tapped his heels together. I thought, yes, this is not a regiment with nothing but 2 Sturmoviks anymore. The regiment was ready to fly to a front-line airfield, but quite unexpectedly we got a new order. The 7th Guards would be a night regiment. That was news. We had never heard of Sturmoviks flying at night. Now we would have to spend time learning again. There were few pilots in our regiment who had flown at night, and they had all flown only U-2s. In the evening we were discussing the new order excitedly. "I don't understand. What's the use of our flying at night? There will be fewer casualties. Think of the girls from the Bershunskaya regiment. Many of them have already made 300 operational flights on U-2s at night, and they don't have any armor. And how many Sturmoviks do you know that have made at least 50 flights? Farewell to hedge hopping. We'll have to fly high in order not to hit a mountain in the dark. And if we fly high, we won't be able to shoot. All we can do is to drop bombs with TB-42. And our group coordination will come to nothing." "Why? How are you going to keep formation in the dark? Even infantrymen step on each other's heels in the night marches." "You can see your neighbor's navigation lights. They are mounted on the wingtips and the tail. If you must know, they are turned on during takeoff and landing only. If you fly with navigation lights on, the German anti-aircraft gunners will be really grateful to you. They won't even need the searchlights. It's easy to spot a night Sturmovik through the lights. Guys, how can we find targets at night? We'll have to use the flares. And where should we fix the demolition bombs?" No one could answer that question. We got really confused. Next day, about 50 bat lamps were set on the airfield, forming a night starting line. We didn't have a searchlight to illuminate the landing runway. A pilot from a night regiment flew on a U-2 to train us. We flew from dusk until dawn for several nights, and the process of relearning was going amazingly fast. And what a pleasure it was to fly a U-2 at night. The air was still, and the plane glided smoothly as if in sour cream. Everywhere was in complete darkness. Only the instrument panel slightly flickered, and the 2 rows of lamps shone dimly on the airfield. It looked like a city street at night. It was unusual to see it. All the settlements were blackened out now, and cars drove with their lights off at night. You could not help thinking of the peaceful days preceding the war. We were standing on the runway watching a plane flying above. 3 lights were moving in the starry sky, red, green, and white. If it weren't for the sound of the engine, you might take them for the shooting stars. It was Sergeant Ostapenko. He was performing an independent flight in a circle. "Your ho-hole is doing his best," the commander said approvingly. He inhaled deeply, and the cigarette illuminated his face and wrinkles round his lips. At that very moment we were blinded by a bright light. The air blast hit us, and we fell down. The commander was the first to jump up. "Turn off the lights," he cried. Everybody rushed to carry out the command. Now we could hear a distant rumble from a German night plane, which was hurrying to cross the front line before dawn. The sky was already clearing in the east. Our mechanics filled up the shell hole. Nobody was hurt, and the planes were all safe as well. We drove to the village, dozing. "The Fritz has also bombed with a boot," I heard Ivan Ostapenko's voice. The period of flying U-2s was over. It was time to fly ILs at night. Who would be the first to try? Kolobayev wanted to do it himself, but unfortunately he was suffering from a stomach ulcer in those days. He couldn't do without a hot water bottle. He summoned Major Galashenko and asked him, "Have you ever flown an SB at night?" "Yes, I have." "Will you fly an IL?" "I will," he answered with confidence. "Only I'd like to perform the first flight at dusk so that my eyes can get used to the dark gradually." "All right. You'll fly the dual control plane and take Major Hushper in the rear cockpit. 2 majors are better than 1. It was not dark yet when the UIL-2 taxied to the runway and took off. It circled the airfield and did a perfect 3-point landing. Again it took off, climbed, and flew aside to wait until it was dark. We did not have to wait long. Darkness was crawling fast from the mountains. We could no longer see the Sturmovik when it roared above the airfield. We spotted it by the glare from the exhaust rather than by its navigation lights. It was a surprise for many of us. "It can be spotted even when the navigation lights are off," somebody said disappointedly. "With U-2 it was different. On a U-2 the 5 cylinders and exhaust stubs were placed in the manifold. Here fire gushes out of 12 cylinders," explained a mechanic. The plane circled the airfield and began to descend slowly. The roar changed as the pilot reduced throttle. The flame was even brighter now. We listened intently, waiting for the moment of contact, but the engine started again very close to us. The pilot made a new circle and tried to land again, but in vain. He climbed again and transmitted. "The glare is blinding me. I can't see the lamps. I'll keep trying." Ostapenko asked Kolobayev, "How did you attack Bobruisk Airfield in the dark then?" "Are you continuing the conference?" The commander pulled him up. He did not tell the sergeant that they had in fact taken off in the dark that time but landed in bright sunshine. Galashenko managed to land at the 5th try only, and he still missed the guiding lamps. Fortunately, there was no ditch there, and our only dual-control plane was safe. Kolobayev stopped the flights and phoned the division command. They called up the Air Force and prohibited night flights until special orders arrive. The engineers were told to devise flame dampers. They decided to lengthen the exhaust stubs, but it was not an easy task and required much time. For that reason, we did not become night pilots. On 4 October, we had a holiday, the first anniversary of the day our regiment was decorated with the Order of Lenin. The day before the anniversary, Kolobayev received a telegram. He looked through it and threw it away. "Kozhukhovsky!" The chief of staff jumped up in surprise. "I must urgently fly to the Air Force headquarters. Be on the alert." And he threatened Kozhukhovsky with his finger. The commander flew away on a U-2 and our head of staff went to the dispersal area. His voice could be heard from afar. "Keep on alert." "We are always on alert, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel," answered the regiment engineer Timofey Tuchin. "Check everything again." He looked at a plane and noticed a shameful sight. "Who hung a gas mask on a gun?" "It impedes the work," said someone's subdued voice. "Whom does a gas mask impede?" Fedor Vasilyevich got even more irritated. A mechanic scrambled out of the fuselage hatch. "The gas mask must always be with you. Put it on." Kozhukhovsky inspected the dispersal area for a long time, but did not have time to put everything in order before a messenger ran up to him across the field. He brought a short telegram. "I fly. Kolobayev." Fedor Vasilyevich fussed about with double energy, waiting for his stern commander. Kolobayev flew in, got out of the plane smiling, and clapped Kozhukhovsky on the shoulder. "We are allowed to celebrate the regiment's anniversary before we go to the front." We were getting ready for the celebration, and Indian ink, pens, paints, brushes, and paper were in high demand. We had no red paint, but we found a way to make it from red flares. It appeared that there were plenty of painters and poets among the crew. Kozhukovsky examined the work and was attracted by a man with fleshy ears and a gas mask depicted in the humor section of the mural newspaper. "My ears and my gas mask," he mumbled. "Well done, guys. Make everybody laugh." In the middle of the fuss, a lorry drove up to Istisu. 2 men got out of it. They were wearing uniforms with military decorations. One of them had a strange gait. His legs remained straight, and the toes of his boots were bent up. The other one had many scars on his face, and his arm was bent at the elbow. Kolobayev and Kozhukovsky dashed towards them. They embraced and stood for a long time, rubbing their eyes with crumpled handkerchiefs. They were Shahov and Smirugov, back from the Astrakhan hospital. Not a year had passed since the day when Shahov's plane crashed in the forest near Krasny Shatar. Even less time had passed since the day when stretcher-bearers carried Smirugov to the dead soldiers. Practically no men who knew Shahov and Smirugov were left in the regiment by now, but many new pilots ran out to the street. Without any order, they fell in rank, welcoming the veterans whom they had seen in photographs and heard a great deal about. The sun was shining, so the grand meeting took place in the open air. Smirugov and Shahov sat at the top table with the command and Mikhail Talikov. The guard's banner with the Order of Lenin was placed behind the table. The walls were covered with slogans, pictures, and significant data showing how many operational flights the regiment had performed since the beginning of the war, how many bombs had been dropped, how many shells fired, what enemy forces and equipment destroyed. There were no numbers, however, showing how much we had to pay for it. Artemov was the first summoned to the table after the report on the military actions performed by the regiment was over. An Order of the Red Banner was now glittering on his blouse, which he received after Ivan Boyko's death. Then came my turn to receive the same decoration. We all waited for Talikov to be summoned, but his name was not even in the list. The next day we were ordered to fly to Point 3 near Grozny. Now we were ready indeed. We were armed not only with new aircraft, but also with battle experience. 16. Point 3. The place where we came to from Istisu was marked on the map as a state farm. Now it was our airfield, named Point 3. Our Sturmoviks were standing in caponiers under camouflage netting near the Tursky Ridge. At the other side of the airfield stood the LAGG-3 fighters from Romantsov's regiment. They would accompany and cover us against messers in all flights. Not far from the airfield, there were 3 barracks, a wilted acacia and a rusty trough with 10 taps as a washstand. There was also a new office area with plank beds for the crew and a long table with telephone sets behind a plywood partition. That was the place where we would get our military orders. One of the barracks was called the Nunnery. Our girls, armorers, waitresses, cooks, and nurses lived there. We were not even allowed to cross its threshold. The stern typist Maria Brodskaya, whom we called Mother Superior, was held in awe by everybody, including the staff commander. She knew and remembered the names of all the men who began the war in the regiment, including the lost ones. She would witness the end of the war in the same regiment. Viktor Shahov was allowed to fly. I trained him on a UIL-2. The flights cost him a lot. The artificial limbs rubbed his legs, which had been amputated a bit below the knee, until they bled. In the evenings, I used to bring him a basin with cold water. Victor immersed his stumps and relaxed. "You see, my heels still itch. Perhaps that's the reason I have problems with coordination," he joked. Shahov pressed the pedals too hard at first and could not hold course without my help, but after a while he adapted and things went better. Kolya Smirugov spent all the time on the runway with us, but he could not fly. His fracture had knitted badly, and pain prevented his pushing the throttle. Kolya was very upset. He was appointed the adjutant of the 2nd Squadron. "I give you leave," the commander told him. "Go home for a month. Your arm will heal, and you will fly." One of the rooms in the nunnery was separated from the living rooms and had its own entrance. We used it as a dance hall. One of the mechanics, Yurchenko, played his bayan in the evenings, and pilots danced with the girls. Our girls looked different now. Once they went to Grozny and came back with their hair curling like young sheep. It was impossible to stay in your barrack at night. Even Petr Rudenko came to the dancing hall with his gramophone and played Rio Rita, which he had bought again in Grozny. It became very stuffy in the room after a swift foxtrot, and everybody went out to take the air. A full moon hung above the Caucasus Ridge in those days and lit every corner. Couples could not hide anywhere, so everybody stood by the entrance in awkward silence. Boys were smoking non-stop, and girls did not know what to do with their hands. Everybody tried not to stand in the bright moonshine. Only the pilots with orders put their breasts under the silvery light. I looked at the wasp waist and slender legs of Masha Odintsova. She was our most dashing armorer and always had a way with words, but now she was standing silent with Fedya Artemov, as if she had lost the gift of speech. Could that possibly be connected with the Order of the Red Banner glittering on my deputy's breast? I came up to them and turned so the moon lit up my breast as well. Fedya finally broke the silence. "It's so good in the fresh wind." "It's time to go to bed," I said. "Kolobayev will wake us before dawn tomorrow. He'll check the regiment's alertness." Fedya and I went to our barracks, and Masha went to the nunnery. She, too, had to wake up early tomorrow. "Wake up!" The person on duty gave the command in an undertone, but the iron beds began to creak and shake at once. Someone lit the lamp, a flattened shell filled with petrol and salt. The washstand was already clattering outside. It was dark and chilly. The moon hid behind the mountains, and the fog was so thick that one could not even see the nunnery. Fedya Artemov stepped into a puddle and cursed quietly. The rest were laughing. "Fedya hit the wrong tempo," they were referring to yesterday's dances. We washed ourselves quickly, put on the warm flying suits, took our pistols, helmets, and map cases, and hurried to the canteen for an early breakfast, tea with bread and butter. The hot tea was perfect in the morning, especially after the vast amount of tobacco we had smoked at night. "Help yourself." The waitress was fussing around. She was running from one table to another, pouring more tea. A lorry was already honking by the window. The commander hurried us. We ate as we ran, leaving the canteen and getting into the lorry. "Is everyone present?" Kolobayev asked from the cabin. "Everyone." The lorry jerked and drove to the dispersal area. The white shroud of fog was impenetrable. We drove up to the first caponier, waited for one of the pilots to get out, and moved on, making short halts near each plane. My mechanic, Temnov, reported on the plane's status. I believed my careful assistant, but the instructions obliged me to control everything myself. I checked the fuses of bombs and missiles, the amount of fuel and oil, and many other things. I got into the cockpit, turned on the transmitter, and heard the commander's voice. "Start up!" The deafening roar from 36 engines swept across the valley. We waited for the next command, and soon it came. "Fire!" Cannons and machine guns started firing almost simultaneously. The bright tracks from tracer bullets cut the fog layer and glittered in the sky. After that, everything fell silent. The lorry gathered the pilots one by one and drove us to the office. "The regiment must be on the alert today," the commander declared. "3rd Squadron, stay here and wait for a mission." My pilots got into bed. I could name almost all my guys by their boots sticking out. Fedya Artemov, Misha Vorozhbiev, Kolya Sedyenkov, Vasha Shamshurin. The rest were sergeants, Ivan Ostapenko among them. He wasn't in the mood to talk that morning. I guessed he must be nervous since it was going to be his first sortie. 2 telephone sets were standing on the table. The green one rang often, but we did not pay attention. When the black one buzzed, men began to stir in their beds. "Is that command calling?" The person on duty was speaking quietly into the receiver. "The fog hasn't cleared away yet." It was already time for the second breakfast. The pilots took their plates and went out of the stuffy place to get some fresh air. The fog was rising a bit above the ground, and both the valley and the mountains were hidden from view. No flying conditions yet. After breakfast, everybody cheered up. Ivan Ostapenko was telling a new variant of the story of how he managed to get into the Guards regiment from the air school. "I was practicing banking and noticed a plane with yellow cantilevers following me. I felt hot all over. A Fritz. How on earth did he get to Uralsk? And he was going to shoot me down in the hinterland? I was frightened as hell and banked so sharply that I was hanging on the seat belt head first. The engine began to stall. I throttled down and thought, 'That's the end, Ivan Petrovich.' My plane's nose was already lowered and I was aiming at the ground. Fortunately, I was still rather high. As I was trying to understand what was going on, I saw the horizon line again. Then I realized that I had rolled right over. I landed more dead than alive and saw the plane with yellow cantilevers landing after me. It appeared that a student pilot from the neighboring airfield had got lost and was following me. His IL had yellow cantilevers. I did not want to tell the instructor that I had performed a forbidden maneuver out of fright, so I said I did it on purpose. The head of the school, General Kravtsov, put me in the garrison jail for 10 days, but I was still a hero. Rumors were spread that a second Nestorov had appeared in the school. 2 days before the end of the punishment, I was summoned to the head of the school. I thought that was the end of my flying career. I entered the office and saw the head of the school, the head of the political department, my instructor, and a colonel from the Air Force whom I did not know. I wanted to fall to my knees, but remembered that it was not allowed in the regulations. "Comrade General," I said, "forgive me. I won't commit a single violation in the air. I will justify your confidence." The colonel grinned and said, "Comrade Ostapenko, do you mind going to the front?" I thought, is he joking? Who can possibly refuse to go to the front? Our instructor put away money from each salary into a common fund, and then an article would appear in the newspaper. Aircraft bought on personal savings. Instructors would raffle it off, and the lucky one was allowed to go to the front despite being on reserve. My instructor must be looking at me with jealousy. "I long to go to the front," I answered. "That's good, Ivan Petrovich," he said. "Your wish will be fulfilled. We need men who can fly in more than one direction. You may go and serve your term of punishment." At this point in the story, Ostapenko inhaled and said, "So now I think that if it hadn't been for that incident, I would never have got into the 7th Guards." Everybody laughed heartily. The mist was rising higher and higher. Blue gaps appeared in the cloud. A triangulation tower could already be seen at the top of the Tersky mountain ridge, so we would not have to wait long now. It was good to listen to Ostapenko's stories, but I felt I had to repeat the battle formation to the wingmen. At the end of my short speech, I once again warned the young pilots. Remember, the most important thing in an operational flight is sticking together. I looked at Sergeant Ostapenko and could read his mind. How many times are you going to repeat the same thing? It's all been clear for ages, and you may be sure I've learnt to hold the formation. Well, yes, I haven't performed an operational flight myself yet, but still I've seen others taking off many times, and as we were marching from the Don, I experienced real fear. Just let us fly, and I'll show you that I was not born yesterday, squadron leader. I will smash the Fritzes as much as the famous Talikov or Artemov. The person on duty ran out of the office. "Crew, to the commander!" It was as if a whirlwind swept off the men of the 3rd Squadron. Artemov and I were by the entrance before the rest of the team. We could hardly keep from running. Our pace was unusually springy. Though our commander did not tolerate slowness, I always held myself back not only in movement, but also in word when it came to discussing a military task. It did not stop me from being nervous, of course. I had enough butterflies in my stomach. But I had to conceal my nervousness from the wingmen. The men must believe in you on the ground at this point, so I tried to look calm. As we were entering the office, my thoughts were swirling in my head. Where will they send us? To Mozdok or to the Yelkatovsky gates? It would be better to lead the sergeants in their first flight in a relatively quiet region with less flak and no Messerschmitts. The commander struck his hand impatiently on a map spread on the table. "Orders! Take seats, quickly!" Everybody began to look at the maps. Everyone was smoking except for Vorozhbiev, who was a non-smoker. You would inhale and hide your hand immediately under the table so that the rest could not see your fingers trembling from strain and fear. The commander was rushing. "To the south of Mozdok, Voznesenskaya, on the actual Tersky Ridge. Has everyone found it? It's near the mark 703. Does everybody see it? About 10 kilometers to the north, our troops are repelling enemy infantry and tanks on the mountainsides. That's where you must strike. Yemelyan," he addressed me. "Be careful. Don't hit your own troops. Do you understand?" "I do," answered I. I looked up and saw all the crew staring at my left hand, in which I held a cigarette. I deliberately didn't hide it. I leaned on the table with my elbow and relaxed my forearm and hand. Thus, my fingers were not trembling. That was my old trick. It always calmed people down. If the leader is not nervous, we will all be back safe. Let them think this way while I worry about other things. How will we locate the target? Point 703 was marked on the map, but nobody was going to draw numbers on the ground for us. The battle would be fought on the bare slopes, and everything would be mixed up for sure. How should we distinguish our troops from the enemy's? And what if the young pilots dashed aside from an anti-aircraft gun and hit the wrong target? It's easy to say, don't hit our own troops. A lorry brought us to the dispersal area, and I watched Ostapenko jumping out near his plane. His mechanic, Nikolai Bublik, was waiting for him. Bublik had seen off more than a dozen pilots both in their first and the last flights. We completed the mission successfully and did not lose any aircraft, but Sturmovik number 25 was the last to land, and its canopy was broken. An ambulance car dashed towards it from the runway. The nurses grabbed Sergeant Ostapenko, who got out of the cockpit with his face stained all over with blood, and put him on a stretcher. Tosia Tobochnaya was wailing nearby. "My God, what are you waiting for? Take him to the hospital!" They put the stretcher in the car and drove away. We were sitting in the office again, and the commander was facing us. Everything was just as before the flight, but Ostapenko was missing. Nobody talked about him at that moment. The regiment commander asked me, "How did it go?" "Not bad, I guess." It was difficult to evaluate your own actions. Everyone did his best. "What does it mean, not bad?" Suddenly he became angry. It grated on me. "You should have seen the mess yourself." I realized that I said the wrong thing and added, "Our troops should at least mark the front line with the flares. There were no signals." "I will see if there is a need. And don't make excuses. Whether they've set up flares or not, the leader is still responsible. If we did something wrong, I'll bear the responsibility." "Are you sure you did not hit our troops?" The commander kept on interrogating. He was angry. "I don't think so." "Can't you guarantee it?" "I can't guarantee, but I am sure." The commander began to interrogate the wingmen, but did not learn anything new. We went out of the office and lay on the cool autumn ground. I had to hold a briefing, but did not feel like talking. The sky was clear now, the sun was shining, and the green mountains could be seen perfectly. We were to fly again soon, but now without Ostapenko. Where was he? Shahov stumped towards us, looking very depressed. He had been ready to perform his 47th sortie that day, but we had a call from the headquarters of the 4th Air Army. "I forbid Shahov to fly," said the Corps commander. "If he is shot down, the Germans will shower the whole world with leaflets. Russians are so desperate they are already making people with artificial limbs fly." When Shahov learnt this, he went behind the caponier so that nobody could see him and wept. It was the second time he had cried at the front. The first time it was when his friend Nikolai Sinyakov burnt down. The second time was now. "You'll be a staff officer," the commander tried to console him. Shahov watched the 1st Squadron taking off. The Sturmoviks from the 3rd Squadron were getting ready for a new flight. Fedya Artemov was watching Masha Odintsova dragging a 100-kilo bomb to the plane. The head of staff's deputy, Gudymenko, ran out of the blindage waving a piece of paper and shouting, "Confirmation!" He gave me the telegram, and I read, "The commander of the 9th Army expresses his thanks to the Sturmoviks working at 10.20. Now I was not just sure, I could guarantee. Suddenly we saw Ostapenko going out from behind the barrack and could not believe our eyes. He was walking towards us with a broad smile on his face. How could it be so? He had been carried on the stretcher with his face bleeding, and now there was not a scratch on it. The smiling Ostapenko told us what happened to him in his first sortie. When he got in the cockpit and put his feet on the pedals, they were trembling. The elated mood vanished. Unexpected thoughts were running through his head. What if I fail to form up and lose the group? How will I locate the target? It won't be training targets marked with white lime. What if I fail to notice it? Fortunately, he did not have time to think that his first sortie could well be the last, because he heard a familiar voice. "They are starting." Bublik was tipping him off. Ostapenko looked around and saw the propellers of other aircraft rotating already. With his left hand, he opened the compressed air valve, but his right hand could not find the starter button. Bublik pressed it himself, and the engine fired. Ostapenko taxied to the runway and took off. In the air, he kept his eyes fixed on the planes before him, since he was afraid to lose them. It seemed to him that he circled above the same place for too long. He looked down and did not see the airfield. The leading flights had already set the course, and Ostapenko fell behind. He pushed the throttle, and the tails of the planes flying ahead of him began to approach rapidly. Then it seemed that somebody pulled them all up by a string. In his helmet, Ostapenko heard the familiar voice of the squadron leader. "Number 25, stop dancing and take your place." The remark calmed him down, and he thought how easy it had seemed to hold the formation during the training. He joined his flight and flew further. Soon he heard the commander's voice again. "Get ready for the attack. Aim to the left. Begin the maneuver." The group ahead of Ostapenko moved left, then right. Some planes were jumping up, some down. Ostapenko hardly had time to watch his neighbors, and there was no time to look at the target. Meanwhile, the leader was giving a new command. "Maneuver! Maneuver!" His plane was moving off, followed by black puffs of smoke. That must be smoky exhaust, Ostapenko thought. He noticed that his windshield was growing dim, but he was not worried. He had a clean rag in his pocket, and he remembered students in the air school wiping the glass in the air. He took the rag and reached out for the window. At that moment, a black cloud appeared before his very eyes. The plane jerked, and the pilot lost his breath for a second. Wind was beating in his face. There was no windshield left. At first, Ostapenko did not realize what had happened. His only thought was, stick to the rest. The Sturmoviks were already lowering their noses, getting ready to dive. Ostapenko pushed the column forward and heard the command, "Drop!" Bombs were pouring out of the hatches. He found the releasing button and pressed it. The Sturmoviks were now circling above the ground and firing. Ostapenko was also pulling the triggers. His plane was shaking feverishly. Something was smoking and burning on the ground. The wind was blowing hard, and now Ostapenko realized that safety goggles were not there for appearance only. Fortunately, he did not know yet that the goggles would also protect his eyes from fire. "One more attempt," said the leader's voice inside the helmet. Ostapenko had long since lost count of the attempts. Neither could he determine the right direction from which he had to attack. His mouth was parched, sweat was showering down his face, and he had to wipe it every few seconds with his left hand. Suddenly he heard, "Assemble!" It was time to form up, but he could not see a single plane. He turned his head and saw white tracks swishing the air. A plane with crosses on the fuselage raced past him. Ostapenko pulled the triggers aiming at the messer and suddenly noticed a group of Sturmoviks. He caught up with them and formed up. The group was heading to the east. Soon they crossed a ridge and flew above a valley. A big town was coming into view. It was Grozny. Ostapenko saw the airfield, but it was not our airfield. The group was already landing. It would have been a really nice end of his first operational flight if he had landed in the wrong place. The sergeant looked around desperately and, thank God, saw his barracks at the foot of the mountain in a distance, the planes circling above. He was terribly glad. He landed and was taxiing to the dispersal area when he saw Nikolai Bublik giving him a sign to stop the engine. Ostapenko did not understand what was going on, but obeyed. He got out of the cockpit quickly, took off the parachute, and was ready to jump down from the wing when the nurses grabbed him. It appeared that he had cut his fingers with the broken glass and later smeared the blood all over his face while trying to wipe sweat from it. The sight was rather horrible. The next day, the local newspaper published an article about the feat of Sergeant Ostapenko, who, being heavily wounded in the head and bleeding all over, managed to pilot his damaged plane to the airfield and made a perfect landing. Ostapenko sent the article to his instructor in the air school. 17. Over the Nogaysk steppes. The front line was still bounded by the Terek, and we were stuck at Point 3 for a long time. At the end of September, the fascist troops managed to capture a bridgehead near Maisky, but the command did not seem to bother much about the enemy enclave, and we were not sent there. Instead, we often flew to the Mozdok region. Despite the heavy losses, the 1st German Tank Army kept on ramming our defense lines from the north. The reports from Sovinform Bureau were rather alarming. Severe fighting was in full swing in the Stalingrad region. Though we were more than 200 kilometers away, we still considered Stalingrad our closest neighbor. We had to work hard in our region to prevent the enemy transferring reserves from the Caucasus to Stalingrad. Our reconnaissance aircraft discovered that there was a big gap between the enemy forces in Stalingrad and the Caucasus. The command decided to station the 4th Cossack Cavalry Corps led by Lieutenant General Kirichenko in the gap so that they could strike the rear of the Kleist's tank army. The Cossacks had to fight in the vast Nogaisk steppes to the north from Grozny. In our free moments, we studied the region where we would have to fly. We took a dumb map without legends and tried to remember by heart the strange-sounding names of tiny settlements, salty lakes, and rivers. We had to learn everything, since it was not always possible to consult the map during the flight. Deputy of the Air Corps for Intelligence Ivan Filomonovich Radziecki came to instruct us. He unfolded his map on the table and bent over it. "I'll describe the situation in the Nogaisk steppes." He paused. Someone asked immediately, "Shall we start from the front line?" "There's no front line, comrades," Radziecki answered. "How is it possible to wage war without a front line?" asked Fedya Artemov. He asked it as a joke because he remembered too well how he had fought without any front line on our maps when our troops were retreating from the Don to the Caucasus foothills. Perhaps he expected Radziecki to joke back, but he only coughed and continued. "The enemy has occupied the following settlements." The pilots quickly took blue pencils. "Mark Abdul Ghazi, Achikulak, Mahmud Makteb, Beryezkin. That's where the enemy cavalry has settled." "Do the Fritzes also have cavalry?" Someone was surprised. "According to the reports of all the reconnaissance units, there are up to 400 cavalrymen, an infantry battalion, and 30 tanks in Achikulak. In other settlements, there are small infantry subunits." Radziecki said nothing more. We were seriously alarmed. What if we mixed up the enemy cavalry with our Cossacks? We had learnt to distinguish the enemy blunt-nosed lorries from ours, but how should we distinguish horses? Our only hope was for the forward aircraft observer who was sent to the Cossacks with a radio station. He could help us if he would see us. Several days later, a big van brought the division navigator Vasily Krivoshein to our airfield. Mechanics set up a tall antenna next to the van. Krivoshein gathered the pilots and began to explain. "This is a radio station. It can lead you to your airfield from any place. Can it also lead us to the target? No, you must find the target yourself." That's something at least, we thought. After the attack, you often can't work out straight away which way to fly. Krivoshein proceeded. "Your plane's receiver will be tuned to the station frequency. When you fly back, don't forget to turn it on. Then you won't need to do anything. You'll just have to keep the needle in the middle of the scale. That's all. Got it?" "Got it," we answered, but somebody asked, "Does the enemy have such kind of stations?" "Of course. And what if they tune up to the same frequency? Then you may pay them a visit." The navigator smiled. The pilots murmured, displeased. "We'll fall into the beast's clutches with this radio station." "Don't worry, comrades." The navigator was calming us now. "Our frequencies do not coincide with the enemy's, and besides, you can distinguish your station by the music." "What music?" "We'll play some popular record. It will be a music password for our station." After he said that, Petr Rudenko started. "We'll play Rio Rita," he suggested, and everyone burst out laughing. On 2 October, the Cavalry Corps led by General Kirichenko moved from Gudermes to the northwest along the Nogaisk steppes. They marched at night only and managed to cover 150 kilometers. In the second week of October, the Cossacks smashed the enemy garrisons in Abdul Ghazi and Beryezkin in a sudden attack. They watered their horses and rode to Achikulak. When the Germans found out about the cavalrymen, they began to transfer reserves, and our regiment was ordered to assault the German troops near Achikulak. It was almost 200 kilometers away. Fighters from the Romantsov regiment were unable to accompany us as far as the target. The most they could do was to protect us from the enemy covering forces near Isherskaya, since there was no way to avoid that area. The 3rd Squadron took off. 2 pairs of fighters were covering us from behind and from above. We were heading for the northwest. We crossed the Terek and were flying above the sand dunes as low as possible. "Messers to the left, we start approaching." The voice of the fighters' leader, Vasya Fedorenko, sounded calm as if nothing special was going on, but we knew it would be a mess. I looked to the left and saw 4 black points against a white cloud. "Roger, roger," I answered to Fedorenko, counting in my head. 4 of our fighters against 4 enemy fighters. That would be 1 to 1. If they managed to keep the messers busy for even 5 minutes, we would be 30 kilometers away, and they would have a hard time trying to catch up and find us. "Number 3, cover me. I'm attacking," I heard Fedorenko's voice again. So it had started already, but there was nothing but sand beneath us. After a 20 minutes flight, I noticed about 100 dismounted cavalrymen near the dry river Kura. When they saw us, they began to throw up their kubankas. They had really gone a long way. Now I saw the village of Beryezkin, won back from the Germans, and relaxed. We were flying the right course. Achikulak should come into view in 10 minutes. We began to climb. This would make it easier to spot the target, and besides, our bombs had delayed action fuses, and we could not drop them too low because of the air blast. Perhaps the leading aircraft observer would notice us and help us find the target. I saw a big settlement ahead. White ducks were swimming peacefully in a pond. Many German lorries were standing around. Puffs of black smoke could already be seen near our planes. What should we attack? I was thinking. The lorries? We can't bomb the houses, can we? We flew above Achikulak. How I wished I could hear a tip from the radio from that aircraft observer, but the radio remained silent. Suddenly, I saw a big herd of horses. Many of them were saddled, and soldiers were running nearby. Some of them mounted the horses and galloped off in different directions. That's the target. Captain Radziecki had informed us correctly. There were up to 400 cavalrymen. "Attack!" We dived one by one, and our 100-kilogram bombs exploded beneath. I leveled out, banked, and began to climb again. The roof of the stable crashed down and caught fire. Horses were rushing about, trampling down the cavalrymen. Anti-aircraft guns were firing, but it was not as bad as near Mozdok. We were ready for a new attack, but there was nothing left by now. Soldiers and horses lying by the burning stable were no danger now, but some groups escaped and were galloping along the field. The Sturmoviks raced in different directions following them. How will I assemble the group? I was worrying. The guys were carried away by the pursuit, and I knew we had just barely enough fuel to come back. I climbed and began to circle to the side of Achikulak. "Group! Group!" I kept ordering, looking sideways and trying to spot my wingmen. At a distance, I noted a long strip of dust. An enemy column was moving to Achikulak from the west. That would be a nice target for the group who followed my squadron. The wingmen finally caught up with me, and we headed home. I turned on the receiver and heard the familiar foxtrot. The audibility was perfect. It was hard to believe that we were so far away from our airfield. Again, I saw the Kura and Beryezkin, but the Cossacks must have galloped somewhere further to the north. 12 Sturmoviks flew in the opposite direction. Major Galushenko was leading his squadron to Achikulak. I told him about the column I had seen. "Roger," answered the leader. My guys held the formation, and I felt relaxed. Our regiment had to fly to the Nogaysk steppes many times. The Cossacks were pleased and presented us with a huge cask of Kizlar wine with an inscription, "To the Guard pilots from the Guards Cossacks." General Kirichenko himself ordered it to be delivered to our airfield. We were sitting by the command post waiting for new orders. It was a sunny October day, and the air was amazingly clear. The blue mountain slopes with white snow tops could be seen in a distance. Fedya Artemov was admiring the view. "God, it's so beautiful." Fedya was a very positive person. It seemed he was not at all upset by the fact that he had failed to lead the group that day. "It's high time you became a leader," I had told him yesterday. "We always fly together, and it's exhausting for both of us. Let's take turns. One time I will lead the squadron, the next time you can. I'm tired, and you don't look well." Fedya always flew to my left. That was his favorite place. He often flew so close to me that I had to drive him away. I was afraid that if a shell hit one of us, we would both be shot down. And who would be a leader then? I did not say that to Fedya, of course, but I made another important argument. "You know that Galushenko and Rudenko take turns leading the first squadron, and there are actually 3 leaders in the second, the squadron commander, Talikov, and Smirnov." Fedya answered frankly, "I'm afraid to lead." "But why?" I don't think I can assemble the group after the takeoff and lead them to the target. It only feels like that. You made 100 sorties. You can do it. Let's try tomorrow. You will be the leader, and I will fly on your right and look after you. If anything goes wrong, you'll take your usual place, and I will lead." But the attempt failed. After the takeoff, he turned too early. The circle was small, and the last planes had to catch up with the rest of the group. Fedya noticed that and slowed down sharply. The rear planes began to approach too fast. It all happened so quickly that my comments by radio were in vain. Fedya had to occupy his usual place. "Let me fly as wingman once again, and then we will change," Fedya told me. So we were sitting by the command post, enjoying the scenery. The sun was shining above the Caucasus Ridge. Suddenly, the blue sky was covered with black dots. We heard flaps. Fedya shouted, "They're diving!" 9 dark spots were racing to the ground. One of them blazed and fell like a fiery drop, followed by a line of smoke. It shot down! Fighters were taking off from our airfield. The bursts from anti-aircraft guns were accompanied by the rattling of machine guns. The nimble fighters hovered behind the German bombers like wasps. We saw a new smoking track and 2 white canopies hung in the air. One more! The bursts exploded very close, and we bent down in surprise. Twin-engined Junkers were hedge-hopping above our airfield. There were only 6 of them by now. They did not bother about the formation and were making off for the Tursky Ridge one by one. Our LAGG-3 caught up with the last one, fired a burst, a second one, and the left side of the bomber caught fire. The plane banked sharply, hit the ground with the wing, and tumbled. That was the end of it. Black smoke was curling meanwhile above Grozny. It hid the mountains and the sun and was drifting to the valley. The black shroud covered our airfield soon. It became so dark that we could not see our barracks. The pitch darkness lasted for 3 days. A huge smoking cloud stretched for 200 kilometers as far as Makhachkala. Flights were out of the question. Only cars dared to drive cautiously with their lights on. Soot was everywhere. Even our faces were black. We stayed in the barracks and thought, the Fritzes must have abandoned the idea of capturing Grozny oil. 18. The Crucial Flights. On 25 October 1942, 70 enemy bombers destroyed the headquarters of the 37th Army near Nalchik. The command was lost. Hundreds of German tanks moved eastwards from a small bridgehead near Maisky village. Units of the 37th Army retreating from the Caucasus foothills were suffering heavy tolls. The only flight route now was towards Nalchik. We attacked the German tanks and infantry near Iraka, Chikala, and Durdur. Our troops were gathering by Ordzhonikidze in order to block the main route into Georgia. On 1 November, enemy aircraft bombed Ordzhonikidze, and on 2 November, fascists' troops broke through the outer line of the fortified area and their vanguard moved up to the suburbs of the town. On that day, I led my squadron to attack tanks near Alagir. We managed to set 3 tanks on fire and were hedge-hopping back. We were flying above a valley with nothing but maize fields beneath. Suddenly, I noticed a tank track on the ground. How could it get here, I thought, and immediately noticed another track. And then I saw a tank camouflaged among the corn cobs. Another one. I looked around. There was a host of them. For several minutes I flew above the maize fields, breathing heavily and seeing more and more tanks. They were lying doggo like cockroaches in holes. Obviously, they had gathered there for a fatal strike. As soon as I landed, I reported, "In this area," I showed on the map, "I spotted loads of tanks." "What do you mean by loads?" The commander looked at me in disbelief. "Can you define it more precisely?" "Yes, I can. There is no less than 1,000, I said with confidence. I had been unable to count them, but what I saw shocked me. "Who else saw the tanks?" the commander asked the wingmen. They looked confused, and I realized they all had been busy watching the neighboring planes and did not see anything else. And I did not broadcast anything because I was afraid the Fritzes could hear me and I wanted them to think they hadn't been seen yet. The commander said, "Go have a nap," and tapped me on the shoulder. I took that friendly gesture for an evident hint that he did not believe me. I was furious. "Comrade Commander," I said in an official tone, "I ask you to call the headquarters of the Air Army immediately. I will report to General Naumenko myself." The commander of the 4th Air Army, General Naumenko, sent a reconnaissance aircraft, and my report was confirmed. For the next 3 days, our Air Army attacked the 13th and 23rd Tank Divisions of the enemy, which had been secretly transferred from Mozdok to the valley for a fatal strike on Ordzhonikidze. Meanwhile, enemy units were forcing their way to the town. They managed to make a narrow passage along the steep mountain slopes, but the 11th Guards Rifle Corps did not allow them to widen it. On 6 November, the enemy advance was stopped. In those days, our regiment was fighting under the greatest strain. A squadron used to take off as soon as another one landed. On that day, my squadron made 3 operational flights. It was already evening, and we did not expect any more tasks. Fedya Artemov cheered up, expecting a good dinner. For several days, we had not had any lunch. It was brought to the airfield so that there were no delays with takeoffs, but we did not have time to eat it. That's why, in the evenings, we gobbled up dinner and lunch. We also received our 100 grams for the flights. We had lost 3 men by that time, but their rations were still delivered. The commander distributed them as a reward. After dinner, we usually went dancing. Fedya was thinking, of course, of the slender Masha, so he had several reasons to cheer up. "Tomorrow we'll celebrate the 25th anniversary of October," Fedya said. "I'm short of money, unfortunately. I asked one guy to lend me some, but he refused." "Why?" He said, "How will I get my money back if something happens?" "Who said that?" "A guy from the depot." "Doesn't matter." Fedya did not seem upset. "A scoundrel." I found some cash in my pockets and gave it to Fedya to buy some perfume. "Don't be gone for too long in the evening. We've got a dress rehearsal." We were rehearsing a small play for the celebration. There were only 2 characters in it: a fascist general who lost his trousers near Ordzhonikidze and his adjutant. I had talked Major Golishenko into playing the general, but nobody wanted to play the adjutant. The general was too harsh. Fedya agreed to play this role only after he was told that it was a Komsomol order. At that moment, we saw a flare and knew that we had to make a 4th flight to Geisel today. We were flying above the Sunzhensk Valley. The wooded mountain slopes glided to the left. There were lots of anti-aircraft guns near Geisel, but we had learnt to approach the target not from the valley but from the mountains. It was more difficult to spot the dark green Sturmovix against the dark mountains. I moved closer to the mountains, making Fedya move as well. We were flying at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. The anti-aircraft guns kept silent. I could see the target already and was going to begin the maneuver. Suddenly there was gunfire. My plane jerked and something flashed to my left. I looked there and saw a Sturmovik tumbling chaotically with one wing missing. It crashed down to the forest on the mountainside, and a fiery pillar rose to the sky. "Artem! Artem!" I screamed, and turned to attack the guns. The wingmen dashed after me. We dropped the bombs and fired until the guns were destroyed. Then we began to shoot at the lorries, but Messers attacked us and we had to defend ourselves. We were circling at a low altitude, and the Messers were trying to outflank the planes one by one. Tracer bullets raced past me. I yawed and saw a Messer dashing past. Vasya Shamshurin, who was flying behind me, had driven the enemy fighter away. Well done. I noticed strips of cloth fluttering on the rudder of Vasya's plane. The Fritz must have hit it in the tail. At that moment, I noticed our fighters flying above. "Little ones, cover us. We are under attack near Geisel." The fighters rocketed down, and the Messers zoomed and headed to the mountains. We finished the attack and flew home. Point 3. As soon as I stopped the engine, a lorry drove up to my plane, and the commander got out of it. "How did you accomplish the mission?" I threw off my parachute, jumped down from the wing, and stood facing the commander with my teeth clenched. "Fedya Artemov," I could hardly utter the word, "was shot down." I turned round and walked to the barracks. Boots shuffled on the grass behind me. "Messers or anti-aircraft guns?" The commander wanted specific information. Without answering, I pulled my helmet off my head and threw it on the ground. The goggles smashed. The barracks became a blur, and inside my head I was hearing, "Tomorrow we'll celebrate the 25th anniversary of October." Low clouds hid the green mountains. It was raining constantly, and the valleys were covered with mist. Our troops regrouped, and we were surrounding enemy units at Geisel. The Germans resisted desperately and managed to hold a narrow pass near Juarikal, where the only road was. I had few experienced pilots left in my squadron. My friend Volodya Zangiev had been shot down the day before above Kataldon. Together with Sergeant Pismichenko, he was covering my group from Messers. All the fighters had been sent to cover Ordzhonikidze, and 2 of our Sturmoviks were doing their job. Zangiev was fighting above his native village, Ardon, and managed to shoot down an enemy fighter, but then his plane was hit, caught fire, and fell in the enemy area. Misha Vorozhbiev had not returned the day before. Now we lost Fedya Artemov. The only person who was now fighting his second round was Junior Lieutenant Vasya Shamshurin. Strange as it might seem, he had not even been promoted to flight commander. But he was glad he did not have to give orders to anyone. He always looked embarrassed when he listened to his mechanics' reports. The commander often told him off for the lack of exacting demands from subordinates. Vasya always treated his mechanic and armorer casually. The commander was unable to make him behave more officiously. Why is he so harsh with me? Vasya wondered. Shamshurin could not be called handsome. A wedge-shaped face, a wide forehead, a boxing scar, and a lock of straight hair. He talked little, but liked to listen to the others. He stood out among the pilots for his quiet but infectious laughter. Flights, flights, flights. Everyone was exhausted, but there was no end to it. The enclave occupied by the enemy troops was blocked almost from every direction, but there were hosts of Germans there, and we were not just physically exhausted. We had also lost many people. Some freshmen arrived, of course. Zlobin, Popov, Chernets, Fomenich. Some of them could only pilot fighters, and we had to retrain them. The weather was awful. Because of heavy clouds, we had to fly just above the ground, and thus were a target for everything that was able to shoot. Each time we came back, our planes were riddled with bullets, and the mechanics hardly had time to patch them up. But in our turn, we set on fire dozens of enemy lorries and tanks, and hundreds of Nazis were mown down by machine gun fire. It was 8 November. We had a mission to destroy enemy hardware in the outskirts of Juaricao. We took off and hedge-hopped towards Stolovoye Mountain. The weather improved a bit, and the sun shone through the breaches in the clouds. We crossed the front line and were approaching the target, trying to avoid the bursts of anti-aircraft guns. I could see a road and small white houses at the foot of green mountain slopes. In the outskirts of Juaricao, all the gardens were packed with lorries. The Fritzes must have been getting ready to break the encirclement. That was our target. Ostapenko was flying to my left, Shamshurin to my right, Talikov and Ezhov behind us. We approached the target, I warned the wingmen. Ostapenko moved closer immediately, but Shamshurin stayed behind for some reason. There was an inscription on his plane's fuselage, "Avenge Mosbanov." Suddenly I saw fire under it. It was spreading fast towards the tail. The lower petrol tank, which was under the pilot's feet, must have been punched. "Shamshurin, you're on fire. Go back," I radioed, trying to sound calm. He swayed from one wing to the other, meaning that he got it, but kept flying forward. I could not understand what he was doing. The front line was not far away. The flame was already approaching the cockpit. Shamshurin pushed the canopy back, put his left hand on the windshield, rose a bit from his seat, and looked forward. He had his goggles on. What was he waiting for? "Bail out!" I shouted. He sat down, sped up, and was now ahead of us. His plane was coming down, followed by the fiery tail. Shamshurin was firing short bursts at the lorries. The ground was already close. It was time to stop diving. "Level out! Level out!" That was all I had time to shout before the Sturmovik loaded with bombs hit the very center of the enemy machinery and exploded. "Attack! Attack!" One by one we dived into the flame and smoke. The German tank divisions were making their last attempts to escape from the trap. They tried to force their way to the Suarskoye Canyon near the village of Myra Madog, but met heavy resistance from the seamen supported by attack aircraft from the air. The enemy failed to break the defense. On 11 November, we got good news. The Geisel grouping of the enemy was crushed. That was our first serious victory in the Caucasus. Our neighbors in Stalingrad began to surround the enemy mass of 330,000 on the Volga. Now we were all convinced that we would start moving to the west soon. But the victories cost us a lot. Our regiment suffered a new bereavement. Petr Rudienko did not come back on the day when the enemy group in Geisel was finally defeated. He was killed in an unequal aerial combat with enemy fighters near Mozdok. His dark blue overcoat was hanging on a nail, and his gramophone was standing on his empty bed. I remembered his words, "When I die, present this gramophone to the bravest pilot." In my mind, I went over the names of those lost in the last days. All of them had fought heroically, but I would have presented this gramophone to Vasily Shamshurin. His fiery ram attack near Juara Kau brought him everlasting fame. Who could have expected such tremendous store of courage from that shy guy? We had a meeting with all the regiment present. The commander read out the order to confer the rank of Hero of the Soviet Union to Petr Ivanovich Rudenko, and the request to confer the highest degree of battle honor to Vasily Grigorievich Shamshurin posthumously. We celebrated the new year of 1943 at Point 3. Everybody was in high spirits. We had our reasons. The enemy was retreating to the west, pursued by our forces. Besides, Misha Vorozhbiev, who was thought dead, came back to the regiment. His plane had crashed near a target at the beginning of November. A shell exploded inside the cockpit, and a splinter hit Misha in the eye. When he came to his senses, he felt someone rummaging in his pockets. He half opened his only eye, the left one, and saw a Fritz, who had already taken off his watch. The decision came in a second. Misha grabbed the marauder below the chin with his strong fingers and strangled him. For several days, Vorozhbiev crawled along the steep slopes, licking hoarfrost from branches. He managed to get to Tashkent and was sent to Professor Filatov's eye hospital. Now he returned to Point 3 with an artificial eye and declared that he wanted to fly. He was allowed to pilot a training aircraft, and later he trained the freshmen. The New Year party took place in a barn. We hung a slogan, "The day will come soon when the enemy will face fatal strikes from the Red Army." Nikolai Galushenko and Mikhail Vorozhbiev received their first high awards, the Order of the Red Banner. Mikhail Telikov also got this award. I was presented the Order of the Red Banner and the Order of the Patriotic War. It was the first time we had seen this order, and it was passed from hand to hand. Everyone wanted to have a look at the silver rays and the saber crossed with the rifle. Misha Telikov examined the order for a long time and said, "It's a pity they haven't depicted a diving aircraft here. It looks like the infantry and the cavalry are the only fighting corps." "Come on, you've forgotten to mention the artillery and tank units. A plane, a gun, and a tank would not fit here anyway," I said. I turned to Vorozhbiev, who was grinning. "Let me fix it on your blouse, Vasya." Meanwhile, the homemade curtains rose up and the show began. Amateur singers, dancers, poets, and magicians entertained the audience. Our sketch was the highlight of the program. Major Galushenko was at his best. The commissar of my squadron, Yakov Kvaktung, who played the adjutant instead of Fedya Artemov, was a great foil to the stern general. The show lasted until long after midnight. When it was over, the regiment commander rose on the stage and declared, "Tomorrow we'll be getting ready to move to a new airfield in Gologaevskaya." That was New Year news. We were to fly 100 kilometers to the west. It would be our first airfield on the territory won back from the enemy since the beginning of the war. Farewell, Point 3. 19. A Special Mission. On January 5, 1943, we landed on an airfield not far from Mozdok. It had been raining a lot, and the wheels were stuck in the mud. It was difficult to believe that not long ago Messerschmitts were taking off from that airfield to hunt our fighters, and anti-aircraft guns had met us with heavy defensive fire. Now we found there a cemetery of German planes. We examined curiously the punched fuselages and wings, the warped propeller blades. The Fritzes left an intact billet for us. Its walls and ceiling were covered with veneer, so soil did not pour down the backs of our collars there. The Germans had also taken care with decoration. The walls were covered with all kinds of pictures. Next to the airfield there was a village, Gologaevskaya. It was almost reduced to ashes. Black cats prowled between the remnants of the houses. We met a scrawny old man who lived there. With his white beard and long white hair, he looked like a hermit. "Hello, grandfather." We gathered round him, longing to ask about life during the German occupation. "Hello, children." He took off his hat and looked at us with his faded, running eyes. We offered him cigarettes and bars of chocolate, given to us by the regiment Dr. Boris Kott. The old man took the presents eagerly. He examined our warm flying suits with curiosity. "And they have spread rumors that the Red Army has no ammunition and is dying from hunger. Kaput, kaput. But you look great, and even have some sweets." The old man told us that the Germans had driven all the residents out of their houses, and they had to live in cellars and holes. And before the Germans retreated, they drove almost all the natives, including girls, away to dig trenches and burnt down the houses. The enemy was retreating. It was the perfect time to attack the Fritzes from the air, but the weather was awful as never before. The clouds were hanging low. The constant drizzle would change into snow from time to time. The plains were covered with icy crust. The fog hid the horizon, and we could see no further than the end of the airfield. The infantry was having a hard time as well. Lorries got stuck in the mud on the roads. Soldiers had to go on foot carrying mortars and boxes of shells on their backs. They also had to help the horses to drag out guns from the mud, and the enemy was gaining distance. The Germans had a serious advantage. The only railroad from Prokladnaya to Kaukaskaya via Mineralne Vody was in their hands. They loaded the carriages with the loot and trained and were off. The track-destroying machine followed the last train. This monstrous device was able to tear sleepers in two and twist the rails. We could have stopped the trains if we destroyed the locomotives, but the weather did not give us a chance. Nothing was more dangerous than to get iced over. According to the pre-war rules, it was a non-flying weather, but the war had its own laws. The division commander arrived at our regiment. He gathered the pilots together. We kept silence, waiting for him to speak. "The commander of the Northern Forces, General Maslenikov, has charged the 7th Guards Regiment with the military mission of the highest importance," he began. What kind of a military mission can be discussed in such weather? The pilots were thinking to themselves. It grew very quiet. "The commander wants the disruption of the railway line between Mineralne Vody and Nevenomysk at any price. At least one plane must try to get up to Mineralne Vody and damage the railway lines." We realized that one of the most experienced pilots should try first, and by that time there were so few of them left in the regiment that you could count them on the fingers of one hand. We wondered whom the division commander would appoint for the mission, but instead he asked, "Who will fly?" An awkward pause followed. "Let me try, Comrade Colonel," said Major Galushenko. It did not take him long to make the decision. It would have looked embarrassing to volunteer after him. "Very well, Comrade Galushenko. You may start getting ready." Galushenko saluted and made for the door. Mechanics and armorers were fussing around the plane under the supervision of the chief engineer Mitin. They fixed 100-kilo bombs with delayed action fuses and missiles. Then they began to pour hot water on the wings and hack off the melting icy crust with wooden screwdriver handles. Mitin had an idea to lubricate the propeller blades, the edges of the wings, horizontal stabilizer, and fin with engine oil. During the flight, those places got covered with ice first of all. The mechanics rubbed the plane with oily rags, and the pilots stood nearby watching these unusual preparations anxiously. Galushenko walked around the plane checking everything himself and did not look at us. He was busy. It was no wonder that Galushenko volunteered to fly first. He was an unsurpassed ace in aerobatics on a Sturmovik, and he was the best in the 4th Air Army. He often demonstrated techniques that none of us even dreamed of. The command did not restrict Galushenko. During training flights, he would make dozens of steep turns and zooms, then he would descend sharply almost to the ground and pass out of sight. In a few seconds, the audience would see the Sturmovik racing towards the airfield at maximum speed. He would fly at minimum altitude up to the T and then rocket up. The heavy Sturmovik would climb easily until the speed was almost zero. It would seem to be high time he leveled out, but instead the pilot would spin the aircraft round on its longitudinal axis and keep on ascending inverted. Then he would lower the nose smoothly, dive sheer, reduce the angle slowly, and aim at the airfield. The G-forces were enormous. The plane would descend very fast, and it would seem that the pilot wouldn't be able to level out and would hit the ground. But he always managed to estimate the distance so precisely that he could level out exactly at the same point where he had started to climb. The ability to maneuver despite critical G-forces allowed Galushenko to become the first pilot in the regiment to shoot down a Messer. He already had 2 personal victories over the German fighters. Once he was attacked by 8 enemy fighters and had to avoid shots from the deadly flak for about 10 minutes. He returned to the airfield with only one hole in a wing. When he got out of the cockpit, the lapels of his waistcoat were full of biscuits. An emergency ration box had been torn off the seatback because of the G-forces, and its contents had drifted through the cockpit. I watched the preparations and thought that even aerobatics could not help him today. He had to be very good at blind flying. Meanwhile, Galushenko put on a parachute and got inside the cockpit. The propeller began to rotate, and the plane moved forward unwillingly. The Sturmovik took off at the very edge of the runway and disappeared in the haze. We peered into the white mist, expecting him to come back in a few minutes, but Galushenko did not return. We stood in the drizzle, smoking, and waited for 40 minutes, praying that the plane did not get iced over. Ages seemed to pass. "He's coming!" several people shouted at once. We saw the aircraft descending, and then it landed. As it was taxiing, we noticed the bomb fuse locking cables hanging freely under the wings. It meant that he had dropped the bombs and that he had managed to reach Mineralne Vodi. Galushenko got out of the cockpit, jumped down from the wing, and walked towards the division commander. As he reported, his voice sounded a bit unnatural. "Comrade Colonel, the railway lines are destroyed. Here." He showed the place on the map. The pilot's face was covered with goose pimples, and there were blue circles under his eyes. The colonel asked him, "Are you cold?" "It was hot in the cockpit, and now I'm frozen." The pilot smiled, embarrassed. "Let's go indoors. You can report there." The flight had not been easy for Galushenko. At first, he followed the railroad. Then he hedge-hopped at the altitude of a telegraph pole. After some time, the windshield began to get iced. Visibility was extremely poor, and he had to watch the ground from a side window. His biggest fear was that he would crash into a water tower or a chimney stack. He even felt like turning back, but managed to resist the temptation. When he crossed the Kuma River, the weather began to improve suddenly, and the windshield began to thaw out. Galushenko flew past Mineralne Vodi and found the railroad. The unexpected question was how to damage the railway lines with delayed action bombs. The railway embankment was high, and the bombs released from a low altitude would fall flat, bounce off, roll down, and explode there. Galushenko noticed a drain tunnel which crossed the railway embankment and had the idea to drop the bombs there. He made several attempts, dropping only one bomb at a time and making corrections for the rebound. Finally, one of the bombs exploded exactly under the embankment, and it sank. On his way home, Galushenko noticed a column of retreating German infantrymen at a distance. He zoomed, banked, and approached the enemy from behind. He combed the column with 4 guns from the back to the beginning and back again. Finishing the report, Galushenko said, "I've never seen such a mess as I've left on that road," and he shivered. I could imagine the masterly maneuver which the pilot had performed in a matter of seconds. Of course, the Germans had no time to scatter from the road. Wet firewood was crackling and sputtering in the iron stove. Heavy sleet was coming down behind the window. There were no more flights that day. In the morning, the weather improved a little. I was summoned up to the regiment commander. "A special task from General Maslenikov," he said. "The reconnaissance has reported that the enemy has concentrated many steam locomotives at the Nagutskaya station and is making up trains to evacuate. You must prevent it." I looked at the map. Nagutskaya was a small station to the west of Mineralne Vodi, about 200 kilometers away. The enemy fighters were still based in Mineralne Vodi, so we would have to pass around the town. According to the map, a small river, Mokry Karamik, flowed to Nagutskaya hidden behind a row of hills. If we flew above it all the time, we would be able to approach the target unnoticed. "It would be better to send 2 planes at least," the commander said. "Take Sergeant Siganov as a wingman. He can hold the formation rather well, and he drops bombs on target." Petya Siganov was a 20-year-old boy who had joined our regiment not long ago. When he learnt that he was chosen to carry out such an important task, he beamed with joy. "You will repeat everything after me. Got it?" "Got it," Petya nodded. We took off and hedge-hopped above the railroad following Galushenko's yesterday example. Soon we got into a snowfall and had to descend very low, but we could hardly see the ground even so. What if the wingman gets lost, I thought, and felt sorry that I was not flying alone. Fortunately, the snow stopped soon. I saw Tsiganov flying confidently to my right. "Well done, Petya," I said in the transmitter, and the wingman swayed from one wing to the other. We still had to sink to the tops of telegraph poles from time to time because of clouds. I reckoned that Mineralne Vodi must be to our left. We crossed the Kuma River, and suddenly it was another world. It was a bright day with no clouds and good visibility. Now we had to be careful because the enemy could spot us and send fighters from Mineralne Vodi to intercept us. We were flying above the steppe, trying to hide behind the hills. Soon we reached a deep gully, which at summer was the riverbed of Mokry Karamik. We flew above it as if in a trough heading to Nagutskaya. We decided to approach the station from the west so that we could hide behind the steep bank of the river after the attack. The estimated time was up. I saw a settlement to my left and a railway station not far from it. That was Nagutskaya. I could see no locomotives behind the station buildings. Was it possible that the Germans had already driven them away? Or could it be a mistake by our reconnaissance? We turned left to cross the railway and climbed for about 50 meters. I could already see the embankment. I looked up and suddenly noticed a twin-engined plane flying at the same altitude heading to Mineralne Vodi. It was approaching from the right, and our courses were to converge soon. I took it for a fighter attack aircraft, Messerschmitt 110. That was a very dangerous meeting. Should we descend and remain unnoticed? If it starts hunting us, we won't be able to attack the station. The thought flashed through my head. The German plane was racing forward without noticing us. Without much thought, I put my fingers on the triggers, peered at the sights, and fired. The tracer bullets darted forward. The fiery track hit the left side of the enemy aircraft. The plane jerked and began to yaw, leaving a smoking tail behind it. Its back side was now in my sights, and I had time to fire one more burst. The plane caught fire and disappeared under my wing. We were flying above the railway already. To my left I could see the station, 2 freight trains, and a long row of locomotives. "Turn and attack the locomotives," I ordered Tsiganov. We began a shallow dive. I fired 8 missiles on a locomotive, and it disappeared in a smoking cloud. Tsiganov was not missing either. I leveled out and pressed the button, releasing the bombs. We were flying low, heading to a row of hillocks. The riverbed of the Mokry Karamik was behind it. The ground was covered with snow, and it was difficult to spot the hillock where we had to zoom, so I kept my eyes fixed on the ground. I was in the best spirits. We were coming home unhurt. We had delivered an unexpected and precise blow, and we had shot down a Fritz. Petya was flying to my right. I could imagine how glad he might be. The special task was complete. The hillock was already close. My plane zoomed and immediately dived in the gully. Now everything was simple. I looked to my right, but did not see the wingman. I looked to my left, and did not find him either. What's up? It was not a good time for playing hide-and-seek. I had to climb and circle above the place, transmitting, "Form up immediately, I'm waiting for you." But Tsiganov did not appear. I thought that he had decided to get to the airfield ahead of me to surprise everybody. I'll deal with him there, I thought, and headed to Golugaevskaya. When I was approaching the airfield, I saw a plane landing before me. That's Tsiganov, I thought, and did not feel angry anymore. I taxied to the dispersal area and, first of all, asked my mechanic, "Who landed before me?" "Goloshenko. He was testing a new plane." The special task was complete, but my wingman had disappeared mysteriously. Several kilometers distant from Golugaevskaya, we found the crashed plane of the hero of the Soviet Union, Petr Rudenko, who had been killed 2 months ago. We also found his body, which the fascists had thrown in a gully. We buried Petr with all the regiment present. We did not have an orchestra, but a Sturmovik circled above the cemetery for a long time, howling monotonously. When the coffin was lowered into the grave, the aircraft dived steeply, raced above our heads with a deafening roar, and zoomed. That was Major Goloshenko bidding farewell to his deputy. Farewell, Petr. We must go further to the west. We had to catch up with the infantry, so we often changed airfields. We moved to Sovietskoye, Georgievsk, and then Nagutskaya, exactly where we had attacked locomotives with Petya Tsiganov several days ago. We were standing by the twin-engined plane that I had shot down. It was not a Messerschmitt 110, as I had assumed, but a Junkers 86K, which we had never seen before. Its left engine was burned out, but the right one was safe. I took a badge as a souvenir. The head of the regiment's air gunnery, Boris Lurie, who had arrived to the regiment from the Zhukovsky Air Force Engineering Academy, walked round the plane for a long time, counting the shell holes. There were 33 of them. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "According to the laws of probability, it's impossible to shoot an object moving along a course intersecting with your own and hit it so many times." "Theory is one thing, and practice is another," I answered. I was so close that I could see the patches on its wings. People from the neighboring village came up to us. We asked them, "Do you know when this plane crashed?" "Of course we know. We've seen it with our own eyes. It was 9 January. 2 of our planes were flying from that direction, and this one was cutting across their path. The one that was flying ahead began firing, and this plane caught fire. The Germans drove up to quench it. They pulled out 3 burnt bodies, and the 4th Fritz crawled out himself with his legs broken. And our planes dropped bombs above the station and turned back, flying very low. The one that was flying behind hit a hillock. It still lies there in the bushes." We drove to the hillock. The Sturmovik was lying in a depression hidden under thick bushes. Petya Siganov was buried on a hill not far from it. We put a little red pyramid on the grave. "Farewell, Petya. We must go further west, to Stavropol." 20. Chief of Staff. It was in the early spring of 1943 at the Kuban in Novotitarovskaya. On that sunny day, pilots were waiting for dinner in depression. There were just a few of us left in the regiment, and there had been new casualties in the last days. German Romantsov and Nikolai Nikolaevich Kuznetsov had not returned from a military mission to the Chuska Inlet the day before. Before the war, Kuznetsov worked for many years as an instructor in an Osyaviakum Aero Club. He was reserved and had real difficulties in persuading the command to send him to the front. He had a big family. On that very day, an accident happened during my operational flight, and now I was sitting on one side with Kolya Galashenko, who had just come from Novinominsk. I was sitting and recalling the details of the unfortunate flight. Problems had already begun before the takeoff. Unexpectedly, our regiment commander decided to include Petr Kolesnikov in my group. Kolesnikov was a strange person. On the ground, he was a normal man, but in the air, he was not himself. For no obvious reason, he would start dashing aside and driving his neighbors away. The regiment commander wanted to transfer him to the communication aircraft, but Kolesnikov got seriously offended. "Do you consider me a coward?" I was against his joining the team, but had to give in finally. I placed him on my right. As the gunners were also not willing to fly with Kolesnikov, he was given a single-seater plane. Before the takeoff, I was telling Kolesnikov, "Look to my side only. Hold the distance and interval. Don't pull the throttle lever too hard. Don't turn around too much. The most reliable fighters will be covering us. Pokrushkin himself will be in the team. The fighters will find and drive the Messerschmitts away." Petya was nodding in consent, but grew pale. On the ground, he understood everything, but as soon as we took off, I realized that I could not keep him in the middle of the formation. All my instructions by radio were in vain. His plane was either flying above the rank or descending far below. As we were approaching the target, I actually had to lure him out of the middle of the formation until he was in last place. Let him stay there, I thought, and relaxed. Things seemed to settle. We had finished the attack on the enemy column and were hedgehopping back. Turning back, I saw that Kolesnikov had fallen behind. I began to climb so that he could see us better. The plane caught up with the rest of the team. It was flying much lower, but then began to ascend steeply. Instead of taking the last place in the row, it was aiming at his previous position between Zlobin and me. I kept on saying, "Take the last place," but Kolesnikov seemed to become deaf. Before my very eyes, Kolesnikov's plane hit the Sturmovik piloted by Ivan Zlobin and carrying the gunner, Nikolai Mukhin. Both planes blew up and fell in the outskirts of Baranikovskaya. And it all happened after we had successfully completed our mission and crossed the front line. Now I was sitting depressed with Major Galashenko, who had just arrived with the new plane. Galashenko was trying to console me. "Cheer up, Vasilyek. Look around. They're all upset. Don't make the situation worse." Suddenly he tapped on his map case and whispered to me, "The battalion commander in Nevinomisk sent a piece of lard for Kozhuhovsky. Let's eat it ourselves in his presence with all the guys." Major Fedor Vasilyevich Kozhuhovsky was our chief of staff. At that time he was about 40, but looked even older because of his stoutness. He was a good-natured person and an excellent officer. Under his supervision, the headquarters worked like clockwork. He had a defect in his sight, which he concealed. He was practically blind at dusk. We'll offend the old fellow. We'll keep a peace for him, don't worry. Nobody will be offended. A friendly chat is no worse than a dinner. Galushenko made a serious face and ordered, "Air crew to me!" He went to the headquarters. Everyone came into the room and sat down. The men fell silent. Is it going to be a mission? The last person to enter the room was Major Kozhuhovsky. The game began. Galushenko moved a table to the middle of the room, took 2 chairs, asked me to sit down, and said loudly, "Now we will show you." He nodded at me, sustained a long pause in dead silence, and finished unexpectedly, "We will show you how a man eats lard." And he got the piece out of his map case. Everyone burst out laughing. Fedor Vasilyevich fidgeted uneasily in his seat. Galushenko made a short speech about the usefulness of lard and began the show. Accurately and slowly, he cut the piece into morsels, then divided garlic into cloves and removed the peel. Everyone's mouths were watering. After he had finished the preparation, he took the first morsel, pressed it round his lips so that they glittered, and then put it into his mouth with a garlic clove. The second morsel was for me. Before swallowing it, I rubbed the roast rind with garlic. Galushenko commented upon my actions. "That's another way a man may eat it, friends." He was giving out tiny helpings, ignoring Kozhuhovsky. Then he began to complain loudly that he must have miscounted and somebody was not going to get his portion. Fedor Vasilyevich looked worried. He was the last to get his helping. When he swallowed the lard, Nikolai Kirillovich delivered him the fatal blow. "Comrade Chief of Staff, will you please write out a receipt?" "What receipt?" "That you have received the lard passed to you by Major Galushenko." We had a real fun that day, and we remembered it for a long time. Kozhuhovsky was laughing with the rest. Nevertheless, later we found out that he sent a circular to all the neighboring airfield support battalions and asked them to deliver the lard only through reliable persons. 21. The Ground and the Sea. We were based at an airfield near Kropotkin. Talikov came up to me. "Look, we are pursuing the Fritzes in the same places where we were retreating last summer." Indeed, we often set our courses through the same districts where Misha and I had piloted the only 2 Sturmoviks half a year ago. I looked at the map. It was less than 200 kilometers to Rostov now. I also saw Nesmayanovka, where I had been shot down last time. I said to Misha, "As soon as we move closer to Rostov and have a day off, I'll ask the commander to give me a U-2 and we can fly." "Where to?" "To the place where you saved me." "That's a good idea." Misha stamped with his heel. "We'll see what's left of your IL." But our regiment was unexpectedly directed away. We had to pursue the Fritzes that were retreating to the Taman Peninsula. In March, we were already near Krasnodar. The Germans wanted to prevent our air force from moving forward by leaving all the airfields in awful conditions. They blew up the concrete runway and all the offices at Krasnodar Airfield. The local residents helped us a lot there. Dozens of men and women carried broken bricks from the ruins, filled up the huge shell holes, and rammed them. For the first time since we began to advance, we could taxi on a solid surface and take off without difficulty. I remembered an incident at Point 3 when my wingman Senior Sergeant Ilya Mikhailov came back from an operational flight with 2 bombs left. Kolobayev did not punish the young pilot, but advised me instead, "Next time, you carry his 2 bombs to the target yourself in addition to your usual load." I remembered for a long time carrying an extra 200 kilos and trying to take off from wet ground. It was all different now. In Krasnodar, I managed to carry 1.5 times more weight than usual. Major Galushenko and Mikhail Talikov followed my example. We had to fly not only above the ground, but also over the sea to attack German landing crafts, tanks, ships, and boats. It was extremely unpleasant to fly above the water in a land aircraft. An armored Sturmovik could sink in a matter of seconds. Junior Lieutenant Petr Vozgayev was the first who experienced that, I guess. It happened when we were flying to attack Temruk, a large German base on the Azov Sea coast. Something was wrong with the engine of Vozgayev's aircraft, and he flew back rushing to reach the coastline. But the engine stalled, and he had to glide on the water. Hardly had the pilot jumped out to the water than the cockpit sank in a whirlpool. Vozgaev could swim pretty well, but the heavy flying suit was dragging him to the bottom. The pilot began to look around helplessly and was very surprised to see the tail of his Sturmovik sticking out of the water. He swam back, clutched at the stabilizer, and hung there. He was up to his neck in water, and it was cold. Vozgaev was growing numb and did not have much hope left, but he heard the roar of Sturmoviks. 2 planes were circling above him. He recognized Talakov's plane and was glad at first, but then he thought there was no help they could give him. It was impossible to land on water anyway, and they were attracting attention of the enemy. Vozgaev managed to wave one hand, "Fly away," but the planes kept circling. "How long am I going to hang like this?" he thought. "I should take everything off and swim. Perhaps I will warm up a bit in motion." He tried to take off his boots and suit with one hand, but in vain. He had cramp in his legs. Vozgaev looked at the coast and saw an enemy boat racing towards him from Temruk. What now? Should I take my pistol and commit suicide? But it's underwater. It will misfire for sure. Meanwhile, a friendly boat was approaching him from the opposite direction. It was further off than the German one, but it was moving fast. It can't come first, Vozgaev thought. In the next moment, he heard some shooting. The 2 Sturmoviks were diving at the German boat. The boat began to make sharp turns and slowed down. Our boat came up to the sunken aircraft. The sailors grasped the pilot under the arms and went back at full speed. Vozgaev returned to the regiment in a few days and told us, "First of all, they undressed me and rubbed me with alcohol and also gave me some to drink. In general, I can say that IL-2 is the second worst floating object," Vozgaev concluded. "And what's the first?" "A flat iron." Soon after that incident, we were given life vests. Major Galashenko was the first to receive one. "Will you please sign here, Comrade Major?" The storekeeper gave him a docket. Galashenko looked at the gear. It was exactly the same as we had received in Astrakhan before we flew over the Caspian Sea. He threw the vest away. "Take it back to the store." The storekeeper was confused. He thought he had done something wrong. "If you don't like the color red, Comrade Major, I can give you a yellow one." "What's the difference? And you want me to sign for it? Take it away." That conversation took place in private, but on the same day Nikolai Kirillovich was summoned up. "Will you explain the reason for your open disregard for the life-saving equipment?" "Why are you so interested in that?" Galashenko asked. At the time, pilots were not afraid of such conversations because they risked their lives every day anyway. As a result, the most self-willed ones did not receive decorations which they long deserved. "You are setting a bad example to the rest. There's nothing wrong if they don't take this stuff. Try and inflate such a vest with your mouth. It's the same as if you tried to do it with the tire of a lorry. Naval pilots have self-inflating vests. Why do we get this old rubbish?" Galashenko's words had an effect. We received life vests without inflating hoses. Instead, there was a box in the vest's pocket. The box had tiny holes in the bottom and was filled with powder. If some water got inside, a chemical reaction would begin, and the evolving gas would fill the vest. If you dived, you'd be pushed up to the water surface like a cork. If I'd had one of these vests on, and if it hadn't been for the freezing water, I would have reached the coast myself," said Petya Vozgaev. "It's still better on a boat," Talakov objected. He was rather gloomy in those days. The gray-eyed Ksenia had been seriously injured recently by a bomb splinter. She was in a base hospital. 14 March was a dull and chilly day. Talakov and I hid from the wind behind a high caponnier. Our armorers had broken off some pieces of TNT from the inside of a bomb and made up fire where we could warm our hands. We sat on the boxes, smoking. Misha was writing a letter. It was comfortable near the fire, and we felt like talking. "Now we'll definitely move to the Crimea," said Talakov. "Our troops will drive the Fritzes from Taman across the Straits of Kerch, and there we are." Talakov mentioned the Crimea, and I remembered the cypresses in Buzhurnus and my trip to Simferopol together with my friend Pilot. "Have you ever been to the Crimea?" I asked him. His answer surprised me. "Yes, I have. I was sent to Yevpatoria after I graduated from the air school. I was there when the war began." "Me too." "Soon we will get to familiar places," Talakov said dreamily. At that moment, we heard someone calling from the command post. "Talakov!" "I'm here." He rose. "To the commander!" After several minutes, Talakov went out of the building, heading to his single-seater plane. He was wearing a leather jacket and canvas boots made out of a parachute case. His map case was knocking against his leg. Talikov was followed by his wingmen. I asked Lenya Bukriev, who was the last in line, "Where to?" "To Temruk, to attack the crossing." Temruk was situated on a hill not far from the coast of the Sea of Azov. The main road from the Straits of Kerch to the German defensive blue line passed through it. The bridge, which we had destroyed many times and which the Germans still managed to restore, was crossing the Kuban River, which flowed through the western part of Temruk. There were lots of German anti-aircraft guns around it. They were based in the hills, and it was impossible to approach the bridge unnoticed either from the coast or from the sea. Damned Temruk! During the last few days we had lost Viktor Olyenin, Nikolai Protolyev with his gunner, Boris Maximchuk, and Petr Vozgayev there. We preferred to approach Temruk from the coast. Perhaps that's why Talikov decided to make it from the sea on that day. The ILs were flying just above the surface of the Sea of Azov. The pilots could already see the coastline and Temruk. After about a 1-minute flight to the coast, the enemy artillery began firing. Water was splashing up and Talikov zoomed. The waterspouts were very dangerous. It was a certain death to touch one even with the edge of a wing. The planes ascended, surrounded by black puffs of smoke, and soon began to dive, releasing the bombs. It was time to level out, but the leading aircraft was still descending. It was flying lower and lower, swaying from one wing to the other. It seemed that it was heading to a 2-storied house near the town park. Some flashes could be seen in the yard of the house. There was possibly an anti-aircraft gun there. The leading Sturmovik reached the yard and disappeared inside, hitting the trees with its wings. The group flew back without the leader. The piece of TNT which we had ignited with Talikov was burning out. I took the letter that Misha did not have time to finish and read the wobbly lines. My dear parents, brother Alexei and sister Dusya. After he complained that they did not write him often enough, he wrote, "The impudent Fritzes used to fly in flocks like birds of prey, and now they fly separately, trying to escape our fighters. I'm still flying my immortal bird." It seemed to me that it was my turn now. I wished we did not have to fly today, but immediately heard, "Aircrew are summoned to the command post." Slowly I went down the steep steps, thinking of Mikhail Talikov running up them in his canvas boots an hour ago. We were rather cramped at the Krasnodarsk airfield. Regiments of Sturmoviks, bombers, fighters, and reconnaissance aircraft were all based at the same airfield. The Li-2 transport aircraft, which flew to the Crimean partisans at nights, also used it. We moved to Novotitarovskaya, not far from Krasnodar. There was an impassable mire there, but we managed to fly somehow. There were less than 10 pilots and planes left in the regiment, but we had already lasted for half a year starting from Point 3. Our regiment could have become unfit for action long ago, but our mechanics managed to find and restore more than 30 damaged Sturmoviks during that period. We had many freshmen in the regiment. Almost none of the pilots who had joined us at Point 3 were left now. Petr Kolesnikov crashed into the aircraft of Ivan Zlobin. Both of them were killed. We had lost Petr Vozgayev, Sasha Zakharov, Nikolai Kuznetsov, German Romantsov, and our best singer, Ivan Chernigin. The newcomers had yet to be trained to pilot the IL-2. We trained them in our regiment training center led by Misha Vorozhbiev. He almost never left the cockpit of his dual-control plane in those days. That's how we managed to keep going. The sun was already warming everything up, but the pilots were depressed. Even Ivan Ostapenko stopped telling his stories. "The regiment is due to be sent for reformation," the commander said to Galashenko and me, "but don't mention it to the rest. They must not relax. Can you hold out for another couple of days?" "We can," answered Galashenko. There were 2 leaders left in the regiment. Nikolai Nikolaevich Galashenko and I took turns leading the combined group. That day I had already made an operational flight. We attacked a column on the road from Kerchanskaya to Varenikovskaya. We did not expect any more military tasks that day, but in the evening we got an order to attack trains at a railway station on Krimskaya. Galashenko led the group and did not come back. The leader's deputy, Ivan Ostapenko, reported, "He landed on the fuselage here." He showed a large wooded area on the map. He crossed the front line, a smoking tail following the plane, but there was no fire. I heard his groans by radio. The commander ordered a pilot from the communication aircraft to fly there on a U-2. "Let me?" I asked. "Go." When I reached the area, the sun had already set. I circled the dark underwoods for a long time, but could not spot the Sturmovik. I was already going back and decided to fly above a country road. On the road, I saw a cart. The driver was lashing the horse, but it was hardly moving. I circled above. The cart stopped, and the driver was waving his hands to me. I landed near the road and found Galashenko in the cart. His leg was bandaged tightly above the knee. His boots and trousers were covered with blood. What happened? A shell went through the seat and through my leg. The driver and I helped Galashenko into the second cockpit of my aircraft. We flew back in the dark and landed by the hospital. Fortunately, the driver of the field ambulance had turned his headlights on. The wound was serious. An Ehrlichen shell had gone through the muscles of the left leg above the knee. The surgeon examined Galashenko and found that the bone was unhurt, but the wound was full of shreds of plywood and steel ropes. Anesthesia. Some alcohol would be better. Give it to him. It's not enough, doctor. Give him a full glass. During the operation, Galashenko was trying to make jokes. Make it smooth, sisters. I want girls to love me no less. We are doing our best. The next day, the commander declared, "We are sent for reformation." It was 26 March. Our third round was over. We had to get ready for the fourth. 22. Filth. Once again, we had to fly to the Volga to enlist new pilots and get new planes. This time, the first squadron was led by the regiment commander together with Kolya Smirugov. His arm had healed, and he was appointed the head of the regiment's air gunnery. Smirugov beamed with happiness. We received new insignia, shoulder straps with stars and guards badges. Our chief of staff, Fedor Vasilyevich Kozhahovsky, left the regiment. His health became worse, and he was transferred to a rear unit, and we were to have some rest and go back to the front. We were based near the Kuban village Timashevskaya, and were mastering the new twin-seater Sturmoviks. They had an extra cockpit for the gunner. The gunner sat there facing the tail of the plane. His task was to repulse the attacks of Messerschmitts from behind. Special courses were organized to train former armorers and mechanics. None of them had had flying training before. They did not know the complicated rules of shooting at aerial targets. We made up a song about a young air gunner taking the melody from the popular film The Youth of Maxim. The word young was used only for rhyming. Many gunners were old enough to be the pilots' fathers, and we also had one girl among the gunners, Sasha Chuprina. Although one gun could not be compared to 4 Ehrlichens, our losses were greatly reduced. The fascist pilots were now afraid to approach our planes and fired from considerable distances. Unfortunately, the rear cockpit had much less armor than the front cockpit. It often happened that the planes landed carrying an injured or even a dead gunner. That's why the few single-seat aircraft left in the regiment were in great demand. It was better if you were killed yourself than if you brought back a dead friend. Lenya Bukriev was one of the first pilots who began to master flights with a gunner. His first 2 gunners, Misha Bubakin and Leonid Boldin, were killed, but with Vasilyev he had already made 45 sorties. Once the air gunners came to the canteen for a dinner and brought a stray dog with them. The dog was skinny. Its red hair was covered with burrs. Though the dog was obviously famished, it did not beg for food. Somebody threw up a piece of bread and cried, "Catch it!" But the red guest only looked reproachfully at the joker. It lay under the table near Sergeant Nikolai Naumov, who had caressed it and did not want to attract attention. Naumov was about 30. In his free time, he liked to walk near the airfield gathering chamomile. When I watched him, I could not help thinking, why was he sent to the war where men are killed? Naumov sat down and began to feed the dog. To our amazement, it did not snap the food from his hands, but waited patiently until a bone or a helping of porridge was put on a piece of plywood which Naumov had brought to the canteen. Kostya Averyanov began to say what a smart dog a mongrel could be. At that moment, the stout sergeant who was in charge of the canteen entered the room. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, showing his hairy arms. It looked like he had been busy cutting pork and suddenly had some urgent business. We wondered what the reason was for his coming to the canteen at that time. Nobody was complaining about the food or asking for an extra portion. The flies which he was fond of hunting were sitting peacefully on the ceiling. He walked through the room, stopped near the gunners, and looked around. Then he looked under the table and said, "Take this filth out." It became very quiet in the canteen. Naumov bent over his plate. Sasha Chuprina looked at him reproachfully and shook her head. Gunner Vasiliev gave a start and eyed the master sergeant from head to foot. Sergeant Vasiliev had a big bald spot on his head and a scar on his face. The gunners called him Batya. "What filth?" he asked severely. The sergeant kept silent, as if he did not hear. Vasiliev was not a person to be trifled with. He was a very harsh man. He had been a gunner in the infantry and was even sent to a penal battalion, but not for showing cowardice to the enemy. He had not shown enough deference towards his commander once. He returned to his unit with a scar across his cheek and a medal on his breast. He was the first to volunteer when the courses for air gunners were organized. "If the motherland tells us to fly, it's time to stop crawling on the ground." Now Vasiliev was our most experienced and sharp-sighted gunner. He had already shot down 2 Messerschmitts. "What filth, I ask you?" he repeated severely. "The one that is hiding under your table." The dog stopped gnawing the bone as if it knew what the talk was about. Vasiliev's eyes darkened and his scar turned purple. "Since when are you calling a dog filth? But it's shedding hair. If it gets on your plate, you'll be the first to complain. You'd better watch your own hair." Vasiliev cast a glance at the sergeant's arms. Dead silence followed his words. We all knew that after his 100 grams, Vasiliev was unlikely to be satisfied with a peaceful agreement. After a moment of confusion, Junior Lieutenant Kostya Averyanov jumped up from his seat. "All the men in the regiment are ready to take responsibility for this dog," he said. "We'll feed it, and it won't shed hair anymore. We won't ask you for extra food, and we won't complain about hair on the plate. Is it a deal, Master Sergeant?" "If anything happens, nothing will happen," Averyanov interrupted him and clapped him on the shoulder. And so our red guest was allowed to stay in the canteen, and after dinner it went to the dormitory with the air gunners. I had met Averyanov 2 months ago at an airfield near Novosibirsk and actually stole him. I had arrived there to get a new plane and noticed a pilot loitering around the canteen. His face was pale and his cheeks were hollow. He looked an exhausted hawk. "What unit are you from?" I asked him. "I don't belong to any unit." "What do you mean?" "I ferry aircraft." There were by now such pilots whose only task was to ferry aircraft from rear airfields to the front. Many of them dreamed of joining a military unit, but they were not allowed to do it. Some of them went to the front without permission, and the command searched for them. Such men were considered deserters. I thought that Averyanov could become a good military pilot, and there was no sense putting it off. "Let's have dinner," I suggested. "I don't have a ration card. I've been here for 2 days already. They don't fuel up my plane, and I can't get to my destination." "Why don't they give you fuel?" "They say it's only for the front planes." "Come with me to the canteen." We shared my portion. I asked him, "Do you want to join the 7th Guards Regiment?" "You don't need to ask." "Let's fly together. I'll pilot my plane, and you will take yours." "Will I not become a deserter?" "No, you won't. We'll enroll you officially." Thus, Kostya Averyanov joined our regiment and became an excellent pilot. From that day, the gunners and the dog were inseparable. It accompanied them to the dormitory, to the canteen, and to the airfield. After some time, our mongrel looked really different. Its hair became glossy, its hollow sides fattened out, its ears were now held upright, and its brown eyes were laughing. The red dog relieved our monotonous life, and it was somehow easier now to overcome dangers and the inevitable deaths of friends. The regiment command did not object to the new member, and many men did not find it ridiculous to spend their free time with the dog. It was everybody's pet, but it remained faithful to Naumov. It slept under his bed in the dormitory, and it followed him everywhere at the airfield. Naumov did not pet it really, but we could see that it cheered him up. Every evening he gathered flowers, brought them to the canteen, and put them in a glass near Sasha Chuprina. "Take it, daughter," he said once. "Don't act like a father," answered Sasha. Reddy quickly learned our rules. She did not go to the landing strip, did not run after Naumov's plane when he taxied to the takeoff, and did not approach the rotating propeller. Nevertheless, she had her own way of seeing his crew off and meeting them. She followed Naumov and pilot Popov from the command post to the aircraft. As they were putting on the parachutes, Reddy barked encouragingly. After the takeoff, she kept sitting at the same place waiting patiently for the return of her plane. And when the plane came back and was taxiing along the airfield, the dog rushed around in circles, making steep turns, jumped up, and yelped with joy. Many were surprised to see that. We can distinguish the planes by the numbers, but how does she know her plane? If the plane is close, she can nose it out, and if the plane is far away, she can sense it, Vasilyev explained. How can a dog sense anything? I'm not a vet, but I've experienced it myself once before the war. We were sleeping and our dog was howling. I could not understand what was going on with it, but soon our house quaked. Our bed began shaking like mad and plaster was falling off the ceiling. It was an earthquake. The dog had sensed it. Soon nobody had any doubts that the dog was able to distinguish Naumov's plane from the rest at a distance. Reddy was delighted to meet her master. She stood on her hind legs, setting her front legs against Naumov's breast, and tried to lick him in the cheek. Only in those moments did the gunner pat her slightly on the head. Days, weeks, and months passed one by one. It was already autumn. In the morning, the ground was hidden with a thick mist, and our boots shone from the dew. The year of 1943 was coming to an end. It was the year of our great victories near Stalingrad and Kursk. The troops of the North Caucasian Front advanced for 500 kilometers from Ordzhonikidze, but already in spring the offensive slowed down considerably. 3 of our armies moved up to the German Blue Line, which blocked the way to the Straits of Kerch and the Crimea. The 100-kilometer line extended from the Sea of Azov to Novorossiysk. Our repeated attempts to break the defense line failed, and the offensive was delayed on the Taman Peninsula. Good news came from the Kuban. For the first time during the war, our Air Force won an aerial combat and gained air superiority. For 2 months, our fighters fought with the enemy aircraft at every altitude from dawn until night. Even the elite squadrons of the German fighters suffered losses in that area. The fascists failed to beat our aces. Brothers Dmitry and Boris Glinky, Alexander Pokrushkin, Vadim Fadeyev, Nikolai Naumchik, and dozens of other pilots displayed great courage pursuing the enemy aircraft both in the air and at the airfields. Now we had advantage in the air. On that day, we attacked high-speed amphibious tanks in the Straits of Kerch. Popov did a very good job, and the tank that he attacked went to the bottom. Many Fritzes were floundering about in the water far from the coast. Sasha Chuprina managed to set on fire her first Messerschmitt and opened her personal score. She stood near the plane in her flying suit like a bear cub, shaking hands with gunners and pilots. We were to fly again soon, and dinner was brought to the airfield. We ate watching Reddy feed her babies. She had given birth to 2 puppies, which we named Boltik, a small screw or bolt, and Dutik, a small wheel under a plane's tail. Suddenly, Reddy jumped up, pricked up her ears to the west, and barked alarmingly. Her hair stood on end. The puppies also started yelping. We looked to the west, but did not see anything which could disturb the dog. In a few seconds, though, we heard the distant roar of an engine. Then we noticed a fighter approaching the airfield. It was flying low with landing gear released. "Guys, a Fritz has got lost," somebody laughed. "I hope he won't notice the Sturmovix. What a fun it will be if he lands here by mistake." At that moment, our anti-aircraft guns and machine guns started firing from the other end of the airfield. Bullets were whizzing above our heads. "Lie down," somebody ordered, and we dropped on the spot. The guns kept shooting, but the Messerschmitt kept descending. In my heart, I was angry with the gunners. They were driving the pilot away. The fighter had already leveled out just above the ground when a sheaf of tracer bullets raced past the cockpit. The pilot's reaction was swift. He throttled up, and the fighter climbed steeply. The landing gear disappeared inside the wings. The plane turned and headed to the west. "You've scared him off, fools," Vasilyev cried. But at that moment the Messerschmitt began to descend again and disappeared behind the dispersal area. Dust rose up there. "It's landed! It's landed!" Everybody forgot about dinner and rushed to the place where the plane had landed. We all wanted to come first, but nobody could overtake our Smersh officer, Captain Tarasov. He was rather stout, but he ran so fast that even skinny Kostya Averyanov could not catch up with him. Tarasov took out his pistol, and we followed his example. We were going to capture a fascist. The Messerschmitt lay on its belly. A blond guy in a blue shirt was standing on the wing with his hands up. In one hand he held a pistol by the barrel, and in the other he held a map case and his helmet. Tarasov snatched the pistol from the fascist pilot, ran his hands over the pilot's body, and took away some documents. Meanwhile, the blond guy was smiling and kept repeating some word that sounded strange, but a bit like a Russian one. Sergeant Vasilyev stared at his sworn enemy. The enemy looked handsome and kept smiling. "Wish I could have seen your face when you were aiming at one of our planes," Vasilyev thought. "What kind of expression was on your face then? You must have shot down more than one plane, and now you are acting a sheep." "What is he mumbling?" Vasilyev asked Naumov, who was standing nearby. "Sudrugi. It means friends in Czech. I would have trampled all of such friends down. He used to be our enemy, but perhaps he has changed his attitude now." The regiment commander came up to the pilot and told him to drop his hands. The pilot presented him with his helmet and goggles. The goggles had a light filter that allowed the pilot to fly against the sun without being blinded. These bastards seem to have thought of everything, Vasilyev thought. The pilot was already introducing himself to our commander. "Sasha Gerish, Sasha Gerish." For some reason he was pointing at the fuselage. He opened the hatch and helped a skinny man in a dark suit to get out. The man was shivering as if he had a fever. If this one could have seen our anti-aircraft gunners saluting to them, he would have yielded up the ghost, Vasilyev evaluated the second guest. Meanwhile, Sasha Gerich was walking round the plane apologizing for not being able to present an undamaged aircraft to the commander. He had had to land on the fuselage and the propeller was bent. We went to the command post to continue our dinner. Gerish and his radio operator friend were offered borscht as well. They shoveled the soup down. Vasilyev watched them and felt his anger vanish as if he swallowed it with his soup. Our Smersh officer went to inform his command, and we showered Gerish with questions. He answered eagerly, and we could understand each other without an interpreter. "When did you decide to fly to the other side?" "It's been a long time, but I did not have a chance. The Germans do not allow Czechs to fly alone. One of them accompanies you." "And how did you manage to hide Jan in the fuselage?" "He hid there yesterday. Today I accompanied a reconnaissance aircraft to Novorossiysk. We flew really high, and I was afraid that Jan would freeze." "And did a German follow you?" "He did, but I made a smart dive." Gerish made a vertical dive with his hand. We see. We nodded our heads and laughed. The skinny Jan could not hear anything after the unexpected diving because his ears were stuffed up. Still, he laughed with the rest. Vasilyev wanted to ask Gerish how many Soviet planes he had brought down, but he did not have time. Tarasov drove up in a captured Horsch and asked the guests inside. Following Gerish's example, 2 more Czech pilots flew to our side on Messerschmitts. All of them later fought in the Czech Corps led by General Svoboda. In the evening of the same day, 2 U-2s landed at our airfield. It was our dear friends from the Fighters Regiment, hero of the Soviet Union Vasily Fedorenko, Vladimir Istrashkin, and their commissar Alexander Matveyevich Zhuraflev. We were very glad to see them. "Will you spend the night here? Will you have supper with us?" "We have urgent business." "Organizing cooperation?" "Is it still not enough? We can already recognize each other in the air by the voice and by the step." Zhuraflev was laughing. "Show us the Messer. We want to touch it." "You are welcome." The commander invited them. The pilots went to have a look, but came back quickly. "We thought it was undamaged. We wanted to pilot it," Zhuraflev said, keeping his eyes on Dutik and Boltik, who were playing nearby. And suddenly he confessed, "Guys, our regiment asks you to present us one of the puppies. To be honest, that's the reason we came." We felt astonished. Naumov answered on behalf of everybody. "Take Dutik, the one with white paws. Let him be a fighter." "Our greatest thanks." The fighters took the puppy to their plane and flew off. We followed them with our eyes for a long time. Kostya Averyanov was the first to break the silence. "Well, and Boltik will be a real Sturmovik pilot, you'll see." Since that day, Averyanov often took Boltik to the dispersal area and sat in the cockpit of his Sturmovik No. 13 for a long time. The crew believed that he was practicing blind training, learning to find all the switches and levers with his eyes closed. But a few of us knew that Boltic was always with the Varyanov inside the cockpit. The pilot trained the dog to lie in the same place on the left of his seat. Boltic was getting used to the unfamiliar smells of paint and fuel and to the roar of the engine. 6 ILs, including Boris Popov's aircraft, flew to attack a base station at Gorno-Vasiely. As usual, Reddy saw her crew chief off and was sitting beside the empty caponier. 50 minutes passed, and we could distinguish distant spots on the horizon, but we could only count 5 of them. Meanwhile, Reddy behaved in an unusual way. She tossed about, sniffed at the grass, and whined. She must have smelled a mole. Vasilyev was trying not to get nervous. When the 5 Sturmoviks were landing, we saw the 6th one. It flew slowly, wobbling from one wing to the other. The aircraft was obviously damaged. It was Popov's plane. The barrel of the machine gun was sticking out, and we could not see Naumov's head. The aircraft was taxiing to the dispersal area when Reddy began to press herself to the ground and whine loudly. The engine stopped. The pilot did not jump, but crawled down from the wing. The nurses pulled Naumov's body out of the gunner's cockpit, put the stretcher in an ambulance car, and drove to the hospital. Reddy ran after the car, sniffing at the tracks. We buried Nikolai Naumov on the day when the alert was called off. Pilots, mechanics, and air gunners walked after the coffin. Reddy dragged along with the rest. Some people made short speeches. Sergeant Vasilyev said, "We swear to you we'll annihilate the fascist filth in its den." Rifles fired 3 times. A new mound with a little red pyramid and a tin star appeared at the cemetery. It was quiet at dinner. The seat near Sasha Chuprina was empty. A piece of plywood was still under the table, but there was no sign of Reddy. Only Boltic hung around playing with the black cat. The sergeant in charge of the canteen walked along the windows, saw a fly, lashed against the glass with the napkin, and muttered angrily, "Filth." Reddy did not appear in the dormitory that night. For several days we looked for her, but in vain. 2 weeks passed, and we had to move further to the west. Vasilyev and Sasha Chuprina went to the cemetery. On Naumov's grave, they found Reddy's dead body. The engines started and the Sturmovik took off. Boltic was flying in number 13 plane together with Averyanov. It lay at its place listening to the engine roar. Boltic had flown with Averyanov for the first time when he attacked the enemy near the Mitridot Peak. Since then, Boltic accompanied Averyanov many times. We often saw the black dog with white pads jumping down from the wing when number 13 returned from the mission. The dog used to rush to the nearest bush, stand there for a few seconds, and run back to its master. Many people considered it a whim, but Averyanov assured us that Boltic sensed the danger before the pilot noticed it. "If it starts nuzzling my leg with its head, I know I have to maneuver. It can be anti-aircraft guns, which I did not notice, or a messer sneaking from behind." Correspondents would not leave Averyanov alone. "Isn't it a superstition that you fly with the dog?" People can say anything, but I don't care a damn. The hero of the Soviet Union, Konstantin Averyanov, served outside our country after the war. Boltic followed him everywhere. During an exercise, Averyanov, with pilot Baikov, was once imitating an aerial combat with a fighter. Averyanov was killed in an accident on that occasion. The brave pilot was buried in Bunzlau in the same cemetery as the heart of Kutuzov. Boltic walked with the funeral procession just as its mother had walked after Naumov's coffin. Later, the dog had another master. I remember how Sergeant Vasilyev was demobilized. "Now I'll again breathe the piney air of Karelia." During the special dinner, he told us, "Do you remember our oath at Naumov's grave? We have annihilated the fascist filth in its den. Let Kolya Naumov, Borya Popov, Sasha Chuprina, and all who were killed rest in peace." Vasilyev wanted to add something, but instead began singing our song about the air gunner. Tears rolled down his cheeks across the scar, and he could not finish the song. 23. The Way to Taman. Our troops kept trying to break the blue line. Each time the attack by the infantry and tanks was preceded by an hour or more bombardment from the ground artillery and attacks from the air. Each group of planes had its own strictly determined time for the attack. If we flew a bit early, someone was still working with the target, and if we came a bit late, the next group was close on our heels. The air was rather crowded during the preparatory bombardment. In order to let more planes attack the target, we flew in big groups. Before a new assault, we were to attack the village of Gorno-Vasieli, which was a German fortified base station. There was not a single house left in the village, but the Germans hid in basements, buried themselves deep under the ground, and thoroughly hid and camouflaged weapon emplacements. Even after a prolonged batter, the Germans encountered our infantry with heavy fire. I led my regiment to the Blue Line. 2 more regiments from our division were following us in a single 15-kilometer column. I assembled them flying above other airfields. Not far from Krasnodar, I could see the starting point of our route, a sharp bend in the Kuban River. I knew I must not cross that reference point earlier than the estimated time. If I were a bit late, I could make up for it by speeding up on the route, but if I were early, that would be real trouble. Then I would have to slow down. The rear groups would come too close to the front ones. The formation would be deranged, and the flight would actually fail. I kept watching the approaching reference point and the indicator of my watch. Finally, I crossed the bend strictly on time and relaxed. I flew quietly above the railway. The wooded foothills of the Caucasus Ridge glided slowly to my left, and I could already see bare hills ahead. That was the front line of the defense. The ruins of Gorno-Vasieli were already coming into view. I looked at my watch and made sure that we were coming on time. Suddenly I heard an alarming beep in my headphones. It was from my gunner, Yevgeny Tereshchenko. I felt annoyed. I was expecting a command from the ground radio station any second, and now I had to switch to the internal communication. "What's up?" "Bombers are flying above us." I looked up and saw 3 9-ship squadrons of our bombers right above my head. According to the schedule, they must have bombed Gorno-Vasieli before us. It was ridiculous to launch the attack with them dropping bombs above our heads, so I had no choice. I turned left and ordered the rest, "Follow me, don't approach the target." We flew in a circle above our troops and then started the attack. By that time, the bombers had already done their part of the job. We dropped bombs and dived firing at the target. I heard the command from the ground, "One more attempt." The division commander wanted us to press the enemy as long as we could. Colonel Getman, as he had become, now spent almost all his time at the front line directing the Sturmovix from the ground. We kept circling in a giant merry-go-round, raking the base station with fire. It looked as though there was nothing alive left there. Meanwhile, our tanks were crawling out of the shelter, followed by groups of soldiers. They had to capture the smoking ruins on the hill. Next morning, the Chief of Staff Gudymenko informed us that the front line had moved. The pilots had managed to break the enemy defenses in Gorno-Vasieli. On July 22, 1943, the Sturmovix launched a new massive attack on the Blue Line. The group of about 100 planes was led by one of the best pilots in the Air Force, the commander of the 210th Ground Attack Regiment of our division, Lieutenant Colonel Nikolai Antonovich Zub. Before Zub headed the 210th Regiment, it had suffered heavy losses in the Donetsk Basin and became unfit for action in a month. Reformed and trained by the new commander, the regiment fought successfully in the northern Caucasus and the Taman Peninsula, and had an excellent reputation in the division. Zub was also the author of practical instructions on the operation of the Sturmovik, and the originator of many tactical developments, including operating in a rank of pairs instead of 3-plane squads. The column of planes was approaching an enemy base station near Kievskaya right on time. The Sturmoviks were flying at a height of 600 meters under the lower edge of the shroud of clouds. The infantrymen were throwing up their field caps, welcoming us. The aim was close, but the enemy anti-aircraft guns kept quiet. Zub knew very well that the German gunners had zeroed in on the lower edge of the clouds in advance. He began to turn, smoothly changing course. The maneuver was made very carefully. Zub must have been afraid to derange the formation before the attack. He was leading many inexperienced pilots and was taking care of them. The enemy guns were silent. Nothing was worse than ignorance. I wished I had seen the first bursts and knew which way to turn. The leading 5-plane squad was already starting to dive when several batteries fired at once. The leading aircraft and the one to its right jerked, their noses lowered, and the planes went down, followed by smoking trails, and so on to the ground. That was a black day for our 230th Kuban Ground Attack Division. The 210th Regiment lost its commander, the famous pilot of the 4th Air Army, Nikolai Antonovich Zub. The door of the building swept open, and a stocky figure appeared in the doorway. "Hello, guardsmen." Those were the first words of Galushenko. I rushed to meet him, and Nikolai hugged me. He had already 2 big stars at his shoulder straps, meaning he had been promoted to lieutenant colonel, and I had 4 small stars. I was a captain. "You owe us," I told him. "I am all for it. We'll also celebrate my departure." "What departure?" "I've been appointed the commander of the 210th Regiment. You will be confirmed the regiment navigator instead of me," he said. "You see, you also owe us." Galushenko was absent for almost half a year. I saw him only once in a hospital in Yessentuki. The hospital did not have enough food, and the injured pilots recovered slowly. I brought them a sack of Kuban lard and a box of eggs. "I'm dying to fly," Galushenko said on the next day. "Do you have any vacant aircraft?" "We have one. It's being examined. The pilot said that something was wrong with the engine, but the mechanics can't find any malfunction. I'll ask the commander to let me try it." The Sturmovik took off. Galushenko circled the airfield several times, dived steeply, and went up. He began such a show that not only our pilots but also the neighboring fighters ran out to watch the masterly flight. "Is it a new model of IL?" they asked. "No, it's only a pilot." "Who?" "Sergeant Galushenko," somebody joked. The fighters took the joke seriously and began to reproach us. "Then why don't you whirl in the air like this sergeant instead of making pasty cakes when you were attacked by a messer?" After that, we called Nikolai Kirillovich sergeant as a joke. He landed and got out on the wing. A mechanic asked him, "Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, what can you say about the work of the engine?" Galushenko did not say anything. He embraced the cockpit with his arms and kissed the glass 3 times. Our troops failed to break the blue line with frontal attacks. On 9 September, 800 of our guns opened fierce fire on the port in Novorossiysk. At the same time, our torpedo boats burst into Siames Bay from the sea. Squadrons of landing ships approached the shore after a series of deafening explosions at the pier. Units of the 18th Army, led by General Lesyelidze, were advancing from inland. After a 7-day assault on 16 September, we listened to the salute in Moscow in honor of the liberation of Novorossiysk. In the following days, the 56th Army, led by General Grechko, delivered a heavy blow in the center of the Blue Line, and the 9th Army advanced along the Sea of Azov coast. The Blue Line had collapsed. The red arcs on our maps crawled into the heart of the Taman Peninsula. On 27 September, one of them rounded Temruk, where Misha Talikov was killed half a year ago. On 9 October, Moscow again saluted the forces of the North Caucasian Front. The Taman Peninsula was freed from the Germans. Now ahead of us lay the Crimea and the Straits of Kerch, about 20 kilometers wide. The division commander summoned me. "The front commander, Lieutenant General Petrov, wants to check the work of the PTAB on the range. The trophy tanks are already gathered there. Go to Galushenko's regiment. He has been ordered to give you a plane. There's a good range just near the airfield. You can practice before the show." The idea was to check the efficiency of anti-tank aircraft bombs with cumulative action that had been added to our armory not long ago. The bombs were small and had to be dropped in vast amounts from low altitude. You could only burn through the tank armor with cumulative shot if you hit the tank directly. We had a rather vague idea of what the chances were of hitting a tank. By evening, I was already in Oktanizovskaya with Galushenko. It was raining. "Where shall we have dinner?" he asked. "In the canteen or at home?" "I'm tired of splashing through the mud. It's better at home." Galushenko's adjutant, who was also his air gunner, brought 2 pots. On that nasty night, we sat at the table a really long time. We talked and listened to the sounds outside. The girls from the regiment, led by Evdokia Bershanskaya, usually flew at that time to attack Kerch, but we did not hear the engines roar. "Our owls must be forbidden to fly in such weather," said Nikolai. The adjutant drove to the girls' regiment and brought 2 pilots, one of whom was Galushenko's girlfriend. We had a really good time that night, but were awake early in the morning. The rain stopped. Our heads ached, but we were able to fly. We drank some tea quickly. I asked Galashenko, "Kolya, have you chosen an aircraft for me?" "I have. You'll take mine. We loaded the bombs yesterday. Everything's ready." A lorry was already waiting for us. The regiment commander got in the cabin, and his adjutant and I got in the back of the lorry. "Let's go." The mist rose for about 300 meters and hung in a continuous thin layer. It would rise higher when the sun warmed up, but we did not need much height to drop the PTAB. We drove up to the Sturmovik. A mechanic reported on the status of the plane. There were more than 400 bombs in the bomb bay. "Take the cover off quickly. I'll fly," Galashenko ordered. "Is this plane for me?" I asked. "Yes, it is." He waved off. "But first I'll fly." "And will I have to wait for 2 hours until they load the bombs again then?" "So you'll wait. There's no hurry. Put on the parachute. What are you waiting for?" he said to his adjutant. I could not object, since Galashenko was the regiment commander. He took off and flew to the other end of the airfield, where the bodies of the captured cars were gathered. The aircraft began to dive. Galashenko released the bombs from all 4 bays at once. I heard a deafening blow and saw that all the bombs overshot the target. Galashenko turned steeply and launched a second attack. I could see he was angry. He dropped the second series of anti-tank bombs, but missed again. He fired from the guns, but the bursts scattered along a line instead of hitting the same place. Galashenko zoomed and the plane disappeared in the clouds. I could imagine him tumbling in the sunshine. The engine roar was changing from the highest notes to almost silence, and I guessed that Nikolai Kirillovich was pouring out his heart through forbidden aerobatics. Nobody could see the aircraft now. Galashenko flew above the clouds for a long time. At some point the roar stopped, and all I could hear was the rear flaps, as if the plane was gliding. Suddenly, I saw it breaking the shroud of clouds. The Sturmovik was spinning, its wide wings finishing the turn. It stopped rotating and began to reduce the angle, flying along a curved glide path. Is it a new trick? A thought flashed through my head, but immediately I realized that the plane was too low to level out. The angle of dive was decreasing fast, but there were just few meters left, and the nose of the aircraft was still aiming at the ground. In a second, the plane crashed and the fragments rolled around. I was the first to run up and saw a part of Galashenko's leg. His adjutant was thrown out of the cockpit and his abdomen was ripped open. We carried the coffins to the officer cemetery in Temruk, where Mikhail Talikov had been killed. An old woman stood near me by the grave. She crossed herself many times. I talked to her. "Granny, have you been in Temruk all the time?" "Yes, son, all the time." "Did many of our planes crash down in your town?" "There was only one plane." "Can you remember when it was?" "Of course I remember. It was the day of Martyr Evdokia." "What is the date?" The old woman counted in a whisper. 14 March. "Where did it fall?" "Behind my house. It flew very low and swayed like an injured bird. I thought it would hit my chimney, but it flew further on to the yard of the town hall. The fascist commandant's office was there." It was an old stone building beside a park. There used to be an emplacement for a gun in the yard, but it had collapsed. There was also a tree without a top, its trunk split as if by lightning. The natives gathered around me, interrupting each other. "He fell flat right there. The Fritzes dragged him out. He was dead but looked alive, a young guy with brown hair. They took off his insignia, his boots and jacket, and then they started to kick him with their boots. At night they buried him somewhere, but nobody knows the place. They dragged the plane to a gully, and we put it to use. We made plans from the metal and sold our boots with the rubber." The lorry was driving without lights. Clods of mud plopped down on the back of the lorry. 2 dots of light glided in the air above Okhtyanizovskaya, a red and a green one. Those were our owls flying across the Straits of Kerch to trouble the Fritzes at night. The 210th Regiment lost its commander again. The division's flying technique inspector, Major Kondratkov, was appointed there, and I was promoted to his position. I got my first penalty for not having dissuaded Galashenko from the unplanned flight, and my 18th citation for a show flight with PTABs. 24. Inspector's work. After that, I served as a flying technique inspector and was subordinate to the command of our aircraft division. My job was to control the pilot's maneuvers above the target and to correct mistakes. I held debriefings, pointed out obvious tactical errors, and successful solutions. It was common knowledge that the post of inspector was taken up by the best ace among the division pilots. The inspector must show the best flying technique and must have performed the largest number of effective sorties that had resulted in heavy casualties for the enemy. The inspector also had to carry authority over the pilots. He had to help them survive and at the same time cause much damage to the enemy. It often happened that a pilot was appointed a leader after his 5th operational flight. That was a great responsibility. If you hit your own forces by mistake, you'd pay the price for it in a tribunal. I had experienced all kinds of situations during operational flights, and I had also worked for 7 years as an instructor in an aero club. Besides, I was 10 years older than the majority of pilots, and age was also important. I accompanied squadrons on missions and usually flew behind or at the side of the group. I tried to correct mistakes immediately when I saw them. "Where are you guys going? The target is to the right." The pilots were a bit afraid of me. They thought that a flying technique inspector noticed everything. During the attempts to break the blue line, our division suffered heavy losses. My regiment alone lost 20 pilots and air gunners. The division was reinforced with new men and took part in covering the Crimea landing force in Kerch and Yeltsin. I remembered those days for a long time. The Sturmovix often had to fly without bombs. Instead, they carried containers with cargo parachutes and dropped ammunition, food, and medicine. On a spring day in April 1944, the wind was drifting low clouds from the sea. It had rained in showers for 2 days, and operational flights from Taman to the Crimea were canceled. I allowed myself to sleep as long as I wished, and then came to the empty canteen. "Is there anything left?" I asked the waitress. "There is, Comrade Captain." She was excited for some reason. "I have something special for you," she said mysteriously and disappeared in the kitchen. In the night, a German plane had dropped several bombs from behind the clouds. It aimed at our airfield, of course, but the bombs fell in the Okhtyanazovsky Lake. To be honest, I thought that the waitress was going to serve me a fried carp. I had seen many of them in the morning drifting along the surface with their bellies up. "Do we have fish for breakfast today?" I asked. "Fish? And what will you do if I make you a better surprise?" "Well, I'll try to get some sauce." I tried to laugh it off and thought, what kind of surprise can be better than a fried carp? "Take it." She offered me an issue of Izvestia. I looked at the front page and read, "Decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet dated 13 April 1944 to confer the Hero of the Soviet Union to the officer personnel of the Air Force." I found my name in the list, and it looked strangely unfamiliar. I looked through the list, and my heart began to pound. 2 lines below my name, I read, "Guards Lieutenant Colonel Nikolai Antonovich Zub." On 22 July 1943, the commander of the 210th Attack Regiment of our division, Lieutenant Colonel Zub, had been killed in my presence. "You owe us," said Nikolai Sednenkov. He was one of few pilots who had joined the regiment in Donbass and were still alive. It was impossible to get what I owed in Taman. The division commander allowed me to fly to Krasnodar on such occasion. I asked Nikolai, "What would you like?" "Won't you regret it?" He scratched his head and pointed at my kubanka. It was the kind of hat some pilots got in Krasnodar when our attack division was called the Kuban Division. I gave it to him. Nikolai was an ordinary guy, but our mechanics respected him greatly. "Our Sedyenkov can fly a log," they said. For some time, Sedyenkov flew a plane which nobody else wanted to pilot. Its engine emitted smoke, though it worked all right. Nikolai joked, "It's even better on a smoking plane. The anti-aircraft guns leave me in peace, and messers don't pay much attention. They must be thinking that I'm finished already, and I keep flying." Sedyenkov was shot down half a year later when our troops were fighting for Narif at the end of October. The regiment fought with maximum effort and suffered enormous losses. Sednenkov, Karabut, Yurkov, all were killed. On 24 October, the Sturmoviks were ordered to suppress the enemy artillery near Chernostov. Averyanov led the first group, and Viktor Goryachev followed them with his 4-plane squad. The correspondents from the Frontovaya Pravda arrived at the airfield when the planes were off. They came to congratulate and make photographs. To congratulate with what? With new heroes. They told us that the decree which had long been waited for was finally coming out. 7 pilots were made heroes of the Soviet Union. Konstantin Averyanov, Vladimir Demidov, Petr Krifin, Boris Levin, Ivan Maltsev, Viktor Goryachev, and Nikolai Sedyenkov. The correspondents shook hands with those who were present, clicked their Leicas all the time, and were going to take an unusual picture of Averyanov and Goryachev together with Boltik. The Sturmoviks landed one by one, but Viktor Goryachev was not among them. We were told that 2 Messerschmitts had attacked his plane from below. The aircraft zoomed, then dived, and blew up, hitting the ground. But one of the pilots noticed a parachute canopy that opened just above the ground. We did not know who had managed to bail out, Goryachev or his air gunner Malyshev. There was not much chance that he would stay alive after landing in the enemy position, but things happened. We had already witnessed such a miracle once in our regiment. On 5 November 1942, I led a 9-plane squad from Point 3 to Ordzhonikidze. There were no fighters to cover us, though Messerschmitts hung above the battlefield in flocks. During that flight, 2 of our Sturmoviks, piloted by Vladimir Zangiev and Nikolai Pismichenko, played the role of fighters. They flew behind the group performing the scissors maneuver. Our target was the German tanks near Kotel Don. Volodya Zangiev knew those places very well. He had spent his childhood and youth there. The first flight of 4 Messers dived at us, aiming at the leader's plane. Zangiev managed to fire a defensive burst, and it was so successful that one of the fighters went down, followed by a smoking trail. It was Zangiev's first victory, and it averted the inevitable death of the leader. I could not help following the German plane with my eyes until it hit the ground, but soon I saw a burning Sturmovik coming down. I saw a burning lump falling out of the cockpit. The white canopy opened up just above the ground, but fire was running along it as well. I was not the only one who saw the death of Volodya Zangiev near his native village. But 2 years passed, and at the end of 1944, he came back and began to fly again. Vladimir was badly burnt and broke his leg. He was taken prisoner and tortured by the fascists, but did not say anything. In May 1943, he managed to escape from the concentration camp and get to a partisan group where he fought successfully. He was wounded during a military operation, and the command decided to send him to the rear. After some time, Zangiev returned to the 7th Guards Regiment with an unusual medal for a pilot, the Patriotic War Partisan of the 1st grade, and Volodya's third life began at the end of 1944 when his Sturmovik hit pine trees during a snowstorm. He survived again. The same miracle happened to Malyshev, the air gunner of Viktor Goryachev. He returned to the regiment. 25. The Academy. I got into the Academy quite unexpectedly. After the Germans were smashed in the Crimea, the 4th Air Army, including our 230th Kuban Division, fought as part of the 2nd Belarusian Front. The pilots did their best, paving the way for our armies and marking their way with crushed columns and burnt enemy tanks. At that time, many experienced pilots were sent to study. Ivan Ostapenko, who was already a squadron leader, was sent to the Air Force Academy. His plane had been brought down during an attack on a railway station in Belarusia, and he survived only thanks to his air gunner Volodya Pimenov. Pimenov was a record holder among the air gunners, and by the end of the war he had made 137 operational flights. He was a former student of Chelyabinsk Air School and served in the infantry as a scout, had taken part in the landing operation in Novorossiysk, and become an air gunner only in the autumn of 1943. He came on foot to the regiment base, carrying our Ivan on his back. At the farewell party, Ostapenko wept. "Don't snivel, Ivan," said Vladimir Demidov to him. "When you return to the regiment, we'll have at least one clever head. They say they teach to fight by formulas." Doctors prohibited Senior Lieutenant Vladimir Demidov from flying after a very serious head injury, but he still did so. During an air combat above Kerch, he had managed to bring down a Junker 87, but his damaged Sturmovik was intercepted by 10 Messerschmitts. Misha Fedorov and his gunner shot one fighter down, but the mutilated IL hit the ground. Vladimir survived by a miracle, and Misha was buried at the bridgehead. Nikolai Smarugov was sent to some advanced training courses. The same with Petr Dyemakov, the squadron leader's deputy, but Petr came back soon. "Have they sent you down?" the pilots asked him. "Nobody sent me down. I ran away." "Are you crazy? Go back before it's too late," his friends tried to convince him. "I won't go," Dyemakov persisted. "The war is almost over, and sines and cosines can wait." Dyemakov led a group but did not come back. He did not see the end of the war. The regiment lost one more leader. The division commander summoned me. "Fly to Moscow at the disposal of the head of the main personnel administration. Lieutenant General Nikitin's AVA plane is going there," said Colonel Getman to me. It appeared that he had received the request to send me to Moscow 4 times already, but had ignored them. The capital did not welcome me. As I was trying to get to the Air Force headquarters from the central airfield, I had to show my documents many times. The reason was my clothes. Except for a dark blue cap, nothing proved that I was an aviator. I was wearing a worn American pilot jacket without any insignia and breeches that our armorer Klava Kolnikova had sewn for me from a captured coat. My boots, which mechanic Shevchenko had made from a parachute case, were covered with oil spots. I got a pass in the Air Force headquarters and was told to go to a member of the Military Council of the Air Force, Lieutenant General Shimanov. Rather excited, I opened an enormous black door and entered a large room. A long table covered with a green cloth reminded me of a runway at the Krasnodar airfield. The general came to meet me from the other end of the room. "How are you?" I was surprised to hear that simple question. "I'm fine." "How does the fighting go?" "Excellent." The general asked me why I came so late. "They wouldn't let me go," I answered. "Did you write this yourself?" he asked me, pointing at a file of Stalin's Sokol magazines. He leafed through the papers, and I recognized my 7 articles titled The Components of Airmanship. "Yes, I did," I answered, thinking nervously to myself that I had neither praised nor criticized anyone in the articles, and trying to guess what lapses the general had found there. All I did was share my battle experience. "Didn't you exaggerate a bit in this place?" He showed me a paragraph marked with red pencil. The suspicious paragraph described my personal achievements in accuracy in shooting and bombing, which I had demonstrated many times during show flights at the front. Among other data, there was a table of the range of deviations of the bombs from the target. General Shimanov asked me about one of the numbers in the table, which surprised him: 6 meters. "I wrote as it is," I answered him. "To be honest, General Nikitin and I doubted if that it's true. Nobody has yet shown such results in training units and regiments. Can you demonstrate it to the pilots?" "I can." "That's why we summoned you. Make a tour through our training units, share your battle experience, demonstrate, and after that we'll have a special talk." I was used to the fact that High Command was always keeping something back, so I forgot about the special talk as soon as I received the travel allowance. All I was thinking of was how to show the best performance. The general told me about a training regiment that was based in the outskirts of Moscow. It was preparing pilots and sending them to fighting units. That was where I had to make a show. During my trip, I tried to do everything just as it was at the front, so I refused to have a look at the targets in advance. At the front, you see your target only on the map. There are no preliminary flights, I told the commanders of the units, and give me real aircraft bombs and full ammunition. They complied with my conditions. I also made a secret deal with the person in charge of the training ground. The problem was that the target for bombing was a cross made of white birch trunks, and the target for gun shelling was a column of trophy lorries. A person would usually go and mark the new holes after each session. I knew that the cars were already punched all over, so I asked the head of the ground to put some straw inside the lorries and pour fuel over it before my flight. Representatives of the Air Forces, including General Shimanov, came to watch my first show. Together with other pilots, they stood near a loudspeaker and listened to my explanations during the flight. I took off and had no difficulties in finding the training ground in the forest. "Speed 300, height 800. The target is to the left," I transmitted to the ground, watching the cross of white trunks approaching the cursor. "I begin the dive at 1 o'clock and release." When I leveled out and turned back, I saw the logs scattered around. The bombs hit it right. Good. I reduced height and hedge-hopped behind the forest. I wanted to show my partisan technique, which I used to attack trains and cars unexpectedly. The speed was rather high, but the height was minimal. I made 2 turns behind the forest so that the audience could not see me, found the railway track, and flew along it until I saw the column. I zoomed, banking, and then began to lower the nose of the aircraft and take aim at the target. I hadn't yet lifted out when the first lorry caught fire, hit by a sheaf of tracer bullets. Again, I disappeared behind the forest, getting ready for the second attack. I had always enjoyed shooting at the enemy columns from the guns, and I was really good at it. My flight had a stunning effect. They had never seen anything like that before. The direct hit of the target with bombs, low and sudden attacks. "That's how you must do it, comrade officers," said General Shimonov. He told me to give such demonstrations at several training grounds in the outskirts of Moscow and also near Kuibyshev. I told him I knew that place because I had got planes for my regiment from there. "Show them what it must look like. They don't know anything." After my tour through the training units was over, I came to General Shimonov for the special talk. That time I was wearing full uniform, including gold shoulder straps. I had received all that from Central Stores, thanks to a message from a member of the Military Council. "Well done," said General Shimonov. "Now, there is something I want to ask you. The Monino Air Force Academy has returned from evacuation and is enrolling students. Would you like to study there?" I was stunned. Having regained control of myself, I said, "May I think it over behind the door for some time?" "You may think it over until tomorrow," the general said to my relief. "Bring me the report." I spent the evening dithering. Most of all, I worried about the entrance examinations on general subjects. I did not want to enter a preparatory course because I did not want to waste a year, so I had to pass the exams somehow. There were plenty of advisors around me, but they all had different opinions. Some said I would be a damned fool if I quit fighting now when the war was so easy. They thought I had a good chance of getting a second star. Others said there was no sense risking my life any longer, but the majority advised me to study. It's not enough to have a star. You must also have something inside your head, and don't be afraid of the exams. If you have Shimonovs behind you, they'll take you in automatically. My report was lying on Shimonov's table. He looked through it and wrote in a bold hand, "Enroll in the academy." He put a full stop after the phrase, and I felt I was going to fly. Enroll means I won't have to pass the exams, I thought. But for some reason, the general did not withdraw the pen from the paper. He thought for some time, and then suddenly attached a long tail to the full stop and wrote another line, "If he passes the entrance examinations." My foreboding did not deceive me. At the very end of the examinations, when I had already passed maths, physics, and other subjects, I had to face a young blonde girl. She began to cross-examine me on the map of America. For some reason, she was especially interested in sheep breeding. My only geographical knowledge had been picked up from a book by Ilf and Petrov. The duet of writers just about saved me from complete failure. Thus I entered the basic course and later graduated from the academy with the golden medal. As for hero of the Soviet Union, Ivan Ostapenko, he entered the preparatory course and had to learn general subjects. He did not like it very much, to be honest, and dreamed of returning to the regiment. There were so many front officers in the academy that for some time Ostapenko and I had to share one old bed in the dormitory. We couldn't help remembering our wooden beds in barracks. I was in the academy on Victory Day. I still remember everything in detail. Everyone around me was firing pistols and shouting, "Victory!" At first I could not understand what was going on, and when I did, I took a local train and went to Moscow. The train was crowded, and we felt drunk from happiness. I remember a woman of about 50 who could not restrain tears. She smiled apologetically, tears running down her cheeks. I wished I could hug her. Moscow was celebrating the triumph. People were shouting hooray and lifted up each officer they saw. There was an American embassy on Gorky Street in the center of Moscow, and I remember American soldiers sitting on the windowsills, shouting and throwing something to us. We were all friends on that day. Everyone was mad from joy. That was happiness.